Hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers around the world wherever you're tuning in from, and welcome to the start of day 2 here at the Ipsona Cricket Ground in Limassol. What a day we had yesterday, over 1,000 runs, 48 wickets, but the surprise of everything was the unavoidables. 177 runs in extras. Also, in 4 of the 5 matches that we saw, penalty runs were applied as well. Teams have to really sort out their unavoidables here today. I'm Rico Full. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Cyprus, and the action starts right here, right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome. Yeah, it was a day yesterday of extras, wasn't it? One team that had their fair share of problems with the Nicosia Tigers. 63 runs they gave away in the 2 matches that they played in extras. They're looking to get better. We're going to see them next up, and they're taking on Everest. These 2 teams did meet yesterday, and it was the Tigers that were victorious. 96 was scored by Everest, but the Tigers getting there quite easily, winning by 9 wickets with 7 balls to go. Everest are looking to bounce back, and they'll be boosted with the first match unfortunately being forfeited by the Cyprus Kings. So that means that they've got points on the board and they're looking to double up. Let's join the 2 captains in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, Tigers to call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is tails. All right, good luck, mate. All the best. Have a good game. Good luck, guys. Cheers.
The captain of the Nicosia Tigers winning the toss and deciding, despite all the trouble they had yesterday with those extras, that he is going to bowl first. I think the reason for that is he's got some big guns at the top of his order. Zishan Mahmood has been absolutely sensational, and also look out for Rahman Muzamdar. He was good in 2021, and the way he started yesterday, once again he's showing that his quality, his class, and he is a big hitter. Also though, look out for Istifka Jamon. I think he was good yesterday. With his all-round performances. Everest boosted with points on the board this morning. I think their captain is really looking forward to seeing some of his players come to their full potential. It wasn't a bad start for them yesterday, but remember, they, unlike the Tigers who won both the games, Everest lost all 3 of their games, but we saw good signs from them, and I think Bimal Runabout, their captain, is looking to perform well in this one as well with all-round performances. But there's the really good, exciting players to watch from Everest. I think Arjun was really good. Shahi, I think he really is somebody that when he gets going here can make things happen. I also did like the look of Sahar Akhtar. He was very good as well. But one to watch out for me was the pace and the fast bowling of Mohammed Hussain. I think on his day, he can certainly make things happen and be knocking their stumps over just like that. It's going to be an exciting one. I know that Nish is very, very excited, looking forward to this match. And I think that Everest is going to really put up a good, stern contest here for the Nicosia Tigers. Let's go over to Nish in the commentary box for the start of this match. Match number 7 of the series.
Welcome back to Ipsona for day 2, as we're now going to have a chance to look over some of the matches from yesterday. Of course, the action after our 505-day wait for cricket began with that excellent match between the Limassol Colunders and the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, trust me, that match was a lot closer than the scorecard suggests. It was a really tight game where the Colunders sort of stuttered through their innings and were largely aided by some very undisciplined bowling by the Nicosia Tigers. And then it came down to 20 runs needed of 12 deliveries right at the end to win it for the Nicosia Tigers. And we moved on to match 2 as Everest made their ECS debut against the Limassol Colunders. Of course, they kind of stuttered and stumbled through their batting and just about managed to make it through. Of course, Everest were a bit slow in the middle overs, but then had a strong start and finish, which led them to what was a slightly below par score of 102. And of course, they started very strongly with the ball in hand. The Kalunders were about 15 for 2 at the 2.1 over mark, but then had an 83% run partnership between Khalid and Farouk. Then match 3 was where Everest came back to take on the Nicosia Tigers. Everest really showed nothing with the bat and were aided by 34 extras from the Tigers, including that stinker of a 9th over by Iftikhar Jaman, who bowled 7 wides. The captain didn't cover himself in any glory either, Jahid Hassan. He bowled 8 wides, and that's really about the only thing that kept Everest in the game and meant that he didn't end up with an embarrassing score. And then, once the Tigers had the bat in hand, they just cruised through the innings, controlling that entire thing and winning fairly comfortably by 9 wickets. And then, well, we'd have the first of 2 75-run wins by Napa, as of course they were led by the great Saran Ahmed, who was the star of yesterday. He made 67 of 28, undefeated with 8 boundaries and 5 big sixes. Gundeep Singh playing a nice cameo, making 16 of 10. He had 3 boundaries. And of course, the only real person of note for the Super Kings were Sandy Reddy, getting 2 wickets and 16 in the 2 overs he bowled. And then finally, the nightcap, the final game of the night, was between the Napa Royal Kings and Everest. Everest would barely resist against the Super Kings tide, as of course once again Saran Ahmed led the charge, making 76 of 30. We wondered if anybody else in that Napa Royal Kings side was able to make runs, and guess what? It'd be Munzer Ali who'd step up, making 28 of 11, clubbing 3 sixes and 2 fours. In the end, not much to say for Everest, who really only had a very slow 49-run partnership between Shahi and Pundit. The Super Kings being the only side yesterday to win both games, batting first. And of course, we take a look at the standings for Group A. The Napa Royal Kings, rightfully so, right up there at the top. They managed to get a couple of 75-run wins. The Nicosia Tigers had a couple of close 7-ball wins to get a solid victory. Everest managed to record their first win of today by forfeit. Not the way they would have imagined getting their first ECS win, but we'll take them however they come. And of course, we take a look at this fantasy dashboard as we can see Everest notching their first win of the day. They're with 1 and 3. Of course, Bimal Rana, but the captain has really been the star player for their side so far. He's been fairly steady with the bat and very economical with the ball in hand. And then we see the Nicosia Tigers, Zishan Mahmood. You have to have him on your fantasy team. There's no way you can't have this guy. He's impactful in the field, and he's a steady run getter. And then Roman Mazumdar, one of my favorite players. He's right up there at top with 122 points. I think he's going to be a run machine this tournament. A guy with his kind of batting technique is bound to succeed in this format. Of course, we're right back here as the Nicosia Tigers will face Everest. As of course we see the Everest batsman getting ready to take strikes. So it looks like it's probably going to be Iftikhar Jaman who is going to start off the bowling for the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, the Tigers, we discussed their victory over Everest just a few moments ago. Everest surely have to put up a better fight than what they showed yesterday against the Nicosia Tigers here today. That was simply not good enough from them, and we know the kind of talent this side has with the ball in hand. They've got some steady batsmen. I want to see a bit more hitting, a bit more power, a bit more flair from them. And let's see whether we see some of that today. Yeah, a little bit of encouragement going on here as the Nicosia Tigers players are getting set. We're seeing Riyadul Islam featuring for the first time today for the Nicosia Tigers. He's out fielding at point. As we're just about to begin proceedings here on day 2 of this exciting ECS here in Cyprus. As Iftikhar Jaman running in for the first ball. It's a wider delivery and well seen by Arjun Shahi. Of course, I have the great privilege of welcoming back Rico Full into the commentary box. Rico, how are you feeling about today's games?
I'm feeling very good about it, and good morning to everybody. It's once again great to be here on a rather windy day here in Limassol. You'll notice that no bails on the stumps as a result of that wind. I mean, it is really strong and things are blowing all over the place. And myself and Nish, well, we're old school. We like to use a bit of paperwork, but it's we got rocks everywhere keeping the papers from flying away. Windy day, though the temperatures are going to be good, so no issues. It's a warm wind, but it's a strong wind. And it's something that I think the bowlers will have to contend with. And I think for the batters as well, I think today they're hitting into that wind. So we'll see a few deliveries that probably will be held up when a wide ball is signalled. And, well, it's going to be 5 of them. We start with a minimal. And Zishan Mahmood behind the stumps today. And, well, he just doesn't get down to that at all, does Zishan? He gets straight through him. So, valuable runs. Now, remember, Nicosia Tigers had all sorts of trouble with extras yesterday. And I think I mentioned in my interest in the 2 matches that they played, they won both matches. They gave 63 runs away in extras. This would be another one. And this man, Ifitrika Jaman, had plenty of trouble. Remember, one of his overs went for 19. It also was the 9th over. So because, I mean, he had over 4 minutes to bowl the over in time. He couldn't because of wides. So we also had penalty runs added to it. It ended up being a nightmare over. And you can see he's having a few issues here as well. That one's better, but it's a beautiful shot played. This is out onto the offside. There is a fielder out there. If you bowl here, if you bowl that line outside the off stump, you certainly will get it in the right place. Good morning to you as well, Nish. Hope you've had, Calamaro, right? Calamira. Good morning. Did you have a nice evening? Nice relaxing evening?
Yeah, certainly needed a bit of rest after this 5 games yesterday, but I'm just ready for these matches, and it's good to see, of course, Everest picking up their first win. Not quite the ideal way, as we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, but any kind of confidence will do this team good.
This one's better delivery. Just got to be careful that it doesn't end up. You can see there the umpire just having a quiet word with him. That's umpire Abdullah, our match officials. Abdul and Shahidra. The third match official is Hamad, who's watching the screen on the camera, doing third umpire duties. Jaman once more. It's well bowled, it's well hit, chases on, but the fielder does really well. That's a really good stop in the 30-yard circle. I don't think the sweeper would have got to that. That's nicely done. It would have worked there this time by Radul Islam. Gets his hand down to it, does well.
Yeah, he's the new man, Radul Islam. He didn't play in any of the games yesterday, so that's a nice introduction for him. Comes in, gets a bit of confidence, immediately makes an impact, and his first little appearance for this side.
Yeah. This time it gets through the field, and it's going to be Quattro Corneras. Go on, Diana, field it. Go on, get down. Diana Ora's doing a bit of fielding. That's the first. We'll save that somewhere. You won't see that again. Well, Diana out with that apple in one hand, cricket ball in the other. And pretty soon she'll be holding that burrito and taking some pictures around the ground. Good morning to Diana and everybody else from the ECN crew. And good morning to a lot of people on the chat as well. Mr. Maximo is lurking. Good morning, Mr. Maximo. And Rob Thompson, Kai Bai. And of course, look, just an update as we see another wide. So Tigers really are fighting against this. Yeah, as we said, that unfortunately match number 6, the first of the day, was forfeited by the Cyprus Super Kings for unforeseen reasons. So therefore, Everest, as a result of that, they did pick up 2 points already this morning. And they're looking now to double that tally if they can. And they certainly, what we saw yesterday, Nish, they certainly are a team that have got players, and they've also got the team dynamics to perform well if everybody plays their parts. I'm looking forward to seeing how this match goes for them. It's going to be another big day for them. I think they'll be boosted that they've got those points in the first match. They've got this match, and they're playing another match later as well. So another big day for them as we have a look at what the bat versus ball wall says. 105 to 97 in favour of the Tigers. What's your thoughts on that?
I think that's pretty fair. I think the Nicosia Tigers, after their display yesterday, are probably 8-run favourites. I think the only thing that really was the big downer for them was all the extras. Yeah. And Iftikhar Jaman in particular, both 7 wides in the match yesterday against Everest, and he's already started off with 2 in his first over, so he's pretty much bowling an extra over every time he's out there.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, 13 come off that one. So it's better than yesterday. I will say this though, today the conditions, it's a lot harder for a bowler because that wind is very, very strong. We've already mentioned that There's no bails on the stump as a result of that. They just kept blowing over. Okay, new bowler coming on to bowl, and it's going to be the captain, Jahid Hassan, who had a few issues himself. Well, it looks like we might have a few issues here. Look, while we're waiting, why don't we go on, carry on talking about Everest. I mean, I said they had 3 matches scheduled for today. The first one, they win by forfeit. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances concerning the Cyprus Super Kings. They're playing this one, and then match number 9 today. They're taking on Amdocs. What can you tell me about Amdocs?
Well, Amdocs has sort of been almost a very lovable underdog side over here. They always play with great spirit and passion. Fortunately, hasn't always translated to enough wins for them. I'm going to continue after this ball. It's very wide by Jahid Hassan. Basically, him and Iftikhar Jaman has 15 wides between each other in the match yesterday against the Nicosia Tigers. So really, it starts off with the captain. If your captain's that undisciplined, that's not a good sight.
Lovely looking shot, sounded beautiful, he gets it through the gap. Cuatro carreras. Well, I asked you yesterday what 6 is and you told me it's Exi. So what would you say, what's 4 then?
Desera.
Say again?
Desera.
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 Yeah. Desera. Oh, there's a Desera there for you then. Is there, I mean, is there cricket terminology that you would use using the Cyprus language, or does it really just not go with?
It's
with
really
sport?
hard to use terminology. Plus, one of the things is, as it is, because of the Anglicanization of sort of European languages, I'd say a lot of Greek people even use English terms for when they describe football.
Really?
Which is the most popular sport here.
Okay, so we'll forget Desera. We'll just call it 4, as this one's a bit of a swing and a miss from Hassan. But I'm liking the start here once again from Everest. One thing that they did really well yesterday, and I hope they continue to do it today, is to take the singles and run hard.
As just a bit of a side comment, I'll make it after this delivery here, which is just stroked away towards long off. The funniest thing, though, in Cyprus is that there is a word for out in Greek. It's called exo. But when watching football, Greek fans will instead say outside instead of outside.
Exo. So it's a bit like exit, so exo. We've got a few people saying good morning, good evening to us. Michael Pocock is saying good evening. Where are you from, Michael? And thank you for being in touch with us. And we got the like of Chiran, and who is saying Everest have Nepalese players. So they certainly do, and I had a good opportunity to chat to them and their supporters today and yesterday.
And this is a wicket right here. Arjun Shahi has been cleaned up by the skipper, Hassan. That was a brilliant delivery. It's a fuller one. Shahi, with just a quick look at the umpire, he was hoping he'd bail him out with a no ball. But unfortunately for Shahi, the man who took one of the best catches you'll ever see in European cricket, has to depart today, having made just 1 run. Plays all around the delivery. Would have liked to see him play that with a straight bat. That was a good ball. Should have given it the respect it deserved, but unfortunately he has to depart. And it's the skipper leading right from the front, getting that important wicket of Shahi, who top scored in Everest's final match yesterday against the Napa Royal Kings.
Yeah, well, this is what Hassan, the captain, can do. We saw this yesterday. When he gets the ball in the right area, Jahid Hassan, he's a wicket-taking bowler. And, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Arun Shahi, he certainly gave us a splendid highlight yesterday with a sensational catch. That one is making its way around in the social media at the moment. I'm sure it's got the potential to go viral. It was such a great catch, but not able to get hold of that one. He departs. And another batter that impressed yesterday comes out there, Sahi Akhtar. Let's see if he can get a good partnership going with his captain. 20 for 1, and ball to go in this, the second over. We'll get a chance to have a look at the way the standings are looking as well after this over. And you'll see from that the Nicosia Tigers are sitting on top. Well, that was the end of the over, in fact. So Nicosia Tigers, yeah, they've got 4 points as well as the Napa Royal Kings. But the Napa Royal Kings, courtesy of those big victories, remember, they won both their matches yesterday by an outstanding amount of runs, both by 75 runs.
Both by 75.
So they're sitting top, and they've got a very good net run rate. Matches coming up today. Well, we mentioned that there's a big day for Everest. Straight after this, we've got Everest taking a bit of a rest. They'll play Amdocs in match number 9, but Limassol Galanders come back into action. They play the Nicosia Tigers. The Tigers got back-to-back matches here now, and the final match after that one of Everest and Amdocs. Amdocs take on the Limassol Galanders as well. So plenty of good cricket to come your way. And thank you for joining us, and keep those questions coming. We'll do our best to answer them. Swing and a miss off the first one as Jamal comes back to finish his spell. But you can, I mean, Nish, it's not easy. Look at that wind there. So you can see that bowlers, they will have some issues getting the ball in the right areas.
No, they certainly will. And of course, for the this Tiger side already had enough issues with the extras. I mean, Jahid Hassan told me in his interview that he'd look to address that. As this one's a wide, it's going to be even harder to address it in these conditions. Of course, Michael gets back to us. He's joining us from New South Wales in Australia. Hope you're enjoying your evening there, Michael. And of course, we've got Minhas Khan joining us in the chat, of course. Those of us ECS Cyprus fans know him as a very star and electric batsman for the Cyprus Buffalons. Brilliant fielder too.
Yeah, and if you think we're exaggerating about the wind, as this one is well dealt with by the fielder, well, you can probably hear it whistling in not just our microphones, but the microphones around the ground. So apologies for if there is a fair bit of disturbance coming through, but unfortunately, we can't do anything about it. I mean, look at that. It is blowing a gale. And also, I think the way it's playing, because this sometimes is important for the match. More on that after this one from Jamon. That's a good delivery. But the way it's playing is it's swirling. At the moment, it's playing right into our faces, so you can see any shots that are being played by the right-hander on the offside, anything towards extra cover is going to go, and it's going to go like the wind. But also, if you're hitting over to the other side, the leg side, the ball is going to just stay up in the air. So batters got to think about that when they're batting out there. It's probably a good day to be a left-hander, and maybe not a good day to be a bowler, because the wind, as you see there, is going to take the ball, especially I think if you're a slower bowler.
Yeah, I think if Saran Ahmed was batting today, he might have had an extra 15-20 runs, considering he's a left-hander and loves targeting that leg side. But of course, for those of us on extras watch, the extras count is already up to 12 for the Nicosia Tigers. So these conditions are only going to make things worse for them.
Yeah, I know that Vinny Sandy was lurking earlier. This is another one. Well, Vinny, you'll know better than everyone. Vinny Sandy looks very windy. It is a windy one, but listen, I mean, yesterday, I think we had an astonishing day yesterday. I mean, the number of extras, 177 in the day in 5 matches. We also saw in 4 of the 5 matches, penalty runs in place because obviously it was taking so long to complete the innings. I think that's got to be an absolute first. Vinny will know all about that. And what about that over, Vinny? That over number 9 from the man who's bowling now yesterday. Was that the most expensive in terms of number of wides? How many wide did we say was in that over, wasn't it?
That over has 6 wides.
Was it only 6?
6. 5 to 6. He had about 7 for the match.
Okay. Well, it was a long over. I know that. We didn't even know all about that.
Of course, total wides, not wides, including the runs as well. So
yeah. Come on. 18 off his spell so far. Can he get these 2 deliveries in? He goes short to one. Asking the question. He's sure he's got something on it. And the umpire looking at square leg. I'm not sure what the square leg's able to tell him about that, but because it certainly wasn't any issue about the keeper taking it cleanly, but maybe he just wanted a bit of reassurance. He gets it. I mean, the bowler was short. Zishan behind the stumps was short. So another wicket goes down. And, well, that's a disappointment, really, because just batters are going early without making a start. They needed a good partnership. So you see there that it is Akhtar. I don't know if you see anything on this. Certainly nothing that we can see from it. Looks like the umpire is nodding and then just looking at the square leg umpire and said, well, I'm sure. Is there any reason that you can think of not to give it? And then the finger does go up. And that's disappointment, because that's going to be a duck for Akhtar.
Yeah, Akhtar was one of the few batsmen who actually managed to get some runs yesterday for Everest. So seeing him go out as well as Arjun Shah, he doesn't really spell much trouble for them. And
well, Derek, what are you doing, Derek? Not him. He just got in there. Don't give in to... Oh, well, I apologise to the new batter coming out. I mean, Jeevan last man is being shown the duck even before he gets started. No, it's for the batter that was out. Derek, you naughty duck. Anyway, Derek just being a little bit naughty there. He's not getting any sweeties from me today. And Jeevan plays a risky shot, and it does hold up a bit in the breeze. The fielder, well, he's finding the breeze to trying to get to the ball, but Jeevan gets off the mark straight away. I like the look of Jeevan yesterday. I just think he's the sort of batter that he needs somebody like maybe the captain out there with him and say, hey son, calm down. You and me are going to bat together 5 overs before you do anything silly. That could get them to a good score. End of the 3rd over, 25 for 2.
Yeah, Lumsel is a very technically adept batsman. He had one very harsh LBW go against him yesterday. And I think when I saw Derek go out there, I was like, surely he doesn't get cursed again. But thankfully he doesn't, as he manages to get that one away and gets off the mark. Of course, Everest currently at 25 for 2 at the end of 3 overs. So looks like the skipper's going to bowl himself here now that the power play has come to an end. So they're starting to move some fielders out. Looks like we'll have a long off, a long on. Also going to go with a man at sort of deep forward point by what I'm looking at, and of course a very, very fine third man. You often need one to prevent byes.
Jahid Hassan. And once again, when he gets it right up there, I think he's a dangerous bowler. I like also what Jaman did there. I think he is fighting the wind. And what he decides is, I'm going to hold the ball across the seam and I'm just going to push it and bang it in. And it worked for him. And I think also that's what helped him get the wicket. But disappointment for Sahil Akhtar. 2 men that I've mentioned, Akhtar and Shahi, that I thought could make good contributions in this match, haven't quite done so far. So that means that this partnership for me between the captain of Ranabat and Lumsal is going to be really key.
Yeah, this has to be the most important partnership. The Everest are quite a top-heavy side. They don't have enough batting depth, which was something that was exposed yesterday. So probably comes down to these two already. That one is quite wide by Jahid Hassan. He's had loads of issues bowling extras and continues so far today.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, I remember when I played a lot of matches, of course, in the UK, and sometimes you get these very strong blowy conditions, but it takes a little while to adjust. It certainly does, but I think that's where, as a bowler, you've got to be pretty good at using your crease well. I mean, for example here, that one will be called a wide as well. In these conditions, with this wind blowing from right to left as you're running in, you've got to get closer to the umpire. And I even at some point just used to say to the umpire, look, just go right up. Can you go right up for me? Because I want to come really close to the stumps. See, he's pretty wide there now, and he does. And on that time, he just makes that initial movement towards the stumps. But that's a good shot. That's nicely played, and well, you can see there quite a few of players have got their jackets on. Hey, is that our man that took the injury yesterday? I think it is. Doing a bit of fielding as well. Well, it's great to see him back. Of course, we did have, it was Basnet, wasn't it, who picked up that injury yesterday, and it looks like he's recovered from it pretty well. He seems to be in the squad.
He certainly does, and I'm glad to see him back. Of course, it shows that hopefully it wasn't a broken nose, even as many people feared, and maybe just a bleedy one. This one's just tucked away by Lumsel. He'll pick up a single. Smart cricket by him, gets a boundary and then follows it up with a single.
Oh, there's a man there with a lovely lock of hair. This looks like a new player, and that looks like it's Anik Hossain. Looks pretty dashing out there. I tell you what, this is a day where I think a lot of people, like myself, you have a bad hair day because the wind is really blowing strong. I don't think Andy O'Connor has an issue with a bad hair day. He looks pretty smart and pretty dashing with his matching blue shoes as well. Anyway, good morning to our global cricket family around the world, wherever you're looking on from. Great to have you with us. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, Ibowan, as the umpire spreads his wings once more. And Hassan just having a few issues trying to finish this over. Vinny Sandhu's back in the chat. What's he saying here? Yesterday over one, I think, was 13 balls, but the record is 16 by Adil Arif from Falco in 2022 in Barcelona. But it did end with a wicket. Well, this is a clever shot. Work to do for the fielder. He can't get there. Cuatro carreras. Well, not even the super duper Bikash Shestri can get to this. I mean, it would have been a wide, but he just uses once again the pace of the bowler to give that a little clip, 4 runs.
Yeah, he's aiming for a leg stump Yorker, and he gets it slightly wrong. That's the kind of risk and reward of that delivery. When you nail it, it's perfect, and when you get it wrong, you go away for a boundary.
And this will be another wide. So just these issues, and you know, these little tips. And once as I was saying again, get close to the stumps. He does get close to the stump, but just watch his follow through, because he's then releasing and going wide, or just before he releases, the ball goes with it. So let's just watch him again here. So he gets close, but this time he keeps the arm straight, but this is motoring along. Oh, that is superb fielding. That is brilliantly done. And that's Tomal Aminul. And he gives his hands a bit of a shake afterwards, but this is the way to do it. Remember, I told you already, anything played in that zone, the ball is motoring. He does really well, and then when he thinks the camera's not on him, he gives his hands a bit of a shake, because that's stinging, and it's still stinging. And in fact, He's putting his hands in between his legs to warm them up pretty quickly. End of the over, 42 for 2.
Yeah, of course, we take a look at this graph over here. A couple of wickets in the second and third over, but I think this was a healthy over here by Jahid Hassan. And it's just about means that this game, I think, is hanging in the balance. A 10.5 run rate at this stage means that it's very evenly poised. If anything, I'd slightly lean towards the Tigers just because of the nature of this Everest batting lineup. And I think we're going to see Roman Mazumdar come into bowl here for the Nicosia Tigers. He was really economical yesterday. His economy rate was 6 and 7 in both his first 2 games respectively, and they're just going to want more of that from him. Of course, you did mention that a lot of these sides have had concerns with their over rate, and the biggest thing on Mazumdar is he gets through his over quickly and economically.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer, isn't he? Very experienced, knowledgeable. Let's see how he starts. And you see that he starts right on the money, and it can be done. It's just all about experience, knowledge, understanding the conditions. He's not trying to bowl too fast, just getting the ball right up there. But the key is nice straight arm from Rahman. Here he comes again. This time he does go too wide, and there's the curse. Thank you very much, Rico. Well, it had to be done, didn't it? But not easy conditions. Hey, what's the worst conditions you've been and watched cricket in?
I mean, I think in most of the, because I've only covered ECS in Cyprus, we'll continue after this ball as it's popped up in the air. Catching opportunity for Jaman. Oh, he's dropped it. That's not what you expect from the big man. Usually he's a very safe pair of hands, but he's put it down on this occasion, and it's a forlorn look for Roman Mazumdar, but can't complain too much. These guys have played a lot of cricket together. Of course, we do get a lot of these windy conditions in Cyprus. Of course, we had the night series over here in 2021 when we had pretty blistery conditions. I think we experienced some stuff quite similar to that back then. This is stroked away to cover where we had all sorts of tents blowing all over the place.
Yeah, I know that they've had to peg extra pegs in the tent here today because I think the scorers were almost blown away. I think this is going to be a good workout for Alistair Priddle. He likes a good workout, Ali. I think Ali is going to be holding on to the marquees today. That's up in the air. Will it carry? It will, and this time there's no mistakes. So Mazumdar does pick up a wicket and run about. Well, he did get lucky when he was dropped by Jaman on 13, but he only added one more to it, and he does go. So Mazumdar gets his man. That's a big wicket, and Bimal, the captain, has to depart. And I think for me, he held the key to them getting to a good score. But this one is a little bit too straight. They've been playing that shot, skies it up in the air, and there's our man again. Vikash takes the catch, and another one bites the dust. So 45 for 3, and now I think a lot depends on how many runs and how quickly Jeevan Lamsov can get going. Yeah,
Vikash Shrestha, as you mentioned yesterday, had a brilliant day in the field. He was out in third man, easily saved more than double digits in runs in just the first match, and he's come out here today and already made an impact. Well-deserved wicket for Mazumdar, who had that drop off Iftikhar Jaman earlier, so he's making the impact once again here. And as I said, he's somebody you really need to have on your fantasy team because he's going to get you points with both the bat and the ball.
Now, this guy who's coming now, Joshua, he played very nice and straight yesterday. He didn't score big runs, but I did like the way he batted. So he looks like somebody who can bat well, but the question is he going to be able to spend enough time out there to make a real contribution? As the last ball from Mazumdar's over. What a good over from Mazumdar. We said that he is a top player, and only 3 runs come off the over. 45 for 3. That's a good time for us to welcome you all. Welcome, world, to our commentary booth. And, Rico Full here, along with Nish. But Nish, good morning to you. Hoping for another bumper day here today. Yesterday was a high-scoring day. 1,000 runs, 48 wickets, but of course it was a day of extras. It was a day where too many teams had too many issues with the extras. We saw long games as well. We saw penalty runs. I get the feeling that today, with this wind, it's going to be very much the same. Teams will struggle with these conditions, and but I do still feel that we're going to see plenty of runs scored out there.
No, hopefully, certainly will. And I think regarding the over rate, I think we'll see a much bigger improvement from these sides today. Remember, this is the first ECS in Cyprus with these new time limit rules since 2021. So these sides have had a bit of experience with that now, and I think we'll see a major improvement from them.
Yeah, also looking forward to seeing Amdocs, and you mentioned a little bit about them today. This is a lovely shot. We need to see a little bit more of this. I said that Jeevan Lamsal, it's for me now, a lot depends on how well he goes. Look there, like he's just waiting on this. It's short, he put it away, it's dispatched, and a great shot from him. That's what we want to see, a bit more of that. And nicely done. Just checking there, because whether that actually went all the way or not. There's the next one, is short, right at him, he plays it away. So now it was just a one bounce as the Yasser Mahmood's first ball gets hit to the boundary. So looking to bring up the 50 here now. I think with the team's batting, that's probably the first landmark they're looking for. Get the 50 up and then carry on going from there. And remember, when I used to play, it was a case of, right, okay, get to 50, then the next mark 75, then 100. That's exactly what they were looking at. This is another shot again, work to be done with field. He can't get there. Cuatro carreras más. So I'm liking this response from Jeevan Lamsal. I think he's decided now he's got to play shots and he's got to try and get his team to, I reckon here today, you got to be looking for a score 100 plus, because I think they know that when they're out there themselves, they're going to have a few issues with these conditions too. So they probably want to give themselves at least 10 to 15 extra runs to cover themselves with these conditions. So I think 100 to 110 is what they're looking at. But so they really got to go some to get there. At the moment, at the rate they're on course to get to about 113. Oh, and well, he's done by an absolute ripper from Mahmood. Well, that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball as he knocks down the stumps. Those stumps have been detonated. What a blast, what a delivery. Duck their style from the bowler Yasser.
Yeah, it's just a movement that's bamboozled him here. We take a look at this one. It's just pitching outside the off stump, and look at how much it moves back in. That is really difficult to play. Even a batsman with a technical ability of Jeevan Lamsal was always going to get done by that. And it's every single time we've seen a Everest batsman just get a start, the Nicosia Tigers have pegged them right back. So it's been wickets at regular interval. That's really been the story of this first innings. No one's quite been able to get it going for Everest, despite the fact that they've had a much more positive outlook today. They've tried to play their shots, but this Tigers side, they've got so much quality, they can take wickets.
Yeah, 16 of the 9 deliveries, but well, he's been cleaned up emphatically by the bowler. Beautiful delivery from Mahmood. But yeah, you're right, they look like they're getting some sort of recovery, little partnership going. They get to the 50, and I said that would have been important for them to get to. So in terms of the rate that they're at, look, they still were going at possibly bringing up the 110, but with Jeevan Lamsal now going, it's going to be difficult as the man that, well, very impressively coming out now, Basnet, who's had that nasty injury yesterday, comes out to bat. Defensively played, got some pace, hasn't he, Mahmood? And I think he's the sort of, if you like playing the short ball, if you're a good puller and hooker, you can get after him because he's got that angle which is just naturally coming into the hip zone. If you're able to rock back and swivel and play that shot, I think you do well against him. If you're not, he's going to tuck you up. Yeah, well, he's running into trouble. And he does get back. Good work from Mahmood. Gets there, gets a throw in. So he did go for a couple of boundaries, but he gets the man who was responsible for hitting him for 2 4s, and that was Jeevan. And now he ends up with a nice starty spell. After taking that wicket, he's over, goes for 8. 1 for 8 from him. The score at the end of 6 overs, 53 for 4.
And you did mention how a lot of sides would target the offside so far. Based on runs that have come directly off the Everest batsman's bat, 23 of them have come on the offside, so they are clearly targeting that side because of the wind.
Yeah. Okay. They're keeping the field pretty tight on that offside as well, so there is a sweeper that goes back, but other than that, nice and tight. Third man is now comes up into he's just on the ring, so third man in the ring, he's got a backward point, a point in place, a man in cover. And they're not surprisingly long on and long off, back on the boundary as well as square leg. Just checks his shot here, does Jaishwal. That's Aminul. It's the first time we've seen him in action in this series. Gets the ball.
Yeah, of course, he did play in previous ECSs for Nicosia Tigers. Very tight and accurate bowler, so it's good to see him back here on day 2 for the Nicosia Tigers. Let's see if he can have a similar impact.
Batter whips this away, probably gets a bit lucky. The fielder is, well, the wind is blowing him over, and he says, you can blow me over, but I'm not letting go of the ball. Well fielded, so they'll take the single. Bassinet yet to get off the mark. And, the wind, well, you can just see from the jerseys of the players, it is very, very strong. Once more. Well, he makes good contact. I don't think he's going to trouble the two fielders. They look to go for two, but won't get a single. And of course, I mean, when we left base at the Harmony Bay Hotel, our hotel partner, it wasn't so bad. So I'm guessing a lot of this is coming from the coast.
A lot of this is, of course, we're not far from Limassol Harbour itself, and keep in mind we're in a rural area. Limassol is pretty built up, so of course it's going to be a lot less windier there.
Strikes as well, and the fielder, very well done there by again, Jaman, because you're going to attack the ball. I think if you wait for it, if he allows that to bounce one more time, he's going to be in all sorts of trouble. But it lets it come, he sort of attacks it and takes it while it's in the air. So well done, good bit of fielding. See where he is there. Just keep a mental note of where Basnet ends up here. He's too much down the leg side. The ball is outside the off. He takes himself away to the leg side and trying to hit it. And even if he makes contact with this, it's just going right. It's just going up in the air. He's got to make a movement towards the ball. Let's see if he does anything different here. Well, he doesn't, though this time the ball was probably more at him than not. It gets through Zishan again. So it'll be just biased to go on the board.
Yeah, of course, and the point you often made was how his head's going towards the ball. Kevin Peterson often says you have to kiss the ball as you get towards, as we take a look at some of our upcoming events. Of course, we are here in Cyprus through till this Sunday, 23rd of April. Then after that, we head over to Italy and we'll be live in Milan. And then, of course, that international cricket's coming up in Gibraltar on the 4th of May through to the 7th of May. That should be a very fun weekend for getting some international cricket over in Milan as well. And then, of course, cricket will move further up north in Europe, as will be in Central Europe in Austria.
Yeah, time for a bit of spin. And, well, one batter wants it. He's going to find himself in trouble, and he'll be gone. And, well, maybe the wind causing other issues, such as can't hear your partner shouting at you because you wanted it. And Basnet, though, he's ball watching, doesn't respond to the calling, and that's going to be the end of him. And that's just nice and easily done. Roman Mazumda coming back into the attack, and well, though the wicket itself won't go his name, it will be the man who's been involved in the run out, because look, he's just not looking, and when he does look, it's he can't get there. And of course, it's our man again there at the back. It's Bikash, who is alert, throws it at the right end, and Mazumda does the rest. So unfortunate way to lose a wicket, but it's going to be the end of another batter as Mazumda. What happens here? And Mazumda about to bowl. I think it's the umpires that might say to him, hang on a minute. Yeah, it might have been the umpire said, hang on, wait.
Of course, the umpire, Suchita Thoranga, the man who captained the Sri Lankan Lions back in the ECS we saw in 2021. He's now, of course, got the umpire's hat on.
Still a slight delay. Not sure what the issue could be here. It was something that was definitely the bowler about to bowl, and it's like the umpire, the little switch that he presses, and he turns into a statue. And there might be a little technical delay here. It gives us an opportunity just to say hello to a few more people that have joined us on the chat. Hello, of course, to Keanu, who's there as well. And normally I always like to mention some days, some international days. And today, well, if you like your cheese, you're going to love today. Today is National Cheese Fondue Day. And I know this is particularly a popular one for people in the States. Yesterday was all about your pet dogs and give your dog a hug a day. We actually had some people on the chat, on the comms, I should say, that were here with their dogs. But today is all about your pets. So if you're a pet owner, it's a day to celebrate the companionship with pets as we go back to the action. This gets played away. And also a very important day, World Parkinson Day. So to raise awareness about this medical condition. And Parkinson's still remains somewhat an unknown condition. So I know a lot of people dealing with that. So a day It's all about focus on that. This is a nice shot. We'll focus on this. It's beautifully played, and well, Andy O, the man who's got the lovely here, goes down and puts the long barrier down. Well, this is proper old school type of fielding. First, a lovely shot, 4 runs in between the two fielders. That's the way to do it. Oh, Andy O, looking the part with his shades on as well. It's easy as that, he says. Well, gets his time on camera. There's Andy. What a great shot that is from Hussein. And this time he just plays to that. Of course, I'm just saying I'll talk more about his bowling than his batting, but I'll tell you what, if he plays a few more shots like that, Nish, it'll help his team no end.
No, I certainly will, Mohamed Hussein. We saw how useful he was with a ball in hand, a wonderful left-arm bowler. And this is a chance to get something going. I mean, that projected score has been falling throughout this innings. That's very well left by Mohamed Hussein, but I'm not sure that's a right kind of stroke in this innings. We've seen a few nice leaves from Everest.
Yeah, well, that one is well judged, I suppose, from Hussein. And well, this one is a big swing and a miss, and no bails there. I wonder if that's what throws Zishan. But of course, if he just hits the stumps, let's see here, the bat does get back, but Zishan has the opportunity, but wasn't quite able to control the ball. That's an over comes to an end. You can see the graphic there that Everest, they're just going the wrong way. They might have started at the top of Everest, but they've come down pretty quickly, haven't they? As the score is 62 for 5 at the end of 8.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of a plateau here at the end of the innings. It's just a bit of it's been a steady decline. It's been very, it's really been quite depressing watching the way Everest have kind of deflated as the innings has progressed. And really, it's their lack of batting depth has been exposed once again.
Short delivery, and gets well taken this from Zishan. I had visions of that going through his legs, but he gets down well, gets it in his gloves. Yes, here. That's another swing and a miss. Can't be affording to be doing this at this point, Nish.
No, you certainly can't. And of course, keep in mind, Yasir Mahmood was fantastic yesterday against Everest as well. 2 wickets and 13 runs. That's all he gave up in the 2 overs he bowled. So he's repeating that performance here. And if anything, I think this performance today by the Tigers has been even more clinical. They seem to have corrected their extras issues in much tougher conditions.
Yeah, they have. Good credit to them. And look, they wouldn't like those statistics. They wouldn't have liked us talking about those extras that they bowled in those 2 matches. So they had work to do. I mean, they won 2 matches. So it's again, it's what good teams do. Of course, you focus on the positives, but you also work on areas that you can improve on. And I tell you what, this guy for me, Yasir Mahmood, is showing all the other bowlers how it should be done. He's the conditions are the same for him, yet his bowling has been fantastic. He's running well, he's got the ball in the right areas, and he's aiming at the stumps, and then he's using the wind to help get that ball moving away. So good stuff from Yasir so far. And this is high up in the air, opportunity to take a wicket, and he deserves that as a very, very good catch. And Muna taking the catch, Muna Rahman, and helping Yasir Mahmood to pick up a wicket as well. So well done, well bowled Yasir. But once again, it's another batter that has to go without really troubling the scorers too much. Ram Jashwal will go for 3 of the 11 balls that he faced.
Yeah, Ram Jashwal just never got close to any ball, and in the end, departs having made just 3 of 11. That is a paltry strike rate of well under 30. Of course, Muna Rahman, some of our ECS viewers will remember him for playing for the Nicosia Fighters. That was another Bangladeshi expat team based in Nicosia, so he's now made the hop over to the Tigers.
Yeah, we're talking about the conditions here and how the bowlers have to adjust to them. Don't forget the fielders. That's a difficult catch to take, because we're practically more or less in the same sort of wind that's blowing into the face as what would have been Muna there, and you're running into it, the wind's blowing you back, it's also holding the ball up as well. So that's a really good catch to be taken in these testing conditions. But this is that appeal there. You can just look at the background there, how everything is playing out. It's very testing conditions, but a very good over, in fact very good 2 overs from Yasir Mahmood. Picked up 2 wickets and only concedes 8 runs. That's sensational.
That is sensational. Extras is down to 19 for the Nicosia Tigers. Still a bit concerning in my opinion, but after what they showed yesterday, that's an improvement, and they only seem to be getting better with that. And of course, the Nicosia Tigers had huge issues with their over rate yesterday, but this time around, they make it to the 9th over on time and won't have to worry about penalty runs, as the skipper's gone with Tomal Aminul to bowl this final over. I think this is a wise decision, having given up just 3 runs in his first over. Of course, yesterday Everest did manage to get to a pretty decent total, as this is just a swing and a miss by Mohammed Hussain. He swivels on the spot a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, that last over from Yasir Mahmood was, I mean, it was superb. And I just noticed that there was no runs off it at all. So it was a wicket maiden as well. And maybe we've got a graphic that we can show you on maidens as well. And we'll probably get that updated for you. This one's up in the air. It's going to fall right in the gap. Well, that's the Bermuda Triangle. They're taking 2. Oh dear, what happens here? I think Zishan says, I'm not going to run you out. I'll just knock you over instead. I don't know how much, whether there's any contact here from Zishan or not, but the batter went absolutely flying. Let's have a look. What happens here? No, I think he just tripped his own bat. He's probably trying to avoid Zishan. And Zishan is saying, hey, look at the size of me. If you hit me, I won't feel a thing. Next time, look after yourself. Oh, he cracks this hard, and, well, look at this. That's quite amazing. I'm looking to see this sailing. It should be around. Oh, look at the bounce. It's all happening out there. The ball is still alive. Under, Iba. They'll get 3. Oh, well, that's sensational. First of all, that ball was hit so hard, it was destined to go to the boundary. The wind kept it to just about the 30-yard circle. Then the throw came in. It should have been run out, and it bounces over Zishan, and then they get the 3rd. All of that fast speed motion.
I mean, the fielder's just bowled a bouncer to the wicketkeeper. That one's flown over his head. He managed to dig that one into the surface, and it takes an awful bounce. That was a really entertaining period of play there. All kinds of things happening in the end. How many runs did Everest manage to get out of that?
I think that was 3.
Came out with 3.
3 runs it was. 1 for the shot, then the overthrows that went over Zishan, the bounce, and then the Zishan not able to do with it. They took another 3 runs. Okay, well, it's a big flurry from Everest, and well, he needs things sorting out. There's the batter, and it's Khatri, who's looking to get off the mark if he can. Will he be swinging hard? I can tell you that. Well, he swings hard, and then there's going to be a run out, and well, Khatri misses it. The Hussain wants to get back on strike. He's got 9 of 7, but that's all it will be. He'll finish on 9 of 7 balls that he's faced run out. I can understand him trying to get to the other end with just 3 balls left in the innings, but good work from Zishan. Zishan solid as a rock. So just rolls it in, and you can see the disappointment from both the batters. And Khatri will have to stay in the non-striker's end. So as the new batter comes in, and it is now 67 for 7. So they really haven't got going here. And once again, I know I'm saying this a bit early, but I think the Nicosia Tigers are going to use this opportunity to try and really bump up the net run rate as well, because it doesn't look like there's enough runs on the board here.
There's our man, Pimsain Busnet, of course. Nice to see him out of the dugout and cheering on his teammates. As a fuller delivery is going to be knocked away, and they're just going to grab a single. Of course, maybe if Tomal Aminul grabs that a bit more cleanly, there might be a chance of a run up, but regardless, this has been a very economical over, and it's good to see Pimsain. He doesn't seem to have any face protection either, so no broken nose, hopefully.
Yeah, it's always a good sign to see a player that was involved in quite a nasty incident involving himself and a colleague in the field when they literally clashed into each other. To see that he's recovered and both of them are well. Okay, Khatri. He slices at it. They will run. They run hard. They'll get a single. So that will be how it finishes. They don't quite get into the 70s. They'll finish on the score of 69 for 7. They've worked hard. But I think this is the story for me of Everest just losing wickets at the wrong time. A number of occasions batters look like they're set to go on to make a good contribution and a good score, a good partnership. But they kept losing their wickets at the wrong time, and they end up on quite a low score. They're a team that we saw yesterday sort of averaging around 90, so they'll be disappointed with that performance with the bat.
Yeah, I'll be a bit disappointed. This is similar to the one against the Napa Royal Kings. They kind of go out without a whimper with the bat over here. Just getting a few runs from some of their known batsmen like Lumsel, Ranabhat, but it's just a lack of batting depth that keeps getting them. As we take a look at these highlights, that was not the best bit of wicket keeping by Mahmood. Needed a little bit of time just to stretch himself, and of course they started off with some similar issues for Nicosia Tigers with the wides, but of course as the game progressed they got much better with that. We see a couple of good strokes there, Shahi, and then eventually he departed, being clean bowled by the skipper himself, Jahid Hassan. As you said, if he gets it straight, he gets a wicket.
Yeah, when he gets it right, he does well. This guy, though, Jaman, he had all sorts of issues, but you can see he was really trying, but he was glad to pick up that wicket. Here's a little snick there from Sahil Akhtar, and that was a big wicket because Akhtar could be one guy that hurt you. This was, well, one of few boundaries that we saw. We didn't see many at all. We didn't see a single maximo in the innings. And in terms of the boundaries in fours, I think we only saw 7. So they really did tighten the screw on them. This one goes up in the air, and a straightforward catch taken there by Big Cash. Big Cash once again was good. He's made that his area, stops them, catches them, and gets the throws in to get the run out. So what a delightful delivery that was from Yasir Mahmood. By far the pick of the bowlers. He bowled really well. And this man also, Rahman Mazumdar, just got the ball in the right areas as well. And this was a straightforward, easy run out. And that was also further disappointment. We saw some nice shots being played out here on the offside. So some of the batters were using the wind to help them. And there was Andy O showing how the fielding should be done on the ground like this, getting the long barrier down. But you have to say the Nicosia Tigers, they look like a team that have got the experience in playing in European cricket series in this format. And and also, even though they got victories yesterday, I think they're looking to improve on what they did yesterday. And based on that, they have done. I think they bowled well, they've caught well in these conditions to take some really good catches. And I get the feeling that when they get the opportunity there in the bat, that the likes of Zishan and also Mazumdar are going to be looking to try and knock these runs up pretty quickly.
No, they certainly will. As we take a look at this Everest scorecard, not much to talk about there other than Jeevan Lumsel's little cameo making 16 of 9. He needed a bit of support. He should have maybe carried on his innings, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. It was just the Tigers kept getting wickets at regular intervals, and Everest couldn't get going. And once again, their lack of batting depth was exposed. Still a small concern for the Nicosia Tigers with their extras, 19 extras, but it's a lot better than yesterday. As we take a look at their bowling card, near perfect performance. Not too many people had got much wrong. Jahid Hassan was a little bit expensive, but the skipper did get that all-important wicket of Arjun Shahi, which was crucial.
Yeah, the captain's going to be more than happy when he looks at that from his bowlers. I think even the likes of Jaman bowl much better. 19 off his 2 overs, picks up a wicket. In fact, those two there, Rahman Mazumdar and Yasir Mahmood, I mean, they're match winners for you, aren't they? I mean, 2 for 8 from Mahmood and 1 for 8 from Mazumdar, and that really just... then backed up, of course, don't forget you mentioned Tamala and Amimul that he's played before, and he showed again. I mean, he comes into the side, bowls 2 very good economic overs, concedes only 10 runs. So they're looking the part, aren't they, Nicosia Tigers? They're looking to make it 3-0. And, well, they're certainly, at the moment in Group A, looking like championship contenders. So we got the reply coming up in less than 10 minutes time. So join me, Rico Fall and Nishbat, when we return to see just how the Nicosia Tigers go about this chase. And 70 required, and our feeling is that they'll be looking to get there pretty quickly.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to ECS for the second innings. After Everest just posted a fairly paltry score of just 69. And the Nicosia Tigers are out here to bat, of course. The Nicosia Tigers went 2-0 yesterday. They were at home watching the Napa Royal Kings post a couple of 75-run wins, so I want to end this game quickly and get that net run rate up. Of course, could be a battle for the supremacy in this group between the Nicosia Tigers and Napa Royal Kings, but that man on your screen right now, Mohamed Hussain, he was sensational yesterday. It was so exciting to watch. Left-arm seamer, and I'm looking forward to this battle. These two batsmen, are they going to fare against each other? And Mohamed Hussain, of course, must be a lot of players out there looking for their own personal tally, their personal score, get their ECS run tally going. This is a big opportunity here. Yeah, as we see Roman Mazumdar, he looks so good yesterday. And I love seeing a good competition being bat and ball. So as you stated, it's Rico is one of your favorite bowlers, Mohamed Hussain, going up against Roman Mazumdar.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I hope he's able to get it in the right area. I'm just wondering if the wind might help the left armour. Yeah, he goes for a lovely shot, just gets it over the fielder. A nice one to play in the power play. Well, we know that he doesn't hang around, does he? And he plays this one beautifully. His opening partner this time around is Yasin Mahmood, who's going to get the opportunity to partner Mazumdar. But Mazumdar, well, he zoomed into action straight away. 4 runs, good shot, nice shot, and nicely played in the power play. And you see the shot there of the stumps. Yes, we are playing without these stumps, the bails, I should say. It'd be fun if we played without the stumps. But purely because of the wind at the moment, it's absolutely gushing. High up in the air, this is a chance, and it's taken. That's a big moment, and they do get Mazumdar early. Well done to the wicketkeeper, and that's Ram Jashwal. This one wasn't going to be easy. This is not an easy catch. The ball goes up, the wind is in play as well, but he gets there, and they send back Roman Mazumdar early. He gets 1-4. He wants to be attacking. A really good catch taken there, Nish.
I mean, this wicket is basically a chess match. I mean, as soon as Roman Mazumdar hit that, the skipper moved third man back in. He put long off back out. Now suddenly Roman Mazumdar's thinking, I've got to hit this ball square of the wicket on the leg side. He does the same thing he was doing yesterday. He takes 3 steps forward, tries to whack it square. But guess what? Mohamed Hussain did something that a lot of bowlers didn't do yesterday. He dug it in short as soon as Mazumdar did that, and he has to depart. Nice little bit of cricket here. Some tactical action early.
Yeah, that's good. You're absolutely right. And well, one thing and I've mentioned is that Mohamed Hussain has got some pace. If you're coming down the wicket to him, well, all you're doing is making it come faster to you. So Hassan gets out there, gets a really good delivery right on the money. He plays this pretty well, actually, I have to say, and in fact, so well that it goes all the way to the boundary, and that's 4 runs. That's just perfect timing. But this was a good ball, but the captain manages to steer it away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Just uses his wrist. Very wristy player. Uses the pace of the ball. That's the thing with Mohamed Hussain. He's got a lot of pace, but that's not always a good thing in T10 cricket. I mean, the ball disappears just as fast as it goes to the batsman.
Yeah, thing though, I don't think was expecting that to go to the boundary. I'm liking this also from the captain. He's just made a few changes to the lineup. Zisha not out there early, and I think he's saying, well, look, take the opportunity to give others a chance, and he's making the most of it. Back-to-back boundaries from him. And this one, he plays it out into that area of the long off, and he gets it right. The fielder trying to get there. Hat's being blown off and everything, but he can't. It's 4 more. Good attacking approach from the captain.
Yeah, it's a good attacking approach by him, and as you mentioned, he's mixing up the lineup here, giving a few new batsmen a chance to bat. Of course, this is a long tournament. You're going to need many different players to win you games, so I like this approach.
Sahan. This is well struck, but straight to the fielder. That's there at mid-on, makes the stop. Yeah, that's it. My only thing with Mohamed Hussain is where he could, I think he's probably the complete opposite to a lot of other pace left armers that I know. He's like whereas normally the bowlers that are bowling the left-arm fast, I would say that it'd be nice to see them pitch up occasionally. He pitches up probably too much. He needs to use that shorter delivery more. And he uses the short one. Will it get him a wicket? Yes, it does, and there you go, right on cue. Well, the commentators, we can quite often make curses. Well, there's Ronaldo in the house as AJ takes the catch, and Arjun Shai, we know he's a great catcher of the ball. He was a man that took an absolute fantastic one yesterday. Takes a good one here, but that's what I'm talking about. Well, this is the commentator's kiss. I said he bowls sometimes a little bit too full. I like to see him go a bit shorter. He goes short, and the second time he goes short, he picks up a wicket, and I'm liking that from Arjun Shahi. He makes sure that the camera gets all of that celebration. Well done, Horace is out there as well with a burrito. And maybe we're going to get that one on our social media as well. 2 wickets down. Well, 12 runs, 2 wickets the first over. I think if you're Everest, you take that.
Yeah, you'll definitely take that. Again, this Arjun shot, he's so exciting. Lovely Sue there. But as you mentioned, the 2 occasions he's dug his length back, he's bowled a bit shorter. Mohammad Hussain has got wickets, so I hope this is a little bit of a learning curve for him, and he realizes that he needs to adjust his length because he's a very exciting bowler, and I think he has so much potential. I'm sure he's going to be a big factor in coming games and even future East Cyprus ECSs.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. He is young, he's learning, and I think when he looks back at this over here, he'll see that. I mean, all right, I'm not saying you should bang it in all the time, but just variations. You need those variations, otherwise it's a little bit too easy to pick him. Anyway, it's the man who takes the catch is now going to come into the action. It's AJ, right arm. He's trying to keep the same sort of areas or the same angle of attack, trying to really mimic what Mohammad Hussain did, who's more the natural left arm over the wicket bowler, but he gets that one just a little bit too wide, so wide off his first delivery. He's got a bit of the Elvish look about his hair, hasn't he? Anyway, AJ, great catch of the ball. Another good highlight for him taking that catch. It looked like it stayed up there forever, didn't it? That one gets played up, and we already said anything hit high up in the air like that, the ball is just going to stay. And well, he got in line, he took a really good catch, and now, well, when there's a low score, what do you need? You need wickets in the power play. They can pick up 3 or 4 wickets in the power play without conceding too many runs. This game is on. Shahi. And that's nicely played, but great fielding, no run.
Yeah, that's some excellent work there, and of course it all starts from Everest. We know how good they are in the field. They got a great bit of togetherness. I love the spirit they've played with throughout these first couple of days. They're always encouraging one another in the field, and we see some of that there. They're not letting their spirits go down despite the 3 losses yesterday and the poor start with the bat today.
Yeah, I mean, Zishan Mahmood is out there now, so this is an important one really. This one is played away in the gap. That's quite a lovely shot to get off the mark for Yasir Mahmood. Just gets a little bit too much width, and because he's short enough as well, he's got time just to angle this way through the gap, uses the pace off the bowler against him. 4 runs.
Yeah, I think he just tried a little bit too hard there, Shah. He bowled a good first couple of deliveries, and he really wanted to fizz this one in, but that meant he kind of lost his shape and bowled a little wider than he would like to. This one's a much fuller delivery, and it's going to go straight to the man at long off, fielded by, of course, Mohammad Hussain, who we've mentioned a few times today.
Yeah, nicely done. Nice, easy pickup to get the ball back. So, Arjun Sahi would love to pick up this wicket. This is a man who's been in tremendous form yesterday. Zishan Mahmood scored runs in the 20s and also scored a fine 46. In this fixture yesterday. It's well bowled, just wants the single, doesn't get it. Yeah, these 2 teams, when they played in the match number 3 yesterday, the Everest, they were better with the bat. They got to 96, losing 9 wickets. No real contributor with the bat. Runabout was the main one, 21 of 18. But Nicosia Tigers got there with 7 balls to go, and it was this man, Zishan Mahmood, 46 of 33. That sort of helped them get to that target. So he's the thorn in their side that they want to get rid of.
Yeah, Zishan's just been a brilliant anchor in both of the Nicosia Tigers wins. He bats through to the end, and I think if he's there at the end of this match, it's probably going to be over for Everest. As we take a look at this standings again, of course, the Nicosia Tigers picking up a couple of wins yesterday against the Quaylanders. And of course, this Everest side, the Napa Royal Kings sitting pretty at the top thanks to a couple of 75-run wins. And Everest did pick up a win. It might have been not in the manner they would have liked, but at least they're on the board with some points.
Yeah, they're up. And look at that net run rate for the Napa Royal Kings. It looks quite sensational. And, well, they were sensational with the bat yesterday, I have to say. Okay, here we go. One man who's been pretty sensational with the ball, Mohammed Hussain. Let's see if he can get through the defenses or the attacking approach maybe of Yasser Mahmood. And, well, there's that Yorker length delivery again. Gets a bit of bat down onto it, saves him.
Yeah, I like this. This is aggressive captaincy by Bimal Rana, but he's not holding him back for the end. He knows he has to win this game right at the beginning, so best to have all your big guns right up front.
Back to his mark. Let's see if he goes full here or will he just try the shorter delivery. Well, he goes slightly shorter, but that's nicely played. But they have a sweeper out there now, so again, good captaincy. Because I think Bimal knows that, particularly Yasser is very good with the cut shot, so he gets some protection out there for the bowler. They will take the single. So now an opportunity to have a go at Zishan before he gets into the groove. He's one man that you want to try and get early if you can.
Yeah, this is an absolutely crucial battle. I mean, he's got to keep him there for as many balls as possible in this over. If Mohammed Hussain can get this man, then all of a sudden, Everest might actually have a chance to climb Mount Everest.
Oh, absolute beauty. Well, that's an absolute jaffer of a delivery. And a player of the class of Zishan Mahmood has got no answer to it at all. That is just too good.
That is too good. Just look at that ball. Just shapes away from him. Fantastic stuff there by Mohammed Hussain. And Mahmoud knows might even be a good idea for him just try to play this one defensively and get through this Mohammed Hussain spell.
I think he might do the complete opposite. I think he might think, okay, maybe attack is my best form. Well, he plays this nicely, but once again, the fielder is there. This field is nice and tight.
Yeah, this is just good stuff here by Hussain. He's adjusted his length based on some of the advice you gave earlier. He's pulled it back. He's varying his length. He's keeping the batsman guessing. Let's see how these next two balls go. This could be two of maybe the most important balls in this innings.
Yeah, like that. And look at the field there. Gives you an idea of the field that's been set. Very aggressive on the offside, and the bowler is bowling well to it. Look, there they are. One of the men you just saw there in that shot. And thank you to our partners, Martins Spring Productions, for giving us that look. Martins is here along with Ballantyne and also with Richards doing an outstanding job. So yeah, a lot of bodies out on the offside, keeping the pressure on. They've got a sweeper out there as well. That means that there's only just the three men on the leg side, so the bowler can't afford to bowl in that area. And it's beautifully bowled again, and they do take the single this time, and that's unfortunate. The bowler, you can see, a little bit disappointed that with the field he has, then they do allow Zishan to get the single here. Zishan's keen to take it because it was ball number 5, and he probably thinks, okay, well, I've seen the dangerous Hussain out of the attack now. He's bowled beautifully, 2 for 14, really well bowled, and he's hoping that the bowling will get a little bit easier. End of the third over, and it's 20 for 2, so they're not quite able to pick up that third wicket that I was saying that if they could get, would make a big difference. It would probably put them just in front here. I think while Zishan is out there and they continues in this partnership with Mahmood, you've got to say that the Tigers probably favourites, but they can break that partnership pretty quickly and get the wicket of Zishan. I think Everest will feel they got a chance.
And straight up, they're also going to bowl out Arjun Shahi early, so all their best bowlers are bowling right from the get-go. That was a little bit of a juggle there by Bimal Rana at the end of that final over, and if he takes it cleanly, is there half a chance for a run out?
Well, they're asking for it, and he gets the wicket. Yeah, he does. Well, Elvis is in the house, and he gets the edge of Zishan, who gets a little tickle behind. No mistakes from Joshua. They wanted it straight away. Zishan didn't want to go. The umpire then finally puts the finger up, and Zishan has to depart. That is the wicket they wanted. All right, they didn't get it in the power play, but it's only the first ball of the first of that fourth over, and I think that wicket there probably does just put Everest in front in this match.
Oh, it certainly does. We saw Zishan Mahmoudi try to be very cautious at the end of that over against Mohamed Hussein, and I think some of Mohamed Hussein's good work has rubbed off in this over as he manages to draw that edge. That is some good stuff, and Shahi doing a little bit of a dance over there after getting that celebration. And some good stuff. We've seen him do a Sue, and now a little bit of a jiggle over there.
Yeah, I like it. I'm liking what the bowler's done. I'm liking what the captain's doing as well. He's keeping the pressure on. So new batter that comes out, and it is if it's cut. Jaman, who also, look, when it comes to it, when he needed to perform yesterday, this guy did with bat and with ball. So let's see how his approach is. Well, he goes attacking, hits it pretty well. Well fielded. What a match we got on here. First up today, and it's going to be an exciting, interesting one. Yeah, I mentioned Jaman, and he had to be at his best in that match against Everest as well. He scored 33 and 14, so we know he's very capable. Okay, Everest fighting hard, looking to defend. 69 that they put on the ball. A little bit too much width here. Work to be done by the fielder. He can't get there, and he just lets himself down again here. And it's not the first time that Arjun Shahi has just gone a little bit too short and wide, and the batters are looking to pounce on anything that they get a bit of width on.
Yeah, it's very similar to the boundary he gave up in his first over. Jiman Lumsel was always going to struggle to get to that one. I think he is someone who gets a little bit excited after getting a wicket. He just wants to really pound it in and bowl quick, and then he just loses a bit of shape that way. But let's just see if he sticks to what worked for him in most of his deliveries, which is tight stump-to-stump bowling.
Goes aerial, and it's well stopped by the captain. Really good work from Rana Bhatt.
Yeah, he's just setting the tone for his side. He's sort of depicting exactly what he expects from everyone else. Take a look at this one. That one took an awful bounce. And
That hit him on the side of the face, you know. That hits him on the side of the face. Can the ball में stop the but थप्पड़ भी लग गया. Oh, good delivery. See the difference it makes. When he gets the ball in the right areas, when he doesn't give you the width, the ball really is, I mean, that's an absolute corker of a delivery. That was quick, it was fast, it was on the money, it was literally unplayable.
Oh, that's just great stuff. And this opening spell we've seen here between this pair of bowlers, Hussein and Shah, has been spectacular.
And he's there again, and it's a good way to finish his spell. 1 for 12, 26 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, that's top stuff by Hussein and Shahi, but here's where the little dilemma begins for the captain. He's bowled out 2 of his best bowlers up front, and who's he going to get to continue bowling here? If I was him, I think he should go out there and bowl himself. I think Bimal Rana Bhatt yesterday against the Nicosia Tigers had figures of 1 for 13 in his 2 overs. I would have liked to see him bowl the 5th over, but it doesn't seem he will, and I think he's going to go for a different bowler here. Looks like it is Bhuwan Khatri, who we saw bowl yesterday. I thought he was a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, Bhuwan Khatri, they used him as an opener at times yesterday with the ball, but yeah, I'm with you. I mean, in this fixture, as you said, the captain was in good form, and yeah, okay, let's see how Khatri performs here, but yeah, maybe they missed the trick here. I mean, if this ends up being an expensive over, he could be regretting it. First one is stroked out to the fielder, who makes no mistakes, does he? Does Ajay, gets right down there, and well, maybe he's been watching Andy O. Gets the long barrier down, so it's not getting past me. Okay, not a bad start, a little bit over pitched, but he gets away with it now. He's bowling to the Iftikhar Jaman. Oh, gets him! Knocks him over! Shaba, Shaba! Oh, look at him! He's loving that moment. It's pitched up. It's on the money. Jaman wants to get the big shot in, and it's Jagadev Hatte time. The stumps have been knocked over. Dande Farke Sitte Punje. What a delivery! What a moment! Game on, Nish. Game
on here, and of course, what do we know about cricket? The skipper decides to go with Khatri, bowls a slower one, and gets that left peg. That is fantastic stuff. Jaman all over the place. He swings for the fences, and in the end, he's just looking back at a shattered set of stumps. Great stuff. He's pumped Khatri, and why not? The Nicosia Tigers are 27 for 4. We didn't see this coming. We were talking about them boosting their net run rate at this stage. Well, they'd be lucky to escape with 2 points the way this is going.
Well, you're absolutely right. Look, if you look at the rate required, it's still under 8. So in terms of that, they'd be pretty happy with the situation in terms of runs required, the Nicosia Tigers. But having those wickets being knocked down, especially that one of Jaman as well, for just one, and he was a key figure in this fixture yesterday in getting that win for the Tigers. Now really you got to say Everest, they're on top here. Oh, he gets another 2 in 2. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Khatri is on fire. Gets a Yorker in. And the stumps of Munir Rahman have been shattered. He'll go for a golden duck. What a delivery. What a moment. And Khatri, well, he puts himself on a hat-trick because of this.
This is amazing. What absolute scenes here. Once again, he's gone for that deceptive ball. Munir Rahman plays all around it. His bat, he's not even showing the full face of his bat. He's pretty much showing what looks like the side of a golf stick. And it goes straight through his defenses. He is absolutely thrilled, Khatri. And of course, Derek the Duck is back to greet Munir Rahman as he heads back to the dugout.
Well, the duck is right in his face, isn't it? That's a golden duck. He's been done by this. Oh, what a delivery. Jakadev, hot their style. Oh, isn't he pumped? And we have a hat-trick alert. Well, there we go. Shafiful Islam was the last man on the European Cricket Network to get one, playing for Team Tigers of Portugal. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Oh, and it's defensively played. And well, Aminul puts the old block on it. He said, I'm not swinging for this. He doesn't want to be that statistic, but what's a bit of bowling here for Khatri so far. 2 wickets, just 1 run, a ball to go in his spell.
I mean, the momentum is completely swung. This one's right on the money by Khatri, and in the end, this is well played by Tom Laminal, just telling his partner at the non-strikers end, nope, just stay calm. Let's try to take this a ball at a time. Yeah, this is stroked away by Tom Laminal. This is going to be a tight run. And if there was a direct hit, there might have been a chance for a run out, but instead, they'll get a second run off overthrows. This is a lot happening here for Everest. They've suddenly managed to turn the momentum of this game. Let's take a look at this one.
If it hits, he's gone. I think this hits the edge of the pitch and then diverts away, which is unfortunate. That's where they get the 2 runs. But boy, oh boy, what a match. And well, I know we're all disappointed that the first match against Everest and the Cyprus Super Kings unfortunately didn't go ahead. So that was a forfeit which went in the favour of Everest. But this one, well, it's certainly making up for what we didn't get. And then a classy slower ball to finish things off. What an over, what a spell, what a moment. And at the halfway point, 29 for 5. And Khatri with that over puts his team in the driving force. And well, we were talking about who's going to bowl it. We thought that the captain maybe should be the one to bowl that one. But the captain decides, you know what, no, I'm going with Khatri. What a decision. And certainly it has really swung the balance of this match big time in favour of Everest.
No, it's absolutely swung the momentum. This is a really impressive bowling performance by the Nicosia Tigers under all this pressure. Of course, keep in mind, the Tigers know what the target they're chasing. So they could easily have played this a lot slower, but despite the fact that they've actually not been hyper aggressive, Everest have managed to find ways to take wickets. None of these Tigers batsmen have gone on playing rash strokes, with the exception of Iftikhar Jaman and Rahman. It's really just been quality bowling.
Sahil Akhtar coming into the attack. And it gets worked away, but well fielded. So they just, what I like about all this, all the bowlers have bowled to the field. All right, they've sometimes been a little bit wide, but look at that offside field. It's tightly compact. He's basically saying bowl there. I mean, it's hard. There's nobody on the leg side. Look, count them up. There's 3 there, and you got the long one as well. So 4 on the leg side. It's all about keep it tight outside the off. And the batters, well, so far, well, Mahmood's been good. He's playing nice shots on this offside. Now you can see he's got the feeling of having to go big. They're asking the question. Everybody goes up. This time the umpire is unmoved. Well, let's see this again. They're absolutely sure that they had their man here. Let's have a look if we can see anything. Well, I mean, it's difficult for us. The bowler's holding his head, so the initial reaction of the bowler is that it doesn't touch it, but everybody else is, and then the bowler then gets in on the act as well. But nothing that the camera can pick up there. Of course, really difficult, Nish, this for the umpires as well with this wind. This one gets played out, and once again, it's that. See, they've set the field so well to Mahmood, and this is why Mahmood in that last delivery is trying to play a different shot. He likes to play outside the off, he likes to cut, but they put the squeeze on in there, put the man there, and Mahmood is probably thinking to himself, in this match, the way things are, with that rate now approaching 9, getting singles isn't going to help, he needs boundaries, so he's been forced to play other shots. Okay, Aminul now back on strike. Defensively plays this out, but no run. That field placements here at the moment from the captain. Bimal Ranabath is working beautifully, and the bowlers are well, they're answering the captain's prayers by bowling this beautiful line. Everest. Fuller hit hard, and this one will go to the boundary. So this one races away, just goes a little bit too full. It's actually a very good shot from Aminul. I mean, he gets to the pitch of it, dashing shot through the covers. Now he's somebody that you mentioned before, we've seen him in 2021, and he knows how to handle himself.
No, he certainly does, and that's the first boundary you've seen in 2 overs, which just shows you how much Everest have managed to tighten the screws in this stage of the innings. Right now, Ranapat, as he said, he's looking like a real tactical whiz. As Akhtar, let's see how he ends his over.
Got him! Yorker delivery. Well, Nish, you're excited, I'm excited, because this is turning out to be a sensational fight back. After being hit for 4, the big wicket, Aminul goes. We won't see more of him. And again, look, how many times have we been saying this? How many times have we talked about this yesterday? Get it right up there, full and straight. Let the ball do the work, and that's exactly what Sahil Akhtar does here. Pitches it right up. He plays completely all around it. Here's another one that knocks him over. Jagdev Hutne style. And Everest, well, you know what the conditions are like at Mount Everest. They're cold, they're windy. Well, maybe these conditions are suiting Everest here today, because it is pretty cold, maybe not so windy, but conditions that you like when you're in Nepal by that Everest. And it is the Everest team that are performing here. They get another wicket. It is now 6 down, 34 for 6.
And all this wind and gust meant that there was a lot of late swing on that delivery. It just made it a menacing leg stump Yorker. We've seen both these sides try to use that as a weapon, and that's been the most effective use of it so far today. He absolutely nailed it. And things are going from bad to worse for the Nicosia Tigers, who can't believe their eyes. They thought they had this game in the bag. We were talking about how much they were going to increase their net run rate to catch up with the Royal Kings. In the end, they're going to be in huge trouble right now.
I'm putting my hands up and saying, yeah, I was guilty. I'm thinking, yeah, this is an opportunity maybe for the Nicosia Tigers to boost the net run rate. Well, here they are, and it looks like they may not even pick any points. And Everest, the team that want to double the points they've got on that the board so far, well, they've got a great chance to do it. They're on top here, big time. And this one gets played away. It's going to be a valuable boundary, 4 runs as that goes towards our camera. But one thing I will say, I mean, is this a classic? I mean, is it going to work out to be a classic case of a team that thinks that because it's a low score, we'll just change the batting order slightly, maybe a little bit of disrespect perhaps towards Everest, and Everest has probably said, well, okay, if you're going to play that game, we'll show you, because don't forget, Zishan didn't come in till number 4. They changed the batting order slightly. It looks as though that it's going to work against them. Yes, here is still there, the opener, but look, he's at 17 off 13 deliveries.
I mean, you could talk about complacency, but the quality of the bowling's been next level.
Yeah.
I mean, just take a look at how accurate they've been. Everything's been in and around the stumps. There's only been a handful of deliveries we can be critical of. They've almost been bowling like a bowling machine here, Everest. They've just been nailing their lines and lengths.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's been great bowling, and I'm liking that as well from the captain. You know, he's led the way here, isn't he? As Bimal, he's led the way. Now, one thing I'll mention Actually, I'm going to wait to mention this because it's quite appropriate to the way things are going. As this one is a slower ball attempted now. I don't know if that was the captain just having a chat with the bowler, but a good bit of fielding there once again from Sahil. They've been good, haven't they? They've really been tight. They've been on the money. They're backing each other. I'm liking the fight, the passion, the desire. They wanted about a day. This is the team that played 3 yesterday, lost 3. They get a bit of good fortune this morning when they get that forfeit and 2 points on the board. But there's nothing fortunate or lucky about this. This is all about hard work and desire. Chance. Oh, oh my word. How close is that? How close? Comes off the gloves. The man at slip almost takes the catch on the rebound. Watch this again. Bat, glove, and oh, he gets it in his hands but can't hold on to it. That would have been an amazing take. We've seen things like this on the European Cricket Network before. The wicketkeeper almost passed it into the hands of, I think that's Gamiri. Well, could that be the opportunity? That changes things. Adnan looking to get off the mark. Swings hard, in the air, opportunity, out! And he's on the floor celebrating with delight. What moments these are for Everest. Adnan will go for a duck. Well, we're going to see Derek once more, but let's keep an eye on the middle for the moment as Khatri takes another wicket. Can we see the celebration? I don't know if we catch the bowler when that one is taken. He goes down and does a little bit of the cockroach dance as he's throwing his arms and his legs up in the air. Watch him here. Watch. Oh, there it is. There's the emotion. There's the delight. Is another wicket. And no delight, though, for a batter because he goes for a duck.
I mean, this Everest side are quickly going to go fan favorites in the European cricketing community. I mean, look at them. They've got so much passion, the heart, the energy they play with. They could easily have come out here dejected and deflated after a crushing day one where they went 0-3, but they've come out here with so much energy. Most sides would have surrendered. They would have packed their bag. They've been going through the motions right now, but they've come here and said, we're going to make the impossible happen. And well, the Nicosia Tigers, we've talked about the quality they have, but they've never been able to make it to an ECS final, and we're starting to see some of the mentality issues.
Swing and a miss as a new batter is Islam that comes out there. Adnan was another duck victim. It was a 2-ball duck for him. And okay, this is where we are as we're going to see Limassol Kalanders will be coming into the proceedings once more, and they'll be taking on Nicosia Tigers. This is a match that we've already saw yesterday. This is what started off this series, this FanCode European Cricket Series here at the Ipsona Cricket Ground, and it was the Tigers that were victorious, but I think the Kalanders are looking forward to getting a little bit of revenge as well.
Yeah, they certainly will, and of course this is going to be a very important match because let's see how this one ends over here. If the Nicosia Tigers somehow manage to lose this, I don't know how easily they can emotionally recover after a loss like that. So the Kalanders, they're right there ready to enter the next match, and they're watching with great eagerness.
Here comes the captain, 39 for 7 at the end of 7. What a good over that was, a good spell that from Khatri. 3 for 8, Nish, 3 for 8 from Khatri, great bowling.
Superb bowling, and we were talking about whether the captain should have brought himself in earlier, when instead the captain's given himself the responsibility of closing out this game. This means we're probably going to see him bowl this over in the final one.
Hits it well, and it will go all the way. Bolle, Guinness on it. Shukka Lagya. That is the first 6 that we've seen in this contest between Everest and the Nicosia Tigers. There was no 6 until then in this match. So, Yasser Mahmood knows he has to up it. And well, he just throws off a runner back slightly, who then maybe a bit under pressure after that big 6 fires this one wide. Big over this, big over. That rate is still under 10. Better delivery, takes all the pace off this, just sort of drifts this into the batter. Yasser doesn't want to take the single.
Yeah, Mahmood's going to have to face every delivery from here until the end, and Everest haven't quite won this game. As long as that man is still out there, he's a difference maker. Let's see how this proceeds. Pushes the ball up and he gets away with a rankful toss. Doesn't seem he has actually. I'll have to take that one back. I thought it would go straight to Arjun Shahi, but he was a little bit still stuck on his heels, a bit flat-footed, and doesn't quite manage to get to it. And it's gone away for a boundary, so this man, Yasir Mahmood, is single-handedly keeping the Tigers in this game. And 20 of 14, it was 20 of 12 when they won it yesterday against the Qalandars.
That's the 50 that comes up. And yeah, we've seen a 6 and a 4 in the over. Captain. Well, he goes for another one, but this is an opportunity. And it's been taken. Of course it's been taken because there's our man out there as well. Arjun Shahi takes another one, Ajay. And that probably is the biggest catch that he's taken for his team Everest ever, because that gets rid of Yasir. Yasir probably was the last man standing, probably was the one man that they thought could get them this victory. He departs for 28, and it is the captain that gets his wicket. And what a moment this is for the captain. What a big victory, what a big catch that is. And when that one, could that be the one that signals the end of the fight back from the Nicosia Tigers? 50 for 8 with a ball to go in the 8th.
Yeah, this is humongous. I mean, Yasir Mahmood, we pretty much said he was the last man holding a key to this Nicosia Tigers victory. And look at that. No celebration by Arjun Shahi. Ice cold, ice running through his veins. He knows this game isn't over yet. He's going to celebrate when they finally picked up this W.
Yeah, I mean, oh, what a moment. Okay, who's coming out now then? It's Shrestha. Left-hander, swings and misses. Bikash, who's been sensational in the field for the Tigers. Well, everybody going crazy in the chat as well. Steve McVeigh, hello Steve. He was saying, is that the twist when the boundaries were being hit and then the wicket? Well, the wicket is gone. Needed this wicket. They got this wicket. CNF lover saying, yeah, Big Fish is back. What a match. What a performance. And well, that over, it went for a few. It went for 11. But they got the big wicket, didn't they? The score now at the end of that over with 2 overs to go, 69 for 7, which means that 20 runs in 12 deliveries. What a finish we're going to have here.
So it's down to Sahil Akhtar and Rana Butt to see it through for Everest. It's a brilliant ball right on the money by Akhtar, and decide not to take the run here. The Nicosia Tigers, of course, we're now seeing a lot of their tail enders in. Shrestha, he's almost in this lineup for the Tigers as a fielding specialist. We haven't seen him bowl much. He certainly doesn't look comfortable with the bat, so it's going to be tough to see how they get these 20 runs. They just have to stick to their plan, Everest.
Akhtar, full, and they'll take the single. They won't mind the singles. This is where every one of those players out there have to be on their toes. No errors, as we see that golden ball graphic just pop up there. And golden ball, remember, if the games are tied. This one, let's have a look at this. They take the single. Here comes the throw. Yes, well, look, that's really, really unlucky, isn't it? That's so unlucky. And then, well, the throw comes and it hits the batter on the back. Well, have you seen things like this with 2 valuable runs? Yorker, well played. Chase is on. Fielder's got a long way to come. They'll go 2, will they? They decide not to. Oh, what a match.
They just got to calm their nerves here, Everest. Make sure they don't get too excited. No need for unnecessary throws. Try to keep it to a single, and look at those golden ball stats.
Yeah, look at those stats. 3 and 3 this year so far, and being shared between batting and the bowling. Could we start the day with a golden ball? Well, it's got all the makings of one, hasn't it? 17 of 9 deliveries. Akhtar once more, so wind really picked up as well. Left-hander plays it away. They'll take a single. You just got to hold on to it here, not throw it away. So it's a Bikash who's playing his part in this, and he's out there with Islam. 8 wickets down as well, so he can't take too many risks.
Yeah, these two are doing the right thing here. Of course, they're well aware of their technical limitations, and they're just trying to do the most they can. They're looking to force errors from the fielding side, and I like what these two's approach.
Islam swings, misses, dot ball, gold dust. 16 still required, a ball to go in the ninth, and really I think you got to be looking to send this one to the boundary to give yourself a real chance. They haven't got this many runs in and over as of yet in this fixture. Hits it hard, high in the air. Where's it going? And oh, they miss it. It bounces and goes to the boundary. I think this one here, you got to say Arun has got to really call it. The captain, Bimal, runabout wants it, and he gets it all wrong when he was really, you can see that Arun Sahi, he takes himself away from it. I mean, he's the catcher. You got to leave it to him. He puts the brakes on there because the captain says he wants it. Worst thing that could have happened happens. It goes through them, goes to the boundary. Well, they needed a boundary to get a boundary. What a finish we're going to have here. We go into the last over. It is 69 for 7. That means that 12 are required of the last 6 deliveries.
I mean, at 12, you usually back the batting side to do it, but can number 9 and 10 win it here for the Nicosia Tigers? That would be quite a story. Of course, exactly as you said there, Shahi could have even been backing him up. Everest, do they have the nerves? We know they lack experience in this tournament. Do they have what it takes to stay calm in this final stages and close it out against an experienced Nicosia Tigers side who've been involved in so many tight finishes in ECS Cyprus?
The captain run about to bowl. It gets hit in the air. Big moment. It doesn't go. Oh, it gets away from it. It's going to be 4 runs. They're going to be 4 runs, and they've called this a no ball as well. Was there too many out? Oh no, this could be a double disaster. This could be, well, it's being called, and the umpire is counting the fielders here. Have they committed a cardinal sin? I think they may have done. No ball has been called as well. So not only does it go to the boundary for 4, it's also a no ball. That's 5 runs, and that means there's still 6 balls to go. Oh my word.
They're shooting themselves on the foot here, Everest. The game has slipped away from them in the space of 2 deliveries. First that drop catch, we went for a 4, and now 5 bonus runs to the Nicosia Tigers cause.
7 of 6. Come, oh, that's got to really hurt you. So it is a free hit. They make a mistake in the field. On the butt. And he gets a wicket. Oh, well, it doesn't matter that does it, the free hit. Everybody getting excited. But the thing is, though, all right, it's a dot ball, isn't it? And but I can't believe that he's gone for this big. Okay, it's a free hit, so maybe I can. But everybody gets excited. You saw some of the Everest players dancing with joy, but it's a free hit, so dot ball, it doesn't count. Captain in again. It's the same delivery, but this will be a wide. It's down the leg side. Oh no, what is happening? Now it becomes 6. Oh, 6 from 5.
You don't want to see the captain of the ship losing his cool at the end.
Hit high. How far? In the gap. And I think, has it gone all the way? It has gone all the way. That is a match. The Nicosia Tigers have pulled it off. Oh, it's unbelievable. You've got to feel for them. And who does it? Bikash Chestra, the man who is absolutely sensational in the field for them. Well, they're just checking that it does go all the way. 6 has been signalled. Look at the Nicosia Tigers. They're running onto the field of play like they've won the final. The hero for them is that man, Bikash. He hits the boundary, hits the winning runs. You've got to feel so much for Everest here with 12 required of the last. And Nish, you said you got to back the Everest to do it. But that first ball being played for 4 and also being called a no ball. Then the next ball a wide, which took it to just 6 required for victory. And then a big 6 hit there from Bikash Chestra, the man who came in at number 10 and becomes the hero for them. Oh, what scenes, what a match, what disappointment for Everest. Will they get closer to winning a match than that? Will they get closer to beating a team of the caliber of the Nicosia Tigers? Go to that. We'll never know. But a lot of drama, a lot of intense cricket. We were treated to an absolute low-scoring classic. But Everest, who were on top of this game all the way through in this innings, right at the last, you got to say, Nish, they throw it away.
They've thrown it away, and I mean, I can't believe this. We were on the verge of witnessing one of the biggest shocks we've ever seen here in ECS Cyprus. Taking a look at some of these highlights, it started so well for Everest. They picked up early wickets. That opening spell with Mohammad Hussain and Arjun Shahi was spectacular. The two of them between each other, they took 3 crucial wickets. And look at that Sue there by Arjun Shahi. He's an electric fielder. He gets almost nothing wrong. One of the most exciting people to watch here in ECS. And look at this. This was a fantastic spell where they really had Yasir Mahmood guessing, and he finally got him thin edge through to the keeper. Well taken by Ram Joshua. At this stage we thought, is there a glimmer of hope for Everest? Turns out there was more than a glimmer of hope for Everest as they dominated the middle overs thanks to some brilliant bowling by Bhuvan Khatri. He took 3 wickets, and there's one of them. Look at how ecstatic he was. Look at that celebration. And we thought, well, they might have this. They might be able to pull off one of the great upsets.
Yeah, well, it's, I mean, there was a lot of joy, a lot of dancing, a lot of passion, a lot of real commitment from Everest in that. It was really a superb performance. They did everything right towards the end. The big moment for me, though, Nish, is that catch off the very last ball of that 9th over, the one that goes to the boundary. I think it's one that Arjun really, he should have called it. He should have skipped his mind. I'm the one who's catching everything that goes up in the air. He doesn't go for it. He goes to the boundary, but that still meant that it was 12 needed of the last. But wow, you just feel, because this really was, I mean, they deserved it. They tried so hard. They deserved to try and get this victory, and it was snatched away from right at the last moment. I mean, there's the man. That's why we were saying that he really would have been the one to go for that catch, but he left it. This is the moment here. He left it to his captain. His captain didn't pick it up, and then coming on to bowl the last. Well, this one was the one that was, again, just in the gap, just gets it through and past the fielder. I said that was a big moment, and then the free hit as well. So that was a double whammy. It meant that they got 4, but also they still had 6 balls. Then you get the wicket here, which ends up being just a dot ball. But then the next one was a wide, and then the big 6 that finishes it off. What a moment, what a match. Huge disappointment, you got to say, for Everest, but Nicosia Tigers doing probably what championship teams do, and that is, well, in a tough game like that, somebody pulled it off, and I think, well, Bikash Shestra is, for me, certainly the man that wins in that match, but I reckon that, yeah, quite deservedly, Yasir Mahmood will get, in this one, player of the match. We're just keeping it all together and almost seeing them home. Yeah, he almost sees them on. How often do we see the number 10 coming out there and striking a 6 and a 4 to win it for his side? We look at those bowling figures. Mohammad Hussain and Arjun Shahi, as I mentioned earlier, started off things particularly well, and Bhuvan Khatri dominated those middle overs, picking up those 3 wickets, and then Bimal Ranaput, what an absolutely contrasting day for him. We're praising him for all his brilliant tactical decisions. It seemed he could do no wrong out in the field. His field placement was perfect. Every call he made was right, but then unfortunately it all fell apart from him with the ball in hand. And well, you talk about shooting yourselves on the foot. Everest, they decided to load a revolver and stick it right to their mouth at the end. Oh, well, it was a terrific match for a neutral, you'll have to say. Nicosia Tigers, they made a big meal of it, but look, full credit to Everest. I think everybody, myself included, thinking that was going to be an easy victory for the Nicosia Tigers. It was anything but. It went all the way down to the last over, and it took a lot of coolness from the man that came in at number 10 to get the winning runs for them. So big well done to Bikash Shestra in that one. But well done to both teams for providing us with an absolute classic. Next match coming up, the Limassol Colanders are taking on the Nicosia Tigers. It's the way we started. That one coming up in just about 30 minutes time. Join us then as we go back to the action for the start of match number 8.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Well, as we prepare for match number 8, it gives me an opportunity to speak to who I think ends up being the hero in that last match. What a close contest it was between the Everest and the Nicosia Tigers. And of course, I've got Bikash here with me. Bikash, first of all, congratulations on what was a stunning and thrilling victory.
Yeah, thank you so much for the interview. Feels like it's a dream, you know, like I didn't know that I hit that 6 and I make my team own the match.
First of all, can I just say that I've been commentating with Nish about how well you've been fielding. You've been given an area to patrol in all the matches, and you've been sensational. You've been throwing yourself around. You've been taking key catches. And, well, sometimes you don't get recognition for that part you play in the field, but certainly you gave your team plenty of recognition. You told the world who you are today with that victory. First of all, what were you thinking when you go out there to bat as a number 10 batter, knowing you got runs to try and get and everything going against you? Did you feel that you could still win the match from that position?
Yeah, actually I was thinking about giving the strike to the batsman who was already there. Yeah. So he will be the one hitting the runs. But when our the batsman Yasir, he got out. So that time I thought I need to take the shot, and my partner who was also there on the ground, he told me also, like, take your shot, it's okay, we are the last order batsman, so do whatever you want. And I did it, and I know the bowler because I was playing from Everest team, and sometimes he's giving on the leg side. So all I needed to do was pull it, and fortunately my bat struck the ball and it became 6.
It's a wonderful moment. Of course, you're talking about Yasir Mahmood, who batted so well, 28 he scored. He was the player of the match. But I think you there at the end, getting the runs was vital. What a lovely moment it was for you. Look, you've got another match coming right up here. You're playing Limassol Highlanders next. What are your thoughts going into about that match? Do you think you get another victory?
Yeah, of course, and trying to save some runs on my fielding area.
Okay, well, that you've been great at. Well, let's go and join the two captains in the middle. And the Nicosia Tigers are taking on the Limassol Highlanders in this one. Let's join the captains for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, Tigers to call. Heads is called. It is heads. I'm going to bowl. Okay, good luck, guys. All the best. Cheers. So Nicosia Tigers have won the toss and they're having a bowl. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico and Nish.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And boy, we're still recovering from that last game. It was quite a thriller. I don't think we're going to see too many games better than that one. The Nicosia Tigers somehow getting over a knife's edge and managing to win that thriller against Everest. Of course, commiserations to Everest fans. That is as hard a defeat any side can take. As we take a look at this Limassol Highlanders against the Nicosia Tigers fantasy dashboard, of course, leading the way for the Nicosia Tigers is Zishan Mahmood with 227 points. He's going to have the gloves, and of course he's so good with the bat in hand and a very good catcher. And then on the other side, it's Mohamed Farouk, the skipper himself for the Highlanders. He's both their best batsman and probably their best bowler. So everything goes through him for the Highlanders, whose only victory so far comes against Everest. Of course, these two sides faced each other off yesterday, and the Nicosia Tigers managed to pull that game off, winning with 7 balls to spare. That, mind you, that game was a lot closer than it looks. It's a very similar situation for the Nicosia Tigers there as well. They needed 20 runs off the last 12 balls, but they somehow managed to pull it off in that. Of course, no rest for the weary. The Nicosia Tigers had a little over 10 minutes to get over that incredible victory, and they're already back out here for all of us here on the European Cricket Network. Thanks for joining us here again as we bring you another exciting match. It's Ahmed and Hussein opening the batting for the Limassol Highlanders. And looks like the skipper's gone with Yasir Mahmood to open the bowling. I like this move. Yasir Mahmood has been one of the most consistent bowlers for the Nicosia Tigers. And this should be some exciting stuff. Well, let's get going. Here's the first ball of the game. Nicely done, just angling into the leg stump, and a good bit of fielding there as fielder was quick onto it. And it's a single to start off, as of course this Highlanders side are off the mark. We saw Sohail Ahmed make a few runs. Of course, he's had 113 runs in his ECS career, which is the highest for anyone in this Qalandar side, so their most experienced ECS batsman. That's a beautiful line and length there. That's just one of those. That's a real beauty. Looks so gorgeous going past the batsman. Nice length, just a good bit of shape as well. I like what I've seen from Yasir Mahmood so far this tournament. It was a bit fuller this time, and that means it's presented well on the drive, and there was a run-on opportunity. I think the man at the non-striker's end was a bit too far forward. That is going to be a real tight one. Let's take another look at this. Sohail Ahmed just charges forward, doesn't even wait for his teammate's call, and oh god, if they managed to collect that one, they didn't need to throw that. They could easily have passed that on to the bowler, and it would have been a simple run-out. So an error here by the Nicosia Tigers early, and the Qalandars get away with their error. Good ball here by Yasir Mahmood, but no footwork by Ahmed, who's just poking and prodding is bad at it. Going to see him get his head towards the ball. Of course, there's a big wind, of course, that's mustering from the leg side towards the offside, so maybe some nice movement here for some of these quick bowlers, although it's kind of gusty. It's a low full toss that's played away. It's right on his pad. That's a poor delivery by Yasir Mahmood. And there's the first boundary for the Qalandars. It's just worked away. Not too much the batsman has to do when you present him a ball like that. That's a poor delivery. And not something we're accustomed to seeing from Yasir Mahmood, who's normally so accurate, but he's no machine. He is human after all. And the Qalandars. This one's a back of a length, and once again he's going to pick that boundary out, so a couple of fours to end the over. And an over that started so well for Yasir Mahmood ends up into a pretty productive one for the Limassol Qalandars, who make 10 off the first over. Nice start for the Qalandars, as of course we welcome back Rico Full into the commentary box. How are you feeling about this game, and have you recovered from the previous one?
Well, it's going to take some recovering. I really do feel for Everest. I just had a chat with them, but they're pretty upbeat. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying. That it's saying that Nicosia Tigers, who that are, well, they find a way to get wins under the belt. They're 3-3 at the moment. They're 95-93 in favour of winning this one against the Limassol Qalandars. Well, what I can tell you is these two teams started things off yesterday. It was the Limassol Qalandars who batted first. On that occasion, they got 97 on the board, but the Nicosia Tigers, they got there, winning by 6 wickets with 7 balls to go. And, well, no surprise that it was Zishan Mahmood, 22 of 21, and also 2 for 70. That was player of the match, but Roman Mazumdar, 36 of 16 deliveries, was right up there as well. So you can see that they are relying a lot on those two guys, and those two didn't perform against the Everest, and you could see that it was pretty hard work for the Tigers to get the victory. But well, they really do have Yasir Mahmood to thank for the way he batted all the way through the innings practically. But when he was out, they needed somebody to come and stand up, and it was Bikash Gestra, and it was a lovely moment to have a chat with him before the start of this match. And well, he was just buzzing, and well, his team were saying that, yeah, he definitely was a hero for them, got them out of jail. So this one promises to be a close one, just as the bat versus ball wall says. And remember, it was close yesterday, but once again, I think the Limassol Qalandars are looking to try and get sweet revenge over the Tigers. Everest almost did, but just lost out. Let's see how this one goes. And good bowling here from Jaman. You can see he's under pressure. You know, he knows himself that he's been letting himself down a little bit with some of his wayward lines, so he's looking to bounce back and bounce back well.
No, he's a quality player, and as you say, he's got so much talent. He's a man who we know can be a real difference maker for this side, so he just needs to sort out his radar as he runs in for the third delivery. This one, once again, similar issues for him, as it's 4 wide. I hate to say it, but this has become a familiar sight for Iftikhar Jaman. He's been a real source of runs for the Tigers' opponents. This one was extremely wayward. It's a ball to a left-hander.
Yeah, look, you're just getting to a point where you're saying, when he's bowling to you, you know what, don't get out to him, because even if we don't have to hit the ball, we're going to get runs from him. I mean, that's a minimum. That's 5 runs, 5 from nowhere. And of course, the Qalandars are going to say, yeah, you can keep giving us some of that. We're not going to say no. We're not shying away from those. Keep them coming. So Jaman, once again, the issues with the direction. Zishan, though, I think he could have been a better effort from him. That's more like it. What a great delivery. I don't think the man that slipped knew too much about it. See, how do you bowl that ball, that Gundy ball, down the leg side, then come back with this? What a delivery. Just watch this. That's an absolute corker. And he's so unlucky not to have got a wicket. Once again, though, I think Zishan, for whatever reason, maybe he's got a slight injury. They're not wanting to use him as a bowler. So he's gone behind the stumps there. I do believe, though, if you've got a proper orthodox keeper, you're taking that catch.
No, I certainly would. And of course, that's a brilliant test match. Let's actually rip to Kurjamani. Draws the drive, gets the batsman leaning forward. I love this sort of bowling from him. And he goes a little wider on this occasion. This one's heading straight to the commentary tent. Could be a bit of fielding, and that is excellent work by, of course, Rico. Great stuff there. And you enjoy that bit of fielding.
Yeah, I like it. It was just there, and the headset cables were long enough. One hand pick up. Thank you very much.
Of course, showing off some of your old cricketing career when...
What do you mean old? What do you mean old? None of that. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, it was nice. There's a good seam on that ball, you know. I wonder it's moving around a lot.
This was a fuller delivery, and it's going to be just played away straight to Roman Mazumdar, a man who we will see with the ball in hand later. So again, Jaman, a bit of a mixed bag once again. He's shown us some of his talent, but then just lacks that consistency to keep bowling where he needs to. Yeah, it's extremely wide, and it's a similar story for Iftikhar Jaman. He just can't quite get those extras controlled. Of course, the Casilla Tigers did do a better job with extras in the last match. They only gave up 19 runs of extras. That's typically not very good, but considering they gave up 29 and 34 yesterday, it is an improvement, as this one is just played over the fielder at mid-on, and of course taking full advantage of the power play here, the Limassol Qalandars.
This is a delightful shot. It's pitched right up, but he backs himself, clips it away, gets another boundary. That's also the end of the over. So, I mean, okay, they lost that wicket early, but they just keep, or not lost a wicket. They're not making sure they're not losing a wicket early this time, and that's key. I think keep those wickets in hand. So Sohail Ahmed, that's a lovely shot. 26 without loss after 2 overs. Maybe get a chance just to have a look at the standings here. Normally come up after about 2. Not at the moment. They might just come on and come off really quickly, but we'll focus on them a little bit later as the new bowler looking to come back again, and look like they're going to go. Yeah, it looks like they're going to stay with Yes here. So Yes is going to bowl himself out. Of course, was the player of the match in the last one.
This one's just going to fall short of Andy Hussain, and a man who's playing for the first time today. We didn't see him involved in any of the action yesterday for the Nicosia Tigers, and he would have loved to get himself on the scorecard for the first time with a catch in front of him, but that one fell just short. It's good stuff here by the Nicosia Tigers. They're bowling Yasir Mahmood early. He's been their most disciplined bowler consistently throughout this tournament. That is beautiful, and that should have been taken. Was there an edge on that, or did it come off the pad? Everyone's got their hands on head. This one, we were just talking about Zishan's wicket-keeping ability. Let's take a look at this. That is a proper edge, and he's got to take that.
It's a proper edge, but the umpire signals leg by. Which, watching the replay, I must admit I'm a little bit surprised. So, I mean, this is definitely, for me, that, is it off the bat? Yeah, it's definitely off the bat. So, leg by with signals, not being retracted as far as I can see. But, again, yeah, I think if you're behind the stumps, you've got the gloves on there, the catches you take. So, I know the one before that I said to you that if you had a proper keeper behind there, and proper I mean by a guy that takes it seriously and then has made it his trade, as opposed to somebody who can stand in and fill, which I think is what Zishan's doing. But yeah, a normal keeper, you're taking that catch previously, and well, you're definitely taking that one.
Fuller delivery played away. This is a nice bit of fielding, but he's actually, Iftikhar Jaman got a bit enthusiastic there when took a tumble while trying to dive, and instead he's pushed it away, and all the Qalandars to get an extra run. And of course now he seems to have hurt himself as well. He's just pulling his trouser up and rubbing apart. Of course he just hobbles back to mid-off.
Yeah, that one was called as a leg by, so it's I must admit, a bit of a surprise to me. It would have been interesting if it was taken, And anyway, yeah, the fielder just picking up a bit of an injury, but he seems to be okay.
Swings it straight to the fielder. Oh, goodness me, it seems to have sneaked under him. I thought he might have fielded that one, but instead it's just gone underneath him. The Tigers slightly losing a bit of focus here.
Yeah, Islam, I think, is the man. He gets down early, but this one just managed to get under him. He wasn't able to put anything on top of the ball. Gets through him. It's 4 runs. Valuable 4 runs. So Hussein now starting to get in the act. Amir Hussein. Now, yesterday in this match, I've already said to you that what the Limassol Kaylanders got, and I was just having a look there, Nish, to say, okay, they got the 96. There must have been a batter that made a good contribution. There wasn't. You know why there wasn't? Because there was 29 extras.
Yeah,
so that's where a lot of the runs, so more than a third of the runs came in extra. So you can see why it's so important that the Tigers try to really iron out the problems that they've had with giving away too many extra runs. This is how the tables look, so we're looking forward to seeing this in the last one. You can see the Tigers 3 out of 3 are sitting at the top, and Upper Royal Kings have got those points on the board now. You see Limassol Kaylanders, they're looking to move themselves further up the table. Everest unfortunately weren't able to add to the 2 points that they got from the match early today, which they got via forfeit, as the Cyprus Super Kings had a few issues. So unforeseen issues, of course. Welcome to everybody on the chat. Welcome to our global cricket audience around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. And a man that has had a few issues coming on to bowl again, and Iftikhar Rahman is hoping that he can put those issues that he's had with his control behind him.
Yeah, this one again down the leg side. It's becoming a bit of a worrying tale here for Iftikhar Rahman. It's actually been saved there because it seems to have just brushed a bit of pad along the way, so that's going to be leg buys. And Rahman, don't know why he's pointing and chastising his fielders. I think there's nobody he can look at except himself.
He's very lucky here. The batter really should just step inside this, because I think it's always going to be a difficult take. Anything down the leg side is always going to be difficult for the keeper. You know, I know exactly what he's saying. It's all about, hey, give me the ball quickly. I think he knows that the time issues that the Tigers have had. Remember, yesterday in both their matches they played, they ran out of time, and a lot of it was because of the amount of extras and extra balls that they had to bowl. So they weren't able to complete the first 9 overs in the 40 minutes that they're given. So keep an eye on that clock as well, because every time you're not getting the ball in the right area and you're bowling an extra, you're going to have to bowl it again. So that's why he's saying, hey, give me the ball back quickly. So at least he's aware of that.
The effort into that ball, you can hear him scream, and this one's gone straight to his captain, Jahid Hassan. So Iftikhar Rahman making up for some of his woes with an early wicket here, as that's Amir Hussain, the wicket keeper for this Qalandar side, who's popped one up straight to cover, and that goes to Jahid Hassan, the captain of the Nicosia Tigers, who get their first wicket. The Qalandars are now 37 for 1.
Yeah, good catch. I mean, good bowling as well, I have to say, from Jamon. He knows he's under pressure, but he gets this one in the right area. The batter is not really in a position to be able to play the shot. He tries to get it over the captain of the Tigers, but he can't. So Hassan takes the catch to get the breakthrough. 37 for 1. And the breakthrough comes in the 4th over as well.
And of course, we got Randy Kelly joining us from Trinidad and Tobago in our chat. Good morning to you, Randy Kelly. Hope you're having a nice early morning in TNT, and glad he can join us for another island, this time out in the Eastern Mediterranean, where we're bringing you some cricket.
Hello, Randy Kelly. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the cricket. What's the weather like where you are at the moment? Intrigued to know. Here, I've got to say, temperature-wise, it's not an issue at all. I mean, we should be getting to around about 26, 27 degrees, but as you can see from the pictures on your screen, it's pretty windy. Take the single, so the new batter, Khalid, off the mark straight away.
Yeah, we saw Khalid play a nice part with the bat yesterday for the Qalandars in their victory against Everest. He had a very healthy partnership. This is a nice ball there by Jamani. He's just starting to find his line and length after a few woes. And is there a chance for overthrows here? Qalandars, they thought about it a little bit. shouldn't hesitate when you're planning to run on an overthrow, but regardless, the Nicosia Tigers would never collect it on time, so it's an extra run for the Colunders' cause.
Yeah, that's good running. I think both the batters, as soon as the ball is being missed by the bowler, they're saying, yeah, we go. They bank on the fact that the fielder doing the backing up is not going to pick it up cleanly, and that's exactly what happens.
This one's struck down to long on. This is going to be a little bit of struggle for the fielder, but when the Rahman manages to get down on time and collects that, so it's a single.
Got Faria Akhtar on the chat saying big hitter coming. Of course, I think he's referring to Shah Khalid, so he obviously knows a little bit about Khalid. So let's see if Khalid can get going. He needs to, because at the moment you can see they got a pretty decent start. They're starting to go on the downward trend, and of course losing a wicket always has that effect. And also we're out of the power play as well, so more fielders can be put in those key areas.
Yeah, Jaman coming back very well in that second over, giving up just 6 runs after struggling mightily in that first over. And now they go to Roman Mazumdar. Of course, he only bowled the 1 over yesterday against the Colunders and gave up just 1 run, but he's proven to be a very economical bowler and somebody can get through his overs quickly.
He's a good player. Here's Mazumdar, and he's going to play a big part in how far this goes. Well, he's lost it. Well, this is quite interesting, because have a look at this again in replay. I think Mazumdar wants to go for the corner bowl. He loses it and then starts to take cover like there's a comet falling down on top of him. But fortunately enough, the fielder comes to shave his blushes. Let's have a look at this again. So it goes up the air, he wants it, then at this point he loses it, and he says, don't worry about it. And that, of course, is Iftikhar Rahman, who's there to take the catch and save his blushes. So just as I was saying, he's a good player and he's a big player. He picks up a wicket off the very first ball he bowled. So 41 for 1 becomes 41 for 2. And well, that's disappointment really, because I think the batter, the opener Sohail Ahmed, really needed to give himself an opportunity to get a partnership together there with Khalid, who just comes out. So both openers have gone within balls of each other. He'll go for 21 off ball number 14.
The batsman taking a bit of a tumble there. That's the captain himself, Muhammad Farooq, who played a handy innings yesterday against the Nicosia Tigers. He's going to have to find a way to just steady the ship after the Colunders have lost a couple of wickets despite starting off pretty well in terms of their run rate.
It'd be interesting to see how Freddie Farooq is moving. This is a full toss, which has been hit pretty well. I think for a height it may be okay, but it's worth looking at because he does hit it from the back foot. Let's have a look to see how high this is. So I think they should be calling that. I really do. Yeah, I think they need. Well, that was too high for me.
This one's just struck away to the fielder at deep cover. That's Toma Lumley will take that. Of course, we've got a question coming in from Julian Dawson on our YouTube chat. He's asking, what is the wind speed out here right now? Well, Julian, it's currently 32 kilometers per hour out here, so it's clearly a very windy day. Just drops his length back a bit. That was far too short, but it was an even poorer short, and Yasir Mahmood has put down an absolute regulation catch for any wicketkeeper. He's got to take that, and you just wonder if the Nicosia Tigers' usual keeper, Sagar Rahman, was there, he would surely have taken that one.
Yeah, this is not a good one for Zishan. He, well, first of all, I know Vinny Sandy always says you've got to try and find it. I think he finds it pretty early, and gets his gloves on it, doesn't take it. That's a big let-off. This one just gets played away. The single will be taken. So we're at the halfway point in the innings. I think that's the big moment. Farooq is a man you've got to. Farooq is the man you've got to try and get at the time. If they don't take him, so that one could be costly. An opportunity for us to say hello to our global audience wherever you're tuning in from. Rika Full here along with Nish. Thank you for joining us on a very windy, blustery day here at the Ipsona Cricket Ground.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we just mentioned that start to Julian right now, 32 kilometers per hour. That's how windy it is here. But I think despite all that, all these bowling sides have actually fared quite well. The first match was a really low-scoring one.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I mean, once again, hats off to a team like Everest, for example, under all of the pressure they were under with that wind hurling around. I think they bowled absolutely magnificently well. And seeing here from Nicosia Tigers as well, they're dealing with these conditions pretty nicely. And well, what a delivery that is. Well, that'll do. Dealing with the conditions nicely indeed. Aminul, well, he's an animal as he comes in and he rips the stumps out of the ground. Well, that's a little bit of grizzly action for you right there. What a delivery that is. Right on the money, shatters the stumps. And well, I was saying there that maybe Mohamed Farouk got a bit lucky. There's no luck involved here. The captain of the Limassol Qalandars will get done with ball number 4. He goes for 2. What a ball this is.
Great ball, and of course, Tomo has a bit of that sling action. If he can just angle it into the middle stump, he's always going to get wickets, and I think something like that, you'd like to see the skipper just show a little bit more respect to Tomo Laminul. He's a good bowler. Shouldn't look to smack him up front, try to settle yourself in, and in the end, he's given a wicket away, and the Qalandars, well, after a good start, they've just started to stutter a little bit here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all started to go wrong, isn't it? Just look at the fall of wickets and think everything was going pretty well. I mean, even in the first wicket goes down to score 41 at the 4-over mark. You think, okay, 1 wicket down, runs are okay, but now all of a sudden, just a couple of runs later, you see the score 44 for 3. So the Qalandars here really have to buckle down, and maybe Khalid and Moshin can get a bit of a partnership here.
Just a few fielding adjustments here being made by Nicosia Tigers. He's trying to get this absolutely precise. I mean, it's a new batsman. You want to give him a good ball first up. Try to put some pressure on him early. Don't let him settle. And he goes round the wicket to the left-hander, and it's worked because he's cleaned him up. Brilliant delivery. Goes right through the gate. Huge gap between bat and pad. He could drive a bus through that one. And Tomo Laminul sent his ball through that one. That's a brilliant wicket. And Tomo Laminul is now on a hat-trick.
Yeah, this is just good bowling. We've mentioned this before. It's a getting the ball pitched up and down go the stumps. Timber! As well, those stumps have been detonated. Well, we just saw Julian Dawson saying a tornado just blew the stumps over. Well, that tornado has come back. It's a duck for more hint. That duck saying, just sit here and listen to the sounds. And this is why he's there. A good delivery. And you know, this is super, because not only is he repeated what he's done the ball before, but he had to get his line right to the left-hander. So new batter Munir comes in to face the music. Hat-trick ball.
Yeah, this is a big moment, of course. Let's get that hat-tricks graphic up, because the last time we saw a hat-trick here on the European Cricket Network, it was Shafiful Islam on the 3rd of April over in Santa Rama in Portugal. Will Tomo Laminul add himself to that vaunted board? Let's see. Oh, he's almost done it. That was a brilliant delivery, and the batsman just about gets some bat on it. And we see good old Bikash playing a little bit of football out there. Nice dribbling skill. Techers, as some of our football fans would say. But goodness me, Munir just about got some wood onto that one. Otherwise, Aminul was just inches away from getting onto that board.
Wow, you will not get closer. What a delivery. I thought the stumps were going to get shattered, and somehow drops a bat onto it. But great work from our man there again, Bikash Shestra. Isn't he fantastic? Nothing gets past him there. He is the man on, well, he's certainly there on vortex control. This one has been hit down the ground. It will go all the way. Bolle, manos arriba, abierto, porque eso es una exi, 6 runs.
That certainly was Exi Pondus there for Limassol Qalandars. That is a good shot, and just something they need to just have a bit of authority back in this game as it slips away from them. And this is a huge shot again. Don't worry about that one. That's been deposited into the olive groves as well. And it was all going perfectly for Aminul, but he's just been brought back down to earth with a couple of big blows.
Oh, wow. This is ECN cricket, isn't it? Well, there's 1 minute, there's wickets falling all over the places. And we're just saying in the 40s, 4 wickets falling in that period. And then Khalid says, enough of this. Let's go big. Let's party. And he goes boom blasting on 2 occasions. Aminul, ball to go in this over number 6. Where's this one going? Khalid just does a little warm-up in between those 2 sixes.
So he just digs his length back in a bit, and Khalid will play this away to mid-wicket, and more importantly, keep strike. Of course, you want him to face as many balls as possible while he's hot. So we come to the end of a 6th over, a very eventful 6th over. We saw a couple of wickets and also 2 big sixes as the Limassol Colanders are at 58 for 4.
Yeah, I like the way that I think attack is your best form of defence, really, and Khalid is probably thinking, okay, there's no point just keep seeing wickets tumble here in the 40s. He's got to play some shots, and that's exactly what he does. And yeah, a few people on the chat were saying that he's a dangerous player. He certainly is. Julian Dawson in the chat. Hello to you, Julian. And he's been joined by Helix. Helix, good to have you on. Helix is liking the duck. And Steve McVeigh saying hi to Helix as well. Thank you to everybody on the chat. And enjoying all the chat and all the gossip as we turn our attentions back to this match. Important partnership, I think, this one between Khalid and Munir.
Yeah, they're really going to need this one just to sort of anchor them through the rest of this innings. And we see Munir Rahman bowling for the first time in this ECS. Of course, ECS Cyprus fans have seen him bowl previously for the Nicosia Fighters.
Yeah, don't forget that Khalid was involved in that partnership yesterday of 83 runs between him, 45 of 21, and the captain, Mohammed Farouk, 36 of 18. They put 83 runs together in that victory against Everest. So we know what he can do, but he needs somebody to stay there with him. And what's going on here now? There's a bit of chat. The dead ball has been signalled. I think that was because there was some movement or some chatter from one of the players.
Yeah, there's certainly an opportunity for single, of course, if that was a legal delivery, but Munir Rahman's going to have to re-bowl this here. That was short and wide, and the umpire is going to have no problem signaling that one. Suchita Thuranga, of course, captain of the local Sri Lankan Lions. Goes a lot fuller this time when they're Rahman. That is much, much better as he's managed to get that one into the block hole.
Better delivery. We're on an interesting phase of this match, really. So the 50 is up, wickets are down, and well, this is where, once again, this is where you want the wicket keeper, don't you? This is what the bowler's probably saying. He's saying, hey, where's the keeper? Well, Zishan is trying to find him as well. Zishan, he just doesn't move. You can see he's not going to be the sort of keeper that's going to move back from left to right. He doesn't use his legs at all to get behind the ball. He's just relying on the ball to go, hopefully for him, straight into his gloves. So every time the ball is not in that area, he's going to struggle. And that's why I think as a batter, if anything's going on the legs, just let it go, because you might get value for money. You see, anything in that area, Zishan, no problems. But if he's having to move, it's going to go through. Now, what's going on here now? So this is a no ball that's been called, and once again, it's because too many fielders out. That fielder on the offside has ventured outside the ring, so no ball called, free hit coming.
Yeah, a little bit of angry discussion here amongst the Nicosia Tigers, and in response to that bye, of course, Zishan Mahmood has just given up on standing up to the stumps. He's gone back a few steps, and he's actually standing off the pitch, so this really opens things up for the Colanders now. I mean, their batsmen can consider taking a few paces forward as stumping's been taken out of the occasion. This one's been struck up there. Of course, it's a free hit, so it won't matter. It's just going to be a single as the Colanders fail to take advantage of this free hit.
Yeah, just a little period. I just said, didn't I, that it's an important period of the match where it could go either way here. And unfortunately, the Nicosia Tigers not helping their cause here. They're giving the Colanders some hope. This one's up in the air, and you see the wind really catching hold of anything that's been hit aerial on that leg. So I'm almost thinking to myself that if I'm out there, I'm not sending a fielder back on the boundary on the leg side, because I mean, all right, I'd go with long on because it's more of a straight hit, but on the leg side I'm thinking, no, I'm not gonna, because I'm gonna say have the man inside the circle and go for it if you want to, because you're just not gonna get the power. I'm talking of power, that is beautifully hit by Khalid all along the ground. Those two fielders are not that far away from this one, but none of them can get to it. That is motoring along. 4 runs, good hit.
Yeah, he just pierced the gap between long off and long on, but going back to your previous point, completely agree with that sentiment. I mean, we haven't seen too many shots out at deep square anyway.
No, it's just not happening. Well, this is upcoming events, of course. We've got 2 weeks here in Cyprus, and we've got 12 teams taking part in this series. And then straight from there, we go to Milan. In between Milan, of course, we've got the ECN T20 Ice from Gibraltar. We'll have more information on that later, but of course, Gibraltar will be there. We'll tell you which other teams will be joining them. And then we go off to Austria again, to that beautiful Seabarn cricket ground. So really looking forward to going back to Austria. I'll be off during Milan. It's a bit of family time, but plenty of cricket coming your way. And of course, that schedule, the yearly schedule, filling up pretty nice. You've got a lot of key events coming up as well, and some really good, exciting cricket. And I'm liking the fact that we've got a lot of international cricket for you as well. So we're going to go back to Mazumdar. I think this is all about the captain thinking here, Jahid Hassan, right, I need to just tidy things up a little bit here. So he's going with Mazumdar, who normally always gets results when he's bowling.
Yeah, but gives a bit too much width there. The one's popped up in the air, but there's no fielder anywhere near it. As Jaman does chase it in vain, and it's just a single. And I think the fact Nicosia Tigers have managed to get away with some poor bowling in these last few overs, they're quite lucky that the Qalandars are actually 4 down. So they've not quite been able to punish them, but they've gone short and wide far too often.
Interesting how, I mean, see this one, there's a big swing and nothing from it. The captain himself elected not to bowl in this match so far. So that's interesting, because he's been a pick of the bowlers when he's got it right, and he bowled very well in the last match.
Fuller, wider delivery, just about managed to get some bound, and a chance for a run out here. And this is going to be a really tight one. The umpire shakes his head, but he's just about made it on time. Shah Khalid just motoring along.
I wonder if he has the ball here, Nish. That's what I wanted to see. I think because the throw was, well, it wasn't really thrown back. It was a little gentle lob, so he had a lot to do waiting for it. We don't have time to have a look at that all the way. This is a chance. Well, it was absolutely blasted back to Mazumdar, who does superbly well to even get 2 hands to it. But the catch goes down, but I get the feeling he saved 3 runs here. This was absolutely walloped. Great effort. And he sort of passed it on to the man at long off to do the fielding.
This is wider delivery. This one's struck. It's going to take 1 bounce. And the fielder a long off. He should be really disappointed with himself for that one. It's obviously quite difficult to field out there because of the odd bounce it takes. But look at them. Well, Ahmed, he's going to be a bit disappointed with that.
He might be disappointed, but I think he might be a little bit fortunate as well that he still got his hands, because that went past him like a rocket. That was thumped.
Took some pace off that one, Roman Mazumdar and Bolden Fuller, but take a look at this partnership, a very healthy one of 33 of 17 as we come to the end of the 8th over.
Just checking if that's the end of the over, 1 more to come, and it will be over. That is called in the end eventually. Yeah, good partnership, but it's all about Khalid. Munir is just keeping one end tight, isn't he? He's gone out to run a ball 4, where Shah Khalid is 25 of 16. So 8 overs now complete, 77. I think they're still looking to try and get to the 100 here, and they're going steadily along, but they haven't quite had that injection. They're just under the 10 and over. So, you know, at this rate, predicted score 96, but 105 to 110 is what they could get to if they really get a move on. But that means taking on some of the key bowlers. And I mentioned this man, and he's at the moment just getting his field set. And, it will be Aminul, who bowled a mixed over, didn't he? He picked up 2 wickets. He actually was on a hat-trick, almost got it. And then, from nowhere, Khalid thumped him for a few 6s.
This one's just been scooped up in the air, and this is going to be a catching opportunity. Oh, he's put it down. Well, he's having a miserable day in the field. We saw one just slip past him earlier, and now he's dropped that catch. Oh, he's going to be extremely disappointed with himself.
Yeah, that one you've got to take. I mean, that one looked like a bit of a dolly. And just look, goes all the way up in the air. He gets plenty of time to take it. Talking about going up in the air, well, this is another chance of this. It's all the wind. And I was just about to say, talk about going up in the air. My note just went running away. And that ball goes up in the air. And look, the bowler's right under it. And he's still, look at this ball go. Look where he is. It goes, it goes, he goes. He's got no chance. So both batters have had a life.
He's swirling winds over here. This is so hard to field.
Oh, Gandhi delivery, but at least this time around Zishan gets his gloves to it.
That's a poor delivery. They just need to keep their heads here, the Nicosia Tigers. They're still ahead of this game right now. I mean, the projected score doesn't look too healthy for the Colunders. Last thing they want to do is just let their sloppiness allow the Colunders to somehow creep up to something over 100. Better line and length. This one's popped up in the air. It's going to be just behind Jaman. It was always going to be a very tough catch. And it's thrown back to Aminul. Just getting a little bit lackluster here for the Nicosia Tigers. They need to keep their heads in the game. This one's struck by Yasir Mahmoud. Not a sweet sound off the bat. It's going to trickle away to Roman Mazumdar away at long on. So Toma Laminul is keeping things tight as he often does. Just needs to be backed up by everyone in the field and make sure his teammates take their catches. Nice one here. Once again, he's going for that leg stump Yorker. He's been so good with it, Toma Laminul. That's a deadly weapon. He almost got a hat trick with one as Munir just continues to bat at a run of ball. So here it is, final ball of the over coming up. It's been a very cheap over so far for the Nicosia Tigers. They've hardly given up any runs, and Shah Kali desperately needs to get a boundary here. Just 6 runs off it so far. He swung it with a big blow just to give some confidence to his side.
You can see the batter, so this wind is swirling. Sometimes it's favourable, sometimes it works against them. Did really well, but it'll just be a single. Well, I say just be, they're now taking on the arm of the fielder. It's not a good throw, so they do get back for 2, so they'll finish with a couple of the last ball. But you're right, Aminul hasn't he bowled well? And Zishan just protesting to the fielder about the throw. I think he's got good cause to. So we say it all happens in the 9th, but not too much happened in that one. As the score moves on to 85. 85 for 4. And let's see if they can get to that 100 or not, but they're going to need a good over here.
Yeah, just a quick look at the bowling figures. I mean, Roman Mazumdar and Toma Laminul really the pick of the bowlers for the Nicosia Tigers. And the most interesting thing is they've really worked on those extras, down to 17 for this innings. It's not the best, but a massive improvement from yesterday. I think Jahid Hassan's words were listened to when we spoke to him yesterday in the interview. And he's pulled his length back a little bit there, Munir Rahman. He's been bowling quite short. That's a tough bit of fielding for Yasir Mahmoud, who has to slide along the grass. But he makes sure it's just the 1 run. And it's not too bad an outcome for the Limassol Colunders, who want Shah Khalid facing as many balls as possible in this final over.
Absolutely. Yes, here, Mahmoud doing much better this time. The man has been in the wars down there. Put that very straightforward catch down as well. Okay, talking of catches, this man has been pretty good. And no mistakes at all from that man Jaman. He says, thank you very much. Wow. Does he put this down? He puts this down. Oh, he does. Well, he had his back to us. And the way he's celebrating was like he's taking it easy. It's another one that goes down. Wow. Even. Well, okay. Where's this one? Will he get another chance? And, well, that one is in the sun, so he just shies away from it. Here comes the throw. Should be out and will be out. So they get a wicket. And the man who's going to be run out is probably not going to be too happy about it, Khalid, because I really don't understand why he's taking 2 here, Khalid. You just think you want to stay on strike. He's the man who's hit the ball like here. He just needs to, when he gets to the other end, just stay put. Wants to go for 2, takes himself away from the strike. Not smart cricket.
Yeah, it's not smart cricket, but the Nicosia Tigers have been incredibly sloppy in the field, and maybe he's just hoping that they do another overthrow here. This is one good bit of fielding we've seen from the Nicosia Tigers, which has been few and far between them these last couple of overs. It's been extremely sloppy stuff from the Nicosia Tigers. You just wonder whether, there's a bit of an energy drain from them. They came off that emotional win against Everest, but they just got to find a way to see out these next 3 balls so as a bowling side, and then see how they chase down this total, which, to be fair, is quite a low score for the Limassol Colunders. So the Nicosia Tigers are somehow managing to get the job done despite a few hiccups. And this one's going to be struck away by Patel.
It doesn't go anywhere. He's looking to play this on the leg side, and it just, well, doesn't go anywhere, does it?
Now that is clean bowled. So Munna Rahman getting his first wicket of this tournament. That is a good bowl. He's got the line and length right there, and he's just hit middle and off. So that little stand there by Numan Munir, where he just hung alongside Shah Khalid and kept getting singles to put Khalid on strike, has come to an end as Munir actually has to go for the big shot himself here, and unfortunately that's just a bit too much for him.
Yeah, he goes for the big shot, doesn't he? But he's on the stumps, and what we've seen today, Nish, is that when bowlers have pitched the ball up and they bowl wicket to wicket, they've got their rewards, and that's the one thing. I know we may have a few youngsters watching around the world, as it is holiday time in some parts of the globe, maybe tuning into the cricket. Well, that's the tip. You bowl full at the stumps, wicket to wicket bowling, and you get your reward. So last ball of the innings. Hits it really well, and it's been dealt with. Yes, he gets a throw in, and it's going to be easy run out. I don't even think the batter's cross here. So I think you might find that it is actually Waleed that probably gets run out. Let's just see here. And yeah, I think Waleed is going to be the man that gets run out. So good finish. The only thing I will say is there, once again, I mean, at the halfway point, you thought they were going to get an acceleration in and maybe get to 100 mark, but they don't. They stayed literally on what they were. So it's going to be a split of 44 and 44. But don't forget, the Nicosia Tigers, they did have their problems with the bat in that last match, where they only just got to the score of 70 that they needed for victory against Everest. But I think there's a bit of a poor showing there from the Qalandars. I think they had the opportunity maybe to take control of this inning, especially when they were served up with a few more extras once again with those 5 wides. But just some bits of cricket which they could have been smarter in, particularly with the way that they rotate the strike, that doesn't really go their way.
Yeah, certainly was the case. Let me just take a look at some of these highlights over here. That was a very well taken catch by the skipper Jahid Hassan. That was the one where Amir Hussain was dismissed, and then we saw Sohail Ahmed. He went for some big shots, managed to get 4 boundaries, but in the end, Rohan Mazumdar ducking out of the way and letting his partner Iftikhar Jaman take it. We saw Zishan Mahmood have a few issues with the gloves, and this was that magical moment by Tomal Aminul. He'd grab a couple of wickets in a couple of balls and almost took a hat-trick, but in the end, there it was, the second delivery. And see this, that was so close to a hat-trick. I thought he might have got it.
I thought it was through, and we're going to get ready to celebrate something special. But it wasn't to be, and somehow the batter just managed to get something on it. But this is another one, more extras. That was 4 byes when Zishan doesn't move. Then they had issues there. It was this period, wasn't it, where I just thought the Qalandars may have just taken control and things gone their way, when the Nicosia Tigers were just losing their shape a little bit. They were starting to get niggly at each other, but they weren't able to take the opportunity. Khalid really, I think for me, had to lead the way. I was very surprised that he gets run out, running to the non-strikers, and when he needed to take control. We see issues created by the wind all round as it's whirling away, this ball moving all over the place. Not easy conditions there to catch, not easy conditions to bowl either. And that's why I think the Nicosia Tigers will feel that they've probably done pretty well in these conditions to try and restrict the Qalandars to 89. So it's going to be an interesting run chase, but once again, similarly to the match that they had against the Everest, I think the Limassol Qalandars will be looking to try and get some quick wickets against the Nicosia Tigers. And we know who the key batters are. You need to try and get Mazumdar out early, and Zishan, and of course, I think Yasin Mahmood already shown what a classy player he can be. As you look at this scorecard, Shah Khalid, the key contributor, but once again, he could have led the way and didn't really take the ownership that he should have done.
Yeah, and of course, a lack of support from him. There are far too many scores in the single digits, 9-2-0-9-0-1. It's often a cricket expression to say that looks a bit like a phone number, but they just need to get some more support. And I think the Qalandars, like Everest, and a few signs we're finding out, kind of lack a bit of batting depth. They're very top heavy. and that's a concern for them. Of course, let's take a look at this Nicosia Tigers bowling card. Looks very healthy from them. Good all-around performance of Iftikhar Jaman. Went for a few runs, but picked up some important wickets and also took that very important catch of Sohail Ahmed. We see Tom Alaminul, he was on a hat trick. Went for a few runs in his first over, but otherwise he took those crucial blows. Munir Rahman was very disciplined, and what is his first day playing for this Nicosia Tigers side after not featuring in any of yesterday's action. So it's been a pretty good bowling performance by the Nicosia Tigers so far. They've been very tight and disciplined with their bowling today, and well, all they'll need is 90 runs of 60 balls to win this and make it 4 wins and 4. Join us shortly as we'll be bringing you the Tigers Chase.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the middle. The umpires Sajith and Ahmed are out there as we get ready for the reply from the Nicosia Tigers, and they're needing 90 for victory in this match. And once again, they've done their job with the ball, restricting the Limassol Calanders to a reasonably low score, reachable score. And this time it looks like that the Nicosia Tigers are not wasting any time or not playing about with their batting order. Looks like they've got the two big guns out there to start off with. Rahman Muzumda and Zishan Mahmood are there. So I've just got the feeling that maybe that in the last match against Everest they just tried something different, thinking it was a low score and that it will work out, no issues. Well, it does work, it did work out, but there were plenty of issues as they went down to the wire to win it. So this time they want to make a good start. Let's see how that pans out. Well, it goes up in the air, Ariel. This is a delightful shot. Beautifully played. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, 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 árbitro. Porque eso es una 6 carreras, una exi. Oh, what a shot that is. Just love the way he just gets into position. And it's nice to see this because he's basically using that wind at the moment that's blowing from behind him to hat the ball to go to the boundary. And he gets a big swing here, loses his shape slightly. It's a dot ball, Rico full here, and I'm joined once more by Nish. Good start, 6 runs at the first ball.
Yeah, good start, and I think what I really like about Roman Muzumdar is the fact that he doesn't feel the need to overhit the ball. He just uses his timing to get the runs, and again, it shows you he just timed that ball sweetly and gets a 6 on this short, straight boundary. Mohsin pulling his length back a bit, draws the edge. Well, that's the misfortune of being a bowler. T10 really isn't a bowler's game. It finds the edge. It trickles away to third man for a boundary.
Yeah, it doesn't carry, I don't think, to the keeper. You got a man in the catching position close there as well. He's unable to stop it, and this one manages to go right through him. A good shot there of camera 4, seeing that ball, making its way through the 2. 4 runs. So 6 and 4 from Muzumda, but I reckon he's hungry for more. He certainly is.
Yeah, this is exactly what the Nicosia Tigers would have wanted for their start. 10 off the first 3. And this time he just shuffles across Roman Muzumdar, but then a shot that's quite unlike him, goes for a rather more rash stroke, and I could see him rehearsing something more sensible. Of course, we saw the Qalandars, they were watching that previous game between Everest and the Nicosia Tigers really closely, and I hope they took some tips from that Everest performance. What Everest did so well was bowl extremely tight, and they bowled to their field. And this is played away beautifully by Muzumdar. He took a few steps forward. This is surely going to race away for 4. It does. And it's now 14 runs for Muzumdar. Nice work. 3 boundaries to start off.
Yeah, look where he places from. There he is again. He gets himself down the wicket. And then he just nurtles this away. Good timing. So it's basically been boundary dot, boundary dot. That's the way the over's gone. I'm just having a look at the fielder that's also... I mean, I would say he's in a catching position. I would say they want him to be in the slip, but he's sort of in no man's land for me. I think you either go back, you'll see him in the shot here. You'll see him in the shot as the bowler comes in, but he's either you go back on the 30-yard circle. He's there for me. That man, you just see his legs there to the left of the screen. I don't think he's doing anything there. If you want him catching, get him close to the keeper. If you want him saving runs, then get him back, because you saw what happened with the ball that did go through before. So, well, he's going to get into action there this time, but they decide that there's no runs. Zishan doesn't back himself to get there.
Yeah, it's almost a keeper's personal assistant kind of position. That's become quite common in this tournament. He's just there to assist the wicketkeeper in that one. And of course, going back to that Everest performance, another thing Everest did really well was they only had 4 runs of extras, and they're going to have to take a lot of inspiration from that Qalandars. They have a few more runs to play with than Everest did, but we know this side, they've had some quality bowlers too. And once again, Roman Muzumdar doing what he did so well. Just about goes over the boundary rope. Very close to our photographer, Diana Oros. That is a great shot. And Muzumdar, when he doesn't overhit it, he plays beautiful cricket.
That's a beautiful shot. And, well, that over goes the way He went sort of boundary dot, boundary dot, boundary dot. This is, well, the figure we do go into the hundreds. 103 matches now since a golden ball. Well, we sort of almost got pretty close to it in the last match. I wonder how this one fizzles up, but the start that's been made here from the Nicosia Tigers, I know they're thinking about making this a close one. They're off to a flyer. That first over goes magical, and Mohamed Mohsin, 21 come off the over, 21 without loss after one.
Yeah, very productive first over for the Nicosia Tigers. They're right on top of it, and no mucking about like they did in Everest. They've immediately come out here. They're going to put some pressure on Colunders, and I think the captain Jai Desam has been very clear. Look, don't want any other more heart stoppers. Let's get the job done. Let's get it done professionally, and get that net run rate up. Trying to make it 4 wins in 4. As we see Junaid Putty, who was very disciplined yesterday, bowled some good overs for his side. That's actually a pretty decent line in length, but there's not much you can do as a bowler if your fielder doesn't back it up. The man at cover just completely misses the ball here. And he's got to be doing a better job than that.
Yeah, you got to do better, and it doesn't help matters, but you can see what the intent is from these two batters. They're not hanging around. They want to go big. They want to play the shots. They want to get this victory really quickly. I think they would have learned a lesson from that last match against Everest. I don't think they're going to be making that mistake again. That's a good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah, just to emphasize how windy it is. I mean, it's so windy. My laptop's now sliding all over the place. These are tough conditions to bowl, and I really have to give a lot of credit to these fielding sides. Granted, there were a few errors at the end of the innings for the Nicosia Tigers, but otherwise, it's been really, really good stuff. Little bit on width on offer there by Junaid Putty, but Mahmood, one thing he's guilty of is he's not somebody who looks to move his feet much, likes to have that powerful base. And I think if you just keep the ball away from him, he's not going to hit too many of them.
Yeah, exactly, and it's exactly what we saw there. He's moving towards the leg side, so I think the key is don't bowl at him, don't attack the stumps, just keep it outside the off stump, and he's going to throw the bat out sooner or later, and you're waiting for a miscue, and then, well, you've got to then take the catch as well, though.
That was not probably struck as sweetly as he would have liked, but he's going to get the result nonetheless. So Nicosia Tigers have been able to manufacture runs in this early stage of the innings, or maybe I'm being a bit too harsh on him. I think that might have been a good shot.
It was a good shot, but it was going to back to what I'm saying, a little bit too close to him. I don't think when you've got somebody like Zishan out there, you don't aim for his stumps, basically. You keep the ball away from him, because that's what he wants you to do. That's why he's moving away towards the leg side, showing you his stump, so he can then play those shots. You basically, it's like your coaches would say, put a marker just before that wide line and just keep aiming for it. But again, that's a little bit too close. Goes to the fielder, no run. So they've got the right ideas, keep it out in that outside the off stump corridor, but you want to go just a little bit wider. That's going to take it out of his reach.
Yeah, you've really got to sort of vary your plans to both of these batsmen. They're both very different kind of players, despite being equally proficient. This time he goes full again and tried to go for a leg stump Yorker, and that's right where Zishan Mahmood wants it. And he's just going to stroke this away for 4. So the Colunders, either they've got the wrong game plan or they're just failing to execute. So this is a very good start for the Nicosia Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a good delivery at all. I mean, we've already talked about what Zishan is doing. He's moving away towards the leg stick. So if you're going to put it there, he's just going to put it away. This is the way things are looking at the moment. The Tigers, 3 from 3, looking to make it 4 from 4. They're sitting pretty at the top. And now for Royal Kings, they've got some points on the board. And look, I've got some news that's coming through. So looks like you can see there that the Everest, they got 2 points earlier today. They've been taken away. So we're going to have to find out exactly what's going on there. So they've lost 2 points. Looks like that also, the Napa Royal Kings also have lost 2 points, so maybe there's a story there that we haven't quite heard yet about the Cyprus Super Kings, because it looks like the teams that did get points against them, those points have been taken away. So I mean, going by that, Nish, I would imagine that the news is that we may not be seeing them further in this series.
Oh, that would be a real shame. I mean, they're granted, they had a pretty crushing defeat yesterday. They do have some exciting players on their side, but particularly Sandy Reddy, who I really enjoyed watching. So that would be disappointing news if that is indeed the case, as of course we did see Roman Mazumdar stroke that away for 4. Of course, Mohamed Farouk saw this rapidly deteriorating situation for the Qalandars, and he decided to step in, the captain. And that's just way too short and wide, and in the end, Mazumdar is trying to play it on the leg side, and that might have been what saved the skipper's blushes.
Yeah, so obviously we'll bring you some more information on that as we'll probably try and find out more from you after this match. I'll make some inquiries, but just looking at the standing, oh, that's not good fielding at all, is it? That's foot fielding going wrong. That's not the way to do it. And that's I think that's Sohail Ahmed out there. Now, he should know better. That's bad.
Yeah, we're playing close to a football pitch, and that's just poor techers, as a lot of football fans would say. Just you gotta go with it with your hands, and I think now you just see a very dejected Qalandar side, and I think the Nicosia Tigers aren't going to repeat the mistakes they did against Everest. This one played away by Zishan Mahmoud, and will race along for 4 as well. So they're trying to make quick work of this one, the Nicosia Tigers. They're going to get to the finish line as soon as they can. They're eyeing that big boost to their net run rate they failed to take advantage of in the previous game.
Yeah, well, they're not making any mistakes this time around. They come out with the top guns, the big guns, and both of them, Mahmoud and Mazumdar, are performing well. And I have to say, though, that the bowlers seem to be bowling into the areas that they like it, into the pads, into the legs. It's just easy hitting. Look, once again, you just don't bowl there to the big man. He doesn't quite get this one right. You've got to be going outside the off stump to him. So, yeah, just once again, so it looks like we've obviously got a story brewing about the Cyprus Super Kings. Looks like we're not going to see any more of them, because the points that 2 teams did pick up against them, and the Napa Royal Kings, and also earlier this morning because of a forfeit from Everest, looks like they've been taken away. That's disappointing, of course, for the likes of Everest, who thought they had the first points in the European Cricket Series. Is not to be, but more on that later as we concentrate on this match. Off the pads, no run.
Yeah, Everest are probably one of the best 0-4 teams you're going to see in any tournament. They've actually shown a lot of bright signs, and they've shown that they have a few strengths, but they just haven't quite managed to find a way to actually translate any of their qualities into wins. And I assume, of course, as they gain more experience, they'll improve. Of course, they're featuring in their first ever ECS. Of course, we take a look at that statistic right there. The Limassol Qalandars were 35 for no loss at this stage, but unfortunately, the trademark of their innings was the fact that they just kept stumbling throughout the course of it. As the Nicosia Tigers, 47 for no loss at the end of this power play. And we're seeing Mohamed Hoshin come back into the attack. Of course, now that we're at the end of the power play, it also means that the fielding restrictions have been removed, and we can see a few more fielders outside the ring. So we've got a long off, a long on, man, a deep backward square, and a deep point.
Yeah, Limassol Qalandars, they'll be a bit disappointed with their response here. It's almost like they're throwing in the towel already. Mohsin gets the ball here. Let's see if he can make things happen. Mohamed Mohsin, he bowled the first over. It wasn't a good one. 21 came off it. Back into the attack, and once again, it's in areas where you don't want to be bowling, but you just see that Mahmoud this time is quite happy just to take the single and hand the strike back to Mazumdar. And Mazumdar was the batter that did take a liking to Mohsin in that first over.
Of course, we head over to our chat. We were once again joined by Keanu Reviews. Great to have you back here. Of course, he says he's looking forward to seeing M-Docs play. So am I. They're a great fighting underdog team. And then, of course, Myra Patel saying that this is not what I'd be doing. You know, he'd rather they floated up in these windy conditions.
Thing is, though, you float it up, it could end up on the beach, as this one is a really good catch taken. Beautifully done. Hit well. And but it is Prashant Patel. Maybe under pressure, but takes the catch. So they do get a breakthrough, they do get a wicket. The thing is, though, I think it's come too late, as Roman Mazumdar still wanted to go after the bowler, Mohamed Mohsin. It's a brave move for the captain to bring him back early. He's got other options there, but he just decided that even though he went for 21, he is my main strike bowler. If I can get him to pick up a wicket, then he might find a way back in this match. But a good knock from the hard hitter, Mazumdar, but he departs.
Yeah, of course, Roman Mazumdar was so productive through that long off region during the power play, but now, of course, with the fielding restrictions lifted, that means the side can have a fielder out there. So maybe he should have adjusted his game accordingly, looked to bat out through the end. But regardless, I think this positive approach is good for the Nicosia Tigers. They need to try to chase these runs down as soon as possible. And here's a rather interesting move by the Nicosia Tigers. They've moved Tomal Aminol up to number 3. It's not usual that we would see him batting this high up the order.
Well, let's give it an opportunity. Let's see if you can make it count. I mean, a lot of batters were given an opportunity in the last contest against Everest. Didn't really perform.
This was just played off his pads by Tomal Aminol, and I think he'd be better off letting Zishan Mahmood face as many balls as possible. He's in fantastic form, and I think the longer he can stay out there, the sooner the Nicosia Tigers will win this game.
Nish, tell me, what are the birds doing flying so low along this ground? I mean, is there some sort of an insect or a bug on this surface that they're gobbling up? Because it's quite interesting. I know folks probably can't see this at home because you don't see the whole pitch, but wherever there's an area where there's no fielder, the birds are hovering around. They're like low-flying aircrafts, and they're after something. I don't know what it is, but every so often they come pretty close to a fielder who then gets the scare of their lifetime. They're just hovering around, flying around. Is that a trend here?
I mean, the Cypriot swallow is a very courageous bird. We'll see this ball that was just played away to third man beautifully by Zishan Mahmood, showing that he has both a lot of touch and grace along with some brute power, and that's the first time we've seen a ball go into the goal, so showing his scoring abilities as well, Zishan.
Yes, it is, and that means we have to take goal. I know some of our people on the chat, they like it. Well, they call it out early, and who else is going to shout out a goal? Well, we keep saying that we got 4 of those goal posts around this ground. I reckon we got to start having a few bonus points or something for those. But nice shot. It goes to show that he's a big man, hits the ball hard, but he's able to time it and finesse it around as well as he caressed the ball before for a beautiful shot for 4. Gets beaten by this one though from Mosin. It will also be the end of the over, so the 50 came up as well in that one. They're just in cruise control here, motoring along. 53 for 1 after 4. Just have a look at, you can see that they're well ahead of where they need to be, and the only thing really that can help the Qalandars here is if they pick up a hat load of wickets, but they need to do it pretty soon because only 37 required of 36 deliveries.
This has been a very dominant showing for the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, going back to swallows, of course, swallows' nests are a very common sight on this island.
Yeah, so they're obviously, I mean, the way they're flying around, there's obviously some an insect or something that they're after. And I'll tell you what, it must be difficult for them to fly around in this as well. Maybe that's why they're flying low. It is Patel who took a very good catch, who comes onto bowl. Patel. Okay, good areas, pitched up outside the off. You can see Aminul wants to go after it. I think this is what, I mean, if you're the captain here now of the Qalandars, what you're probably thinking is, all right, while we got Aminul there, let's try and keep him there. I'm trying to keep Zishan off strike. And well, that doesn't help. This is going to be 4 runs, 4 carreras, as the fielder is unable to field this. I think he gets a bit of a nasty, oh look at that, yeah, I mean that is a proper Tortuga bounce. You got to feel a little bit for the captain, Mohamed Farouk.
Yeah, it's not been a great day for captain's fielding so far. We saw Ranabad have a difficult time in a very inopportune moment at the end of the previous game, and Mohamed Farouk in much less dramatic circumstances, not covering himself in glory, and this one is just nudged away by Tomal Aminul, who's going to be fielded at third man.
Yeah, that wind gusting away, I'm sure you can hear it as well in the background. Well, somebody else was shouting goal as well. MKS says goal. Yeah, it was. We see that a few times as well. And Keanu was just saying that was a solid catch that we saw taken there by the man doing the bowling now, Prajan Patel. as Nishi's laptop almost flies off the table. It's going to be 4 runs. Are we going to see another? The goalkeeper comes and saves it. It's nicely played away. Well, the new kits for the Limassol Colanders doesn't seem to have brought them too much luck in this game. I do like it though. I'm liking the lime green and the black. They look pretty dashing, but hasn't given them the success they were hoping for.
No, it certainly hasn't, and I really like the kits of all the sides so far. Everest have also showcased a couple of different kits, and I think both of them have been really nice. I think black and lime green really go well together as colors, as the Nixie Tigers now only need 29 runs in the second half of this innings. Of course, Julian Dawson just comes in with some very interesting knowledge. Swallows tend to fly lower in extreme weather conditions, so clearly they don't like the high winds at altitude.
Okay, well, thank you for that. But they are really, if you're fielding out there, they're there, causing all sorts of issues for you.
We're going to see Shah Khalid, who was the top run getter for the Colanders back when they were batting, come on to bowl. Let's see if he can force some kind of a miracle here, because it's really slipping away from the Colanders at this stage.
Get a wicket here now, Zishan. Then you give yourself a chance to get back into the game. This has been absolutely lasered, and the fielder does ever so well. That's nicely stopped.
Yeah, Zishan is just staring at that fielder either side of him. That was a boundary. He's somehow managed to pick the only fielder out in that offside region.
Yeah. Good stop actually made there, Babati. Okay, it's played away nicely. He wants to take the single, but he's told to stay there by Omanor. Listen, if you're a lawyer, it's a good day for you, because it's International Be Kind to a Lawyer Day today. Lawyers find themselves in the middle of many sticky situations, but that's part of their job. So let's take a moment to recognise the great work they do to help us and get us out of a lot of messes. So International Lawyer Day today, how about that? So enjoy it if you're a lawyer. Be kind to your lawyers. They're only doing their job. This one is a 1 bounce, 1 run, and the man is doing his job pretty well at the moment. Is Emanul out there enjoying his time and does his job by giving the strike back to Zishan Mahmood. There's somebody else doing their job. There's Diana Oros with her burrito, taking some snaps. She's been in the action today. The ball's actually followed her about. Actually saw her do a fielding stop. Diana normally shies away from touching the ball. So, oh, good work. Sharp from the fielder. The days today that I mentioned already, it is World Parkinson's Day to raise awareness about this medical condition. It's National Pet Day. It's a day to appreciate your pets and all the good that they do for you. They do a lot of good, as this one's well bowled, but it's another dot, so good bowling here at the moment. Yeah, we know that scientists have shown already that pets bring us loads of benefits. Not only do they steal our hearts, but also contribute to overall health, lowering cholesterol and blood pressure levels, etc. So, well worth having. So be kind to your pets. As this one has been worked away, it's going to be 4 more. So after bowling a couple of good deliveries outside the off, where you're bowling to your field and no runs came from it, he just strays down the leg side, and it's just an easy shot from Zishan. So they know where they've got to be, because they get success when they keep it in those areas, but just lets himself down in the final ball of the over. So the ball goes to the boundary, 67 for 1 after the 6 overs.
Yeah, they're motoring along at a brilliant rate. It's not going to be much of a praise for the Limassol Colanders fans, but at least their side has only given 1 run in extra, so they're doing good in that department, but doesn't make much of a difference, of course. Many of our viewers must be wondering why Cyprus, as a Commonwealth nation, never really took off with cricket quite the way the rest of the Commonwealth did, and it's one of the great things that European cricket is doing, because this is really a unique country where it's a 10-month-a-year cricket-playing nation. Yeah,
it is. There's a couple of countries we're really blessed with. Spain, of course, is another one. That's why we get a lot of cricket in Spain, and Cyprus as well. Brilliant. I know Malta is a good place to go as well. They play cricket practically all the year round as well. But Yeah, you were telling me yesterday that the season here starts in February, which is quite remarkable, really, because, I mean, even in Spain, though, you can play cricket as early January, February, and of course, we know that the European Cricket League starts pretty early there. It's still a little bit nippy, I have to say.
No, it certainly would be nippy over here as well, but I mean, there's so much passion and enthusiasm from this cricketing community on this island that as soon as they can get their bats and stumps out there, ready to head out, as of course this one's knocked by Zishan Mahmood over to the fielder, and well, the skipper Umar Farouk's having a very difficult time out on the field. We saw him yesterday carrying an injury and playing for his side. I wonder if there's still some after effects of that today.
Yeah, I saw him when he went after that, when he ricocheted off him. He's still hobbling. So temperature-wise, so what's the coldest? I know it can get really hot, we know that. What's the coldest it can get here when? This is blasted away, work to be done for the fielder. Once again, that's really well fielded.
Well, it certainly depends on, of course, the city. I mean, in Nicosia, the capital city, it can easily go as low as 0. It can go into the negative Celsius degrees as well.
Yeah.
Up in the, mostly, you only get snow up in the mountains in Trolos, but not much cricket is played up there. This is just angled into the leg stump and played away by Zishan, of course. Cricket never really took off in Cyprus quite the way it did in the other places. Of course, the first time it was even played on these islands was in the 1940s in many of the RAF bases that were located on this island. And we'll continue with that after this delivery. This one's played away beautifully by Zishan Mahmood. It's going to take one bounce in front of the boundary rope, so not quite a maximum, but he does get a boundary as the Nicosia Tigers continue to motor along. And this is probably one of the first times we've seen a real foot movement from Zishan, who's usually happy to play from a rather stationary base. But he wants to get along as the Nicosia Tigers need just another 20 runs, of course. Then really in the 1980s, we saw cricket have its next little spurt on this island. As Patel will just well, a very nice delivery there. Zishan frustrated with himself. He wants to club everything, but then the wicketkeeper really, this is poor by the Colunders. Not really covering himself in glory. He's failed to return the ball back to the bowler, and that's just going to be an overthrow as it's just hands on hips everywhere for the Colunders.
Yeah, the body language says it all, really. I mean, that, well, you said you wouldn't be playing in my 10-pin bowling side if you're missing the stumps from there, and you can see all sorts of gestures and talk. Yeah, it's not a good look, is it? This is the match that is coming up next. Everest, they are 0-4. They should, and they believe they're almost nearly pulled up a great victory over the team that we're seeing out there at the moment. ECS Tigers weren't able to do it. They're up against Doctor team. A lot of people on the chat, including yourself and myself, are looking forward to seeing in the next match. Match number 9 coming up in around about 40 minutes time from now.
Yeah, we've been critical of wicket keeping a bit today, and I think Pritesh Dayal for Docs is one of the finest keepers, so really looking forward to seeing some excellent glove work. I don't think he's going to be standing that far behind the stumps. I think he's going to be right up next to them, so he's a real difference maker and a very exciting wicket keeper to watch as we see Shah Khalid come in for his second over. This one's knocked away by Zishan. It's going to go to Motion, who's at long on.
Yeah, that's well keeping. Yeah, I mean, I know that we were talking about the temperatures here, so it does get pretty cold. Well, I expect that because one of the facts that I've got here is that though you have more than 300 days of sunshine a year, Cyprus is also Europe's most southerly ski resort. So, and that, I mean, that's the thing I love about going to these places, different countries, is that you find out things you never know about them. I mean, who's thinking that you go skiing in Cyprus?
I gotta be honest with you, there's very few people who've probably gone skiing over here. I certainly have some friends who didn't even see the snow until they were 18 or 19, so that's a unique fact, although there are certainly some nice ski resorts here up in Mount Olympus. And this is struck away beautifully, and that's going to be a boundary. Of course, one thing to our viewers, of course, don't confuse it with the Mount Olympus in Greece. Just has the same name. This is clubbed away. Of course, Cyprus's Mount Olympus is now, of course, a radar base for the Royal Air Force. So one of the most strategically important radar bases out here in the Levant.
Zishan Mahmood, 41, not out, just 9 needed now. And I have to say, he's batted pretty beautifully again. And I think he's made a point and a statement here to his captain. And he's just basically saying to Jahan Hassan, look, you know where my role is with the bat. I'm an opener, leave me where I am, and your team are not going to have the kind of troubles that you had against Everest and he has batted really well. It's probably gave away a few runs when he's behind the stumps, to be fair, but he's more than made up for those with the way he's batted. He's batted beautifully. He's played some lovely shots. But one thing I will say about him, and is that if you're watching him play now, I've watched him a few times, I'm already knowing that when I'm bowling to him, I'm pitching up to him outside the off and middle stump and saying, go on, drive me. Because I want to know how many times he's driven the ball. He plays the cut shot pretty well. He plays off his legs well, but he doesn't drive. So I'm pitching up, and there's a good example of it. It's pitched up. He goes outside the leg stump, but he can't do anything else but just knock it straight. So you can bowl to him, but you have to have a plan to him, and that can be said about all players.
Yeah, certainly, and I think full and wide's a very good tactic with him as well. I mean, he's not somebody who's too keen to move his feet. He likes to hit from a strong base. As we take a look at this graph, of course, Dixie Tigers motoring along. They're well above their required run rate right now. As we saw the Colunders, just kind of plateaued really at the end. Didn't quite manage to get things going. As we see, the Dixie Tigers are now, of course, just one big blow away from tying this match.
It's almost done, isn't it? And, well, it's interesting that we're so close to the end of the match. I don't mind that. You see, looks like Zishan is having a little bit of liquid there. I mean, it's still pretty warm despite the wind. He's been out there right from the start. So I just think it's, I don't think any tournament referee is going to deny a batter that's been out there for a while a little bit of water, even though that this probably could be done in the next couple of deliveries, really. Barty has the ball in his hand. He's bowling to Aminul.
And Aminul just will knock that one away. Of course, Aminul hasn't really had to hit too much. He's just had a couple of boundaries, but otherwise he's been content to rotate the strike and make sure Zishan Mahmood plays as many deliveries as possible, which is smart stuff from him. Of course, he's had a rare occasion, a rare chance to bat this high up the order, and he's trying to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's done his job pretty well, hasn't he, for what he's been asked to do. He's gone out there, he's kept one end pretty tight, he's getting it more or less a run and ball, and he's managed to get Zishan on strike most of the time. So played his part well, made full use of the opportunity that he's been given by the captain.
This one's just going to be played off his pad. That's a poor delivery, and it's just going to make things even quicker for the Nicosia Tigers, as they're now just 3 runs away from putting the Colunders out of their misery.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good delivery. It's a nice shot though from Aminul. He could have opted to take the wide, but decides he'll play at it and clips it away for 4 runs.
And this will be struck away. It's going to be an aerial one. It's always going to be a tough catch, but the captain just decided to help it over the boundary rope, and that means Tomal Aminul gets to end things in style. He gets that photo finish, which every single player desires in T10 cricket, and that will be the end of that, as the Nicosia Tigers thrashed the Limassol Colunders very convincingly, winning this one by 8 balls after having a similar 7-ball and 9-wicket win yesterday against Everest, and they make it 4 wins in 4.
Yeah, it just goes to show that little bit of action there towards the end. You've got to have your best players in the important areas. Barty, the bowler, while he's been out there, has stopped everything that's come his way. In fact, he's been absolutely brilliant. He's stopped balls that have been motoring at a real rocket pace. And then when he's bowling, he doesn't get the same reward, does he, from the fielder? The captain lets him down. In fact, when he should be catching the ball, he ends up firing it over for 6 runs. So it will be a victory for the Nicosia Tigers. And really, you've got to say this, that's more like it. That's what you'd expect from the Tigers when they're chasing these sort of scores.
Yeah, we did say after that a bit of a disappointing win almost in the 3rd match that they would come out here, they'd be a lot stronger, stamp their authority on this game, and that's exactly what they've done. As we take a look at this opening partnership between Roman Mazumdar and Zishan, which really set the tone, 48-run partnership. They were just smashing balls all over the place. This is a very nice cut shot by Zishan. We were just talking about how strong he is square of the wicket. And I was taking a look at some of these. You really can't bowl to him there. He's a man who likes to bowl straight. And there it was, Roman Mazumdar playing it away to the leg side. That's the one thing I love about Roman Mazumdar. He's really a 360-degree player.
Yeah, I mean, they're good to watch, aren't they? It's a good partnership because they complement each other so well. I think you saw there from Roman Mazumdar, he hit straight really well. All right, that one he doesn't quite get right. It's a very good catch taken there by Prashant Patel. But whereas he hits straight and he's strong on that area, you got the likes of Zishan, who's very strong on the offside, cuts the ball so well. But they both have their weaknesses. You just got to bowl well at them, and you got to say that Limassol Qalandars were, they just lacked in confidence. They had given up this match pretty early, and you can see that even from some of the fielding. And I like the opportunity that was given to Aminul when he came out there, and I think he took it very well, and he finished the game off with this moment here with the captain. Won't want to be looking at again as it gets parred over for 6 runs. A good victory for the Nicosia Tigers, and they do it pretty quickly as well. And we'll just have a look at the scorecards coming up here.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic show. Of course, we're just going to see over here Roman Mazumdar leading the way with 25 runs of 10 deliveries. He struck 3 boundaries, clubbed a couple of big blows, and then Zishan Mahmood getting it down, 42 runs of 25 deliveries. He hit 9 fours, didn't need to hit a 6, and Tomal Aminul was a very able partner. He just looked to rotate the strike, make sure Zishan plays as many balls as possible, but he came along with 3 boundaries, and then he hit that winning 6 right at the end. There's a highlight for the Limassol Qalandars. Well, I guess it was the fact that they only gave 2 runs away in extras. That's the least we've seen from any side so far this tournament. Otherwise, nice work for Prashant Patel and Shah Khalid. Both of them were very economical. Mohammad Moshin picking up the only wicket. Of course, we saw Mazumdar drive one straight to Prashant Patel, who took it at long off. So the Nicosia Tigers, well, this is a sensational start for them. They are 4-0 after doing the double to both Everest and the Limassol Qalandars. They well and truly dominated both these sides, and now they pick up a nice 9-wicket win. Well, guess what? We've got some more cricketing action coming up for you. Those very same Everest Nepalis are going to be out here to play Amdocs, who are going to feature for the first time this tournament. Make sure you join us in half an hour's time. Don't go anywhere.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
So we're just about to see Everest face off today in match 3 against M-Docs. We're featuring for the first time this tournament. I'm with the skipper of the Everest side, Bimal Rana. But of course, Bimal, I hate to start off by opening up old wounds, but how's the team faring after that difficult loss?
We just feel unlucky. We try our best. I don't know where we lost our momentum, but I feel like we are a bit weaker on our batting side. We always start nicely, and then in the middle order we had some error. I hope the next game we're going to try our best on our errors and come back to the game and win the remaining game.
Of course, everybody really loves to see Everest out on the field. Everyone on ECN are huge fans of your side. And one of the things about your side is it's so gusty and windy out there. How are you guys fielding so well?
I don't know, but it's really windy. We are trying our best, but most probably all my bowlers, we like to bowl them offside, so the wind will help them to swing the ball and not to hit on the leg side. So it's plus point for us because all the bowlers who are bowling, they are really nice. They're executing nicely the way we plan to bowl, so it's okay.
Of course, you're now going up against M-Docs, who are a fairly experienced side. They've been in plenty of ECS. What's your plan going to be heading into this game against them?
We just want to follow the basics. Like as I mentioned you earlier, like I want to be strong in our middle orders and get some big high score, so we can defeat them easily by our bowling. All the guys are doing well and bowling, fielding. So let's see. Hope for the best.
Yeah, thank you very much for speaking to us. We appreciate you taking out your time, and good luck for the game. Of course, the message is pretty clear from the captain. He wants to see more runs from his side. Will they get them? Well, we'll find out shortly.
M-Docs the call. Tails is called. It's heads. Okay, good luck guys. All the best, cheers. So Everest have won the toss. They are having a hit. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico and Nish.
Well, I think there's you can clearly hear yourself there the issues that we're having with the wind. It has really picked up big time now. And welcome to the start of match number 9. Everest taking on M-Docs. M-Docs, first time we're going to see them. Let's see how they fare. Everest, well, we've known about the issues that they've had. And, well, lost 4 out of 4 now. Let's have a look at that, the sides here. So Everest, their captain, Bimal Runabout, will be hoping that things can go their way this one. I think someone like Jeevan last month, he's really got to perform, and Arjun Shahi as well, and I think Sahal Akhtar, they're the key men here. I think that really got to make things happen for them. M-Docs, their captain, Vimal Kanduri, will be hoping that his team can make a good start here. He'll be hoping to keep the pressure and the pain all over the Everest side. But Everest, look, we know, and like Nish said there, they're a team that are well liked. We like the work that they put in as well in the middle. They work hard, they back each other well. They're a team that do deserve to take something away from the day. Remember, it is going to be another tough day for them. 2 matches they've had to play today. The first one, of course, against the Cyprus Super Kings, not going ahead. And the news on that, well, we'll touch on that a little bit later, maybe in the middle of or during this match, that there's going to be a few changes in this FanCode European Cricket Series coming for you from this Ipsona cricket ground here in Limassol. Let's get this one on the way first. Rico Full here, and alongside me is the ever popular, the man who's got all the local knowledge as well. It's Nish But Nish. Nice interview, and welcome back.
Yeah, it's great to be back, and of course, very clear message there by the Everest captain. He wants to see more runs. That's why he won the toss. He's decided to bat first. He wants them to go right from the get-go, work on something that's been a huge Achilles heel for them. And guess what? He's decided he's going to face the first delivery and set the tone for the rest of his team.
Yeah, don't mind that at all. And I like I say, I've said already, I like the way that they go about things. They do a lot of things right. So yeah, if they can just get more runs on the board, maybe, I think 100. They get 100 on the board. They've got the bowling attack to defend it. Here's the first one. It's going to be a wide from Hitasnandani. So starts with a wide, but liking the way, look, running back too smart. So already, I suppose Docs are probably thinking, well, we know where we've had a few issues. So one thing we're not going to do is give any extra runs away in terms of, it could be a result of penalties. And well, he gets back to his mark pretty quickly. Well, I thought I missed the ball there or something, because the ball ends up right next to Nish for a moment. But they're just having a few problems getting it back to him. Going to be interesting to see how the Docs start here. Nani, better delivery, better areas, but you can see that Ranabat Bimmo is trying to be just a little bit more aggressive with the batting. Misses out on it.
Yeah, nice work there by Hitesh Tadani. You know, of course, this is the first time that M-Docs are playing this tournament, so we'll need a little bit just to adjust to a few different things. Of course, Hitesh Tadani was the former captain of this M-Docs side before stepping down. This is called a wide as well, and the other thing that I think Thandani needs to do is just make sure he's not running where he finishes here. Look, in front of the umpire. Goes back to his mark pretty quickly, but it's another wide. So all the runs on the board at the moment, courtesy of wides. This one is okay. This one in the right area. But yeah, I'd just like to see the umpire just be a little bit more firmer on that. And I think all the teams now have been seen, and I think all the bowlers should be aware that there's areas where they shouldn't be in. And if they're there, they need to run off. Otherwise, I think umpires need to start applying the warnings. Just look at that. They shouldn't be running in front of the umpire there. That's not good to see. I'm pretty sure that Thandani will have a few words said to him by the umpire. Welcome back to all of our viewers. Hello to Julian Dawson. And also to Helix there. Hello, Helix. Took some pace off that final ball there, Hitesh Tadani. Let's see if he continues that strategy.
Oh, this one could go all the way, and it will. This will be 4 byes as well. Just as scoreline, just taking a bit of a time to update. A couple of other wides to go on there, and those 4 byes as well. I'm sure when that comes back, it will be pretty soon up to date. It hasn't updated at the moment yet, so maybe the wind also playing a big part on that scoreline. This one is going to be another wide. Going right across the right-hander, Thandani, but whether this is once again the wind taking this ball, it's difficult to tell. I mean, that one I thought was going to be okay. This one certainly is okay. So that scoreline corrected now. So sprightly character, isn't he, Thandani? Gets back to his mark quickly. He's not wasting any time. Must admit, it's unlike in their kits as well. A lot of detail, sort of tattooing-ish detail on those sleeves. Oh no, this is not a wide. Now, I'm just wondering whether these are being called because the umpire can't see, in which case, okay, I think have a chat with the bowler and say, well, look, I can't see because you're in my way. I don't think there's any... I mean, that's a rough call.
That's a very harsh call, and I think you've just got to give that to the bowler. I think it's also the fact that I just noticed that whenever these bowlers are going around the wicket, it might be for the fact that you mentioned or others, they're just not getting these decisions.
Played into the deck, and in comes the throw. And we're going to see the first runs off the bat as well. So Ranabat, after playing and missing at a few, gets a single right at the end there. So the score moves to 9, and he'll go back on strike. So 9 without loss after the first. Not a bad over there from Thandani. I mean, there's a few wides there. I think a few went against him as well. But, you can see just as well that he does run back to his mark pretty quickly and get the ball back in quick, because I think he needed to, because there were a few wides there, which we've seen a lot of teams struggle. It looks absolutely beautiful there when you look out there, doesn't it? Nice sunshine, blue skies. But when you look a bit closer, the wind doesn't take into account the wind, which is causing all sorts of issues. Good delivery, right on the money, but a beautiful shot as well. Ranabat gets this one right, and it's on the stumps, but just timed to perfection. 4 runs. Great shot.
Yeah, gorgeous shot. Presents the full face of the bat. You just love to see that. It's rare that you see a 9-run over where the batsman only scored 1 run off his bat, but Ranabat now, he's got into the groove of things, and that's exactly what you want to see. Just presents that sticker for all of us to see. So a rough introduction to this game for Gaurav Sagwan, who's of course featuring in his third ECS for M-Docs. One thing I do like about this M-Doc side is they've always got a new kit in every ECS. Started off with a black kit in their first ever one, then moved on to navy blue, and now they're rocking yellow.
Yeah, and I like it. Once again, I like the detail on the upper part as well. And maybe we can have a... Well, what's going on here now? I think there's something being said. Something being said to the bowler about something, and then he's being made to stop. I don't know what that was. Anyway, here comes Sagwan. And this is hit high up, and it will go all the way. Bolle, kinna sona. Boom. Shaka-luggia, and this one, well, you probably can't see it on your screen, but it ends up in the back of the net as well. What a good hit.
Yeah, that's a fantastic one, and a potential contender for bonus runs if we decide to apply that rule here in Cyprus. And of course, it's quite interesting because M-Docs, in response to that previous shot, moved a man out to a long off. It was Hitesh Sedani himself, and all Ranapat does is he just hits a 6 on the other side of it, so he really backs himself to hit it to his strength and is undeterred by adding a fielder there.
He carves this one out onto the offside, chase on for the fielder. Get there, they're taking the arm on, and they will get to very good running. One thing I will say about those shots from Runabout playing down the ground, he's got it just right. The wind is behind him, and that wind is blowing right into our faces here in the commentary position. So any ball hit in this direction is going to get wind assisted, and I think that last 6 certainly was. Okay, Runabout, it gets back on strike. Goes down, hits it high in the air. Fielder comes across, does well this time. It should be just the single, and it is. So very positive. Well, you said that he was saying he wants to get quicker runs. You heard that in the interview, and that's exactly what Runabout, the captain of Everest, is doing here.
Yeah, that was Sagar Sanap out at deep point who fielded that one. He's featuring in his first ever ECS here. This one's a good delivery there by Sagwan. It's on a nice line and length. It's sort of around that corridor of uncertainty, just outside the off stump. It's very difficult for the batsman to know whether to play that on the front foot or the back foot. So good response by him after being hit for a couple of boundaries earlier this over.
Let's see if he can finish the over well. And it's a good delivery, nicely played as well. And one thing that we do know about Everest is that the batters out there are always keen to run and run hard and try and get whatever they can get on the board, and they will be looking to convert ones into twos as well. And on the second over, it's a very good start, you have to say, from Everest. 23 without loss.
Now, if we take a look at our standings, and they can see Tigers made it 4 wins in 4 previously after getting a pretty comfortable victory against the Qalandars, who still are sitting at just 2 points. The Napa Royal Kings, of course, just a 1 win now after the Cyprus Super Kings are in a bit of a tentative situation. Of course, we just received a nice little update here from Mensu Manu, who is praising some of our umpires out there. Totally agree with that one. I've got Hamad Ahmed and Abdul Rahman, with Sujit Kumar as third umpire. This one's a wider delivery.
Yeah, one thing we can tell you is that we're probably not going to see the Cyprus Super Kings. They have been knocked off their throne, and that means that we will have a bit of a change to the schedule, to the series, and the word that's coming, and of course we'll confirm this maybe by being able to show you a graphic perhaps a little bit later on. The word is that the teams will now, we know that we're playing each other on 2 occasions. It looks like with the Cyprus Super Kings not being in the contest anymore, that the teams will play each other 3 times in their group stages. So that just means that there'll be a couple of days when we'll be bringing you a bumper full 6 matches in the day. So that's the latest on that. We'll keep you informed. I know a few people were wondering just how things would work, and well, that's what the news is. More confirmation in terms of how the schedule will look later, but of course for that to work, that it means that the schedules will have to change for all the other teams. So it sounds like at the moment that all the teams are willing to do that. So it looks like the teams will play each other 3 times. As this one gets played out. And nicely dealt with by the fielder. The wind really now picking up. And I know that the scorers were telling me in that break that they're having a lot of issues keeping all of their equipment on the deck. Of course, spare a thought for the person doing the paper scoring, but also laptops and other electrical devices are flying around all over the place, and we have the same issues here. We're sort of weighing things down with everything we can. This is played out to the fielder, but once again, it's good running, good backing up. They take another single, and not a bad over this at all from Nath. He bowls, in fact, very well. He gets through the over quickly. He eliminates too many extras and only goes for 3 runs. So the power play complete, and it wasn't the over they wanted to finish the power play with, Everest, because only 3 come of it, but they are 26 and they haven't lost a wicket.
Yeah, Nath really tightening the screws on that over for M-Dogs, just helping them claw their way back into this. So that was some very tight stuff by him, and this has kind of been the story for Everest, hasn't it been? They've kind of lost their way after having a few good starts here and there, but we'll have to brush that one aside and see if they can progress. Of course, now that the fielding restrictions have been lifted, we're going to see more fielders outside the ring. So they decided to go with a long off, a long on, a cow corner, and a deep extra cover. This one's dug in a bit short. It's going to go up in the air. Is it going to reach the fielder? Oh, he's put down the catch. He's got to take that one. That's exactly why the captain put a fielder out at deep mid-wicket, and he's put one down, and he's really let the new bowler Kazi down on his ECS debut. I don't think you're going to hope for a worse start.
Yeah, not an easy catch, though he does get there, so he's done enough to get there. He should take it, but you see he had to move pretty late because the wind catches that, takes it away from him. Well, this one has been hit beautifully, and well, just to the left of us. Oh, this is a cracking hit. He absolutely clobbers this. Just watch, goes all the way, and power. Anything coming this way, Nish, is going to be gale force assisted.
No, it certainly will. That ball might have been going wide anyway. It just shows you the reach Ronaput has. And that is really fun that he tries to look to sneak a single in there, but Kazi is right onto it. Good stuff by him. And it's just interesting to see how Kazi's going to fare. Of course, he's hasn't featured before for this M-Dog side, who of course took part in the domestic T10 league as well. They had 1 win out of 3. Unfortunately, they're missing their main run getter from that tournament.
Swings hard, and well, they've got a chance here, and it's going to be out. So that's the first wicket. It's a good bit of work from the fielder, you know. I'm going to give him credit, because I think the batters, I'm not going to criticise Runabout here at all, because they're playing the way that they are. Anything on bat, they're looking to go. He gets a fair bit of bat chasing a wide ball, so he sort of spoils a wide here for me. But look at the fielder, does well, good pick up, good throw, right to the bowler, and the bowler, credit to him as well. And Runabout, he's been run out by a long way, but not before he's given his team a good start. As Bimmel, he'll fall for 21, run out of ball number 16 that he faces, but he's leaving with his team in a good position.
Now, he gave his team the platform that they needed, and he really delivered on the words he spoke about in the interview. But that is a big blow for Everest, of course. This has been the issue with them. They've got starts from a lot of their key players, but those players have not necessarily been able to kick on. And here was Ronaput once again, got a start, but wasn't quite able to carry through with it. As it looks like we'll see Jeevan Lusmal, a very technically adept player, trudge along to the non-strikers end, as Jaishwal now has to really continue the work for Ronaput.
Swing and a miss. Oh, I'm going to say Kumpiri Palu, who probably not pronounced that way at all, but Srikanth is easier. Great work from him. He does absolutely brilliantly well, doesn't he?
Oh, he certainly does. Of course, Joe Agasiani, shout out to him from ECS, had a great time trying to pronounce his surname back in 2021, and he quickly became his favorite players. This one is hit away. It's going to go over the fielder's head. It's going to take a bounce or two and trudge along and head over to the boundary rope. So now Ram Jaishwal has added his first boundary of the day. He has to kind of reach out for that one, so M-Dogs have a very specific strategy here to bowl wide, and Everest have been able to respond on occasion.
Yeah, I don't mind Joshua being out there. I don't think he's the quickest in terms of hitting runs. I think he has a good technique, and I think maybe the approach here is to say, right, Joshua is the batter that we want to stay out there, and he's the one that can nudge and get us keep the big hitters on strike, and he's capable, as we've seen already, of getting a boundary himself and putting away the bad ball. But he is the stability, and everybody works around him. That's the approach I think Everest are going for here. End of the over, 37 for 1.
That's good stuff. So it looks like they'll go with Ashish Nath. So it's just been bowling change after bowling change for M-Dogs, who I think are going to go with a plan of giving second overs to all their bowlers in the second half of the innings. Of course, so far we've seen teams bowl out bowlers early.
Nash gets it in the right area, gets worked away onto the onside. Mid-wicket comes in. Man who had an opportunity to take a catch early before, wasn't quite able to execute it.
Skipper himself, Vimal Kanduri, hasn't bowled so far, which is quite interesting. Of course, he's a very handy leg spinner.
It's hit high up in the air. Fielder gets there, and you can see the difference kind of is every time the batters are trying to hit onto the onside aerial, ball is going nowhere. The wind is just starving it and dropping it. It's like it's falling out of the sky. Whereas if you're a right-hander on the offside, the ball is motoring along. So once again, look, on the leg side, where's this going? It literally goes nowhere. That really is crazy. The wind just keeps that ball inside the 30-yard circle. So I think batters have to try and get a little bit creative. I mean, the best chance is on the leg side. You've got to keep the ball on the ground.
And you have to say, M-Dogs have actually recognized that. That's why they've got a fair bit of protection out at point and also deep extra cover. So good tactics by M-Dogs.
This has been lofted. It's going, gear, and Shaka Lagia, manos arriba from the arbitro. Well, this is hit sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Big shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, exactly. We were just mentioning that they might not look to target that leg side, but Ram Jaiswal backs himself to actually beat the fielder. There's a fielder right there for that shot, but he's confident in himself, and he actually had enough power on that one to get it over the rope. So good stuff here by Jaiswal.
Chases the wide one. Nah, it's not a wide. It just takes himself too far away down the leg side. Just see this. He's too far away. And look where that front foot of ECS makes it a very difficult shot to play. So, Nath looking to finish well. It's nicely played, but good fielding. In comes a throw, and well, I don't think he quite has the ball in his hands, but a great bit of fielding as well. Well, the M-Dogs, one thing they are doing is they're applying the pressure on Everest. Everest, I'm liking this. This is a battle of two teams. Everest trying to get those valuable runs on the board and really attacking. You see there, just doesn't have the ball, does he? The wicketkeeper. Hello and welcome, Rika Full here, along with Nish Bhatt and your commentators for this series. It's a interesting and yet challenging day. Well, folks, the wind is really strong here. We're enjoying the action, but the players are having to be at their best to deal with these conditions.
No, these are very difficult conditions, and I actually have to credit a lot of the bowlers. We've seen a very high quality of bowling and fielding so far. There haven't been too many high scores, and I think you have to credit the bowlers for that. They've got in the right place, but you've seen some really good catches out of the swirling wind. As for this game, it's hanging right in the balance. 46 for 1 at the 5-over mark. You can't really split these sides so far.
You can't split them. Everest, of course, searching for their first victory. 4-0 at the moment. Can they go away with something in this match? That's what everybody's waiting to see. They got so close last time, and see that we're going to go with Vimal Kudani, the captain now, going to come on to have a bowl. See how he gets on. So, there's an appeal here. I think more from the wicketkeeper than from the captain. Good take.
Yeah, this is very interesting. You don't often see 6 overs into the innings. We're already seeing our 6 different bowlers, so clearly someone's not going to bowl a second over. And I'm looking at this list right now.
Hasn't Nath bowled? Didn't Nath bowl these 2? I thought Nath bowled these 2.
Yes, my apologies, yes.
Up in the air, and well, look at the wind take this one. Well, you got to be smart and intelligent and play shots like this, and that's a really good shot, and the wind just takes hold of this and it just goes. And how far is the beach from here? Because I think we could see one of these balls ending up on the beach. It's an intelligent shot from Jeevan Lasman.
Yeah, very intelligent shot. That's something you've seen Everest do here. They're really looking to target that side of the boundary. It's also something they tried to do in their previous match, but weren't quite as successful on that occasion.
The wind really is starting to play a part in this match, and I know that before we got here, a lot of people were saying just that the temperatures are good, but the wind can be quite strong. And I don't quite, I mean, when we were here last, I don't quite remember the wind being anything like this. So this really is a turn up. Of course, we experienced big winds when we were in Gibraltar. So okay, so this one, the chase is on, and I think he gets lucky here, manages to get a bit of foot onto it, stops the ball going to the rope. A couple more. Yeah, I was just saying that when I was at the Europa Point ground in Gibraltar, it was really, really windy there. And there, of course, you had the spray that was coming in from the sea too. And this is certainly just as strong. This is played away nicely. Fielder, well, this time the foot fielding doesn't go to plan, as the fielder there not quite able to stop it. That's Sagar Sanap. They really needed to get down and dirty for his side and try and stop this with his body. A bit of a slide, but he reached out with that left foot and missed out on it. So valuable runs. Yeah, Sagar Sanap, we saw, of course, we mentioned earlier that he's making his ECS debut. He did a nice bit of fielding out there at deep point earlier, where he sort of warranted his captain's decision to put him out there, but that was almost a kind of a lazy reach, and he'd expect him to do a bit more. This is a very crucial middle over stage of the game, and this is kind of where games are won and lost. It might not be the most memorable period, as this one by Vimal Kanduri is a wide. So M-Dogs just need to keep the lid on Everest here. We know that Everest have had their issues scoring runs, and M-Dogs don't want to be the side to help them get over that hump. So we take a look at just some of the beautiful patterns on that M-Dogs jersey. Have a good chance to see it up close. I do like it. I think it's I think from the M-Dogs, I mean, you said that these guys have all a background in one field, and that's all in software, right? And I think, well, maybe somebody's been pretty creative in that. Get a better close-up on it. Okay, Kanduri hits it high, hard. Watch the bounce. The fielder deals with it really well, and well done, because keeps it to just the one as well. That's Gurav Sagwan, and that will also bring us to the end of the 6th over. So they're going at 10 and over. They're looking to bring the 100 up, and I think maybe one magical over or an over where they can really go after one bowler, just excel a little bit, go close to that 110, which will be, I think, a very challenging start for the M-Dogs with the bat.
No, it certainly will, and of course M-Dogs have a lot of similar issues to Everest as well. Their biggest concern in their ECS has been a lack of power hitting. Have they been able to address that in the last few months? We'll find out, of course, sooner rather than later. But the big thing for Everest is they still have Arjun Shahi over there, so these two know that if they get going, there's still a big hitter to come.
Okay, so interesting field here as well. I quite like it. I think this is almost like, not quite, because I don't think the fielder at long on. It's a chance, and he takes it. Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. He goes with the one-hand jalebi catch. That's Ashish Nath. He gets it in the left when it pops out, but he's then able to take it on the rebound. Oh, what a good moment this is for Nath. A really, really good catch. It's disappointment, though, for the batter, because Jeevan Lamsal again has to depart. But look at this. This is beautifully done. He gets clipped, gets one hand on it, and then, well, he ends up taking it in the left. He goes left, right, left. Thank you very much. A great moment, a great highlight for Ashish Nath.
Left, right, left. That's quite a boxing combination right there. Ashish Nath on his ECS debut gets his first catch, and it's a memorable one. That is also the important wicket of Jeevan Lamsal, who must be feeling like he can't catch a break this tournament. He's been on the back of some harsh decisions. He's had 2 great catches as well taken off his batting, so it's been really tough for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. You're absolutely right. Not everything's going his way. But this one, we see it again. It literally is. To the left, to the right, to the left. And it's the left that holds on to it. A wonderful moment for Nath. Not so good for Lamsar because, as he said, everything. And now he's feeling the pain in the left hand. It's the right hand that took the brunt of it. But he's given the left a bit of a shake. And Rane gets a wicket off his very first ball. 13, unlucky for some. Or 13, it's certainly unlucky for Jeevan. This one's on the leg side. And the man who took the catch now has to get his legs in action. He can't get there. Koshish Agiti feeling it, but ball nahi par hui. Joka lag gaya.
Yeah, this is good stuff here, but again, look at Avinash Rane just straying a bit too far towards the leg side. That's an over-pitch delivery, and all the new batsman has to do, Arjun Shahi, has played away, and of course, I think this is just the right time for Shahi to come in. Just under 4 overs left. He's a power hitter, and this gives him enough time to explore the back end of this innings, as he's provided a bit of width here. He's hit it straight to Shrikant, though, who's gonna look to throw that to the fielder, and there could be a chance to exploit some overthrows here, but Avarice going with the safer option. Or do these two recognize how important it is for them to stay out here and see it out to the end of the innings?
Not a bad guy to come in, Shahi. He can certainly make things happen for his side. I think you still have Akhtar there. This has been well struck. The fielder has to get the ball in pretty quickly. He does, so keeping the pressure on Everest. But I think on the balance, this looks like it certainly is going to be sort of a 100 type of score. Everest will be looking to get past that 100. This is a big wild swing from Jaswal. Jaswal he's the sort of batter that when he keeps his shape, he's much better. Everest, remember, had brought up 100. They put 102 on the board in match number 2 yesterday. High in the air. He has no idea where this is going as Jaswal. And they'll take a single. And well, all the action happening here in Cyprus at the moment. 66 for 2 after 7. But remember, we've got a full schedule ahead. And from Cyprus, we make our way to Italy as we go to the European Cricket Series in Milan. And while we're in Milan, well, there'll be the actions happening in Gibraltar as well with those T20Is. Then, of course, from Milan, we move on to Austria. So plenty of action, plenty of cricket. Write those dates in your diary. And good over there from Avanesh, who now, after bowling, comes back right in front of us. Yeah, go back to that field. It's very much almost a Southern Cross field. You got mid-on, mid-off, and then you almost got like that double mid-on, because one of them is almost right behind the bowler. So they've got 3 men straight. I don't mind that at all. I think that's Amdocs. That's intelligent from them. They've had a look at this field. They know where those boundaries are, the short boundaries, and they're trying to protect it as much as they can. Then you've got a sweeper out in the point area, and you've also got 1 man back on the leg side, so the square leg. So basically, they put all the men straight that can be out on the boundary to try and stop the straight hits, and very few players behind the bat. So that means that if you can get funky with the bat, maybe play the reverse or the scoop, you've got good reward for your shots. You see everything that's being played out in front should be stopped. Well, this one has been booted over. Wow, what is this about? This is almost like the fielder trying to beat the offside trap. And this is why you got to use your hands. 2 fielders combining together, and just watch this. It was always 4 anyway, because he's making contact with the ball coming running from outside the field of play. So not the best bit of fielding. 4 runs. So Jaswal just keeps on going. Like I say, he's far better when he keeps his shape. And talking about keeping shape, that's not what I'm talking about. So after getting a fortuitous boundary, swing and a miss as Kanduri, the captain, continues.
Yeah, Kanduri's actually, despite the amount of runs it seems he's given up, he's actually stuck to his plan pretty well. Let's see if he continues that. Goes a little bit fuller over here. This one's played down to fielders at mid-on you were referring to earlier. That's Gaurav Sangwan collecting it.
Ball to come in the over. Yeah, it's not bowled badly at all. This is his second over, only 19 from it. And it just managed to they were at, remember, sort of 10 over a pace, so they're just falling down a little bit. And now we're talking about falling down. The stumps go down, and Shahi tries to go big, and that wasn't really the shot to play. You wanted to come down and try and hit straight. I am surprised that batters, when they know where they're going to get full benefits from the shot, i.e. playing straight or over extra cover area, are still trying to go across the line. Not a good shot. Shot Maria Ganda Bapas Agia Banda.
Yeah, this is just a hard swipe across the line. He doesn't really have much balance. And I think you recognize what a poor stroke that is as he just trudges off immediately. Not good stuff by them. Of course, you'd expect someone like Arjun Shah. He should understand the responsibility he has to this team. Of course, his innings would have been very important to propelling this Everest side to 100. And look, that projected score was well above 100 when we were at the sort of power play stage. Now it's dipped all the way down to 89. So ever since that Bimal Rana but wicket, M-Docs have managed to put a lid on this Everest side scoring ability, and their run rate's dipping once again, and this has become a familiar story with Everest in their first 4 losses.
Yeah, Shahi won't be happy with his contribution, especially the way that he got out there. He'll go for 5 or 4 deliveries, and the captain Vimal Kanduri doing the damage. So yeah, they're falling behind a little. They wanted to be around about the 80 scores, so you can see that they're the 9 runs where they're short of where they want to be. Still 12 balls to come though, so we really need to have a big blast here. And slow delivery, gets back onto it. Fielders come charging in, attacking good, well backed up as well. I'm liking this from Doctor. Certainly seems to be a well drilled side. They know they're applying the basics and know what they should be doing here. Okay, Akhtar, what Sahil Akhtar going to bring here? Ran has bowled pretty well. It's sort of in the slot. This is where the ball accelerates, but these 3 straight have fielded very well indeed, I had to say, and that's good work from Hitastandani. Run once more, and really cleverly bowled, just takes all the pace off it. It's a swing and a miss from Jaiswal. Jaiswal's an interesting one. He'll play a couple of good shots and then he'll go to sleep for a bit, and then he wakes up, plays a couple more. Hasn't been able to remain consistent. And this one is struck out to the man out in at the square leg mid wicket sort of area that he's patrolling. It'll just be another single, so you can see he's going just over run a ball. He spent a lot of time out there. I think 22 deliveries for 23 is not really what he was sent out there to do. Akhtar just places into the ground, and you're right, Nish, once again it's the finishing that is letting Everest down.
Yeah, they just don't seem to know how to close out these innings, and see how Avinash Rane fares in this final delivery. This again takes a lot of pace off this. This is going to go out to the man at deep mid-wicket, and just a 1 run here for Everest, as Avinash Rane will end with figures of 1 for 10. And of course, the most important thing to notice here is just yesterday we were talking about how spinners would be the key to this format and how sides that have good spinners are most likely to go deep in this tournament. Well, that's been the case for M-Docs. They have a wealth of spinners on their side, and they've all done extremely well. And the other big benefit of that is M-Docs finished 7 minutes and 20 seconds early for reaching this final over.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of using those slower bowlers. And you're right, I think the captain Vimal Kanduri is bowled very well. Avinash Rane, very impressed with what he's done with the ball as well. He really has turned the screw on them. And now you can see we were talking about them wanting to get to the 100 mark and maybe with a push get close to 105, 110. And they're way away from the 100 here. It looks like they're just going to end maybe they're sort of the low end of the 80s, which is a great fight back from M-Docs, but not a good look once again for Everest. This one is hit pretty well, and the fielder has taken a really good catch. Superbly well done. And that's the captain, Vimal Kanduri. Keeps his cool, takes the catch, and it's going to be the end of Akhtar. He's hitting in the right areas though, I have to say, with the wind behind it, but even that wind can't get past the captain. Kanduri takes the catch, another wicket goes, but more importantly, it's another dot ball.
It's another dot ball, and you have to feel a bit more run up, but this is exactly what he told us in the match interview, where he said that there are not enough runs in the middle order, they're not getting enough runs in the middle overs. And both those issues coming back for them here again. It's just extremely top heavy. They get runs from their openers early in the innings, but then they just can't continue their performance. And they're once again, they're kind of stuttering over the finish line here. Just about
Oh, well, this will help. Oh, it's going to be a double whammy because it goes past the keeper and the fielder. And it goes past the double, ends up in the double whammy. But forget doubles, this is 5. This is a minimal. Well, this is just what the doctor ordered for Everest. Well, that'll hurt them. 5 very valuable runs.
And MDocs have been so good so far this game in restricting those extra runs. They gave up just 9 runs of extras before that. Now it moves up to 14. So this is just a big bonus for Everest, who've been struggling to manufacture runs with the bat.
This one just gets over the bowler, Thandani. Yeah, Thandani. Well, they think about taking the second, and it was a shout of no, stay there. So Pandit is the batter that has come out. He gets off the mark. Jaiswal, can he finish well here? He's really poodled along tiki-taka style. He needs to get some big shots in. It's hit. He has hit 2 4s and a 6, but that just tells you just how slow he's been rest of the time. So 14 runs he scored in 3 deliveries, and that means that he scored 11 off now 21 balls. That's not good enough.
No, it certainly isn't, and I think one of MDocs' key has been the fact that they're bowling a lot of off-pace deliveries.
Okay, hits it well. Fielder takes the catch. That's very, very well done. Well, he doesn't realise, the batter doesn't realise the catch has been taken. He's still there. Well, this is the non-striker. Pandit has no idea what's going on out there. He's still running. He's still trying to get back into his crease. Doesn't realise that it's another great catch. So Jaiswal, he tries to get the acceleration going, doesn't he? Goes up in the air, and it's a very, very good catch.
Yeah, that's extremely well taken, and it's been just a trademark of how MDocs have fared so far in this innings. It's been very professional by them. They've come out, they've done their job, they've kept errors to a minimum, and this looks like a well-disciplined side, a side that has been here before. Of course, this is their 3rd ECS appearance, and I think they really want to make this one count. They haven't had enough wins in their last 2, and this looks like a renewed and rejuvenated side based on what I've seen in this first innings.
Okay, so Mohammed Hussain comes out, and he's going to go first ball. He gets an edge. Well, beautifully bowled. So Thandani, can he finish on a high? Can we have a hat-trick finish off this innings? It's 81 for 6. Thandani is on a hat-trick.
Well, I think what really goes well for him here is the fact that his hat-trick ball will be the final ball of the inning, so the batsman can't afford to block it out. If he gets this on the stumps, it might be a case of hit out or get out, and he could get a clean bowled over here. Look at this one. It's a wider delivery, just swings wildly, Mohammed Hussain, and gets a feather edge through to Pritish Dale, one of the most accomplished keepers in this country. As once again, we bring up that hat-trick graphic for the 2nd time today. We saw Toma Laminul come ever so close to it, and now Hitesh Thandani has a moment to make some history and add himself on that graphics board, the first appearance for Cyprus.
Yeah, and Thandani, I like what Thandani's done. He's been bustly, hasn't he? He's like, when we first saw him, just ran back to his mark, bowled again. He had a few issues with some wides, but he's a busy little character. He's already picked up 3. Can we see a 4 for here? Can we see a hat-trick? Yes, it's going to be Nepal who's the batter. And well, big swing. He could have a hat-trick. No, he won't, because it will be a run out, because they're actually running. Well, if the batter didn't run here and stayed put, you could have said it's a stumping. And you can see that Thandani is getting the congratulations for that last one. He's bowled brilliantly, but just have a look. He's actually going for the run, and because he's going for the run, it won't be a hat trick. It won't go down as a stumping. It will go as a run out. So, well, talking about run outs, well, they run out of steam, didn't they? Once again, Everest, they were on for the 100 at the 5 over mark. They had 46 on the board, but once again, they just couldn't maintain. They couldn't get things going, and Everest, they will finish on the score of 81 for 7. So the MDocs, well, I'm liking what I've seen from them. They started with a few big hits, and I think it was all about, I mean, you spoke to the captain before the match, and he said we really aren't batting well. He then put himself at the top of the order, and he played some glorious shots. This one was a biggie, but the thing was, when he went here to some outstanding bit of fielding. That was fantastically well done from the fielder. And he went, and then with that, everything just slowed right up.
Yeah, just all unraveled for them after that. Of course, Jeevan Lusmal, he was himself trying to get a start going with 15 runs of 9 balls, but he's just been so unfortunate throughout this tournament. Can't seem to catch any luck. We just take a look at this catch here. That was wonderful. Great stuff by Ashish Nath. Left, right, left, as you said, a bit of a boxing combination. Lusmal hit 1-4 and 1-6, but then just couldn't continue the work. We see this nice stroke by Arjun Shahi. We thought he's the man. He's coming at the right time with 4 overs to go. But guess what? In those last 4 overs, we hoped he'd exploded. This Everest side made just 19 runs. That is unacceptable.
Yeah, that just doesn't work, does it? I mean, once again, not through not trying, and you got to say, give a lot of credit to the doctors as well. They fielded really well, but this one I thought could have really changed things. It could have given them a really explosive final over with those 5 wides, but it wasn't to be, because the catching from the Docs, I have to say, in difficult conditions, they did really well, and this was the one that gave Thandani the hat-trick opportunity. It was a good catch, easy catch taken behind the stuns from Dole, but though they went running, and it was a great work done there from the wicketkeeper. There was 3 wickets in 3, so a team hat-trick they certainly get, but that one doesn't get credited to the bowler because it will go down as a run out. But hey, I have to say, I mean, they were, I liking their kit is bright, and well, they were pretty bright and sharp out there as well, the Docs. I think they did really well as we have a look at the scorecard. 23 from just 12, but he took 24 deliveries to get there. And well, I think only Bimal Ranabat, I think the captain had the right idea, but once he went, nobody else was able to really pick up the tempo.
No, nobody was able to. I mean, Jeevan Lumswell trying to get in there with 15 runs of 9 deliveries. He was the victim of that catch, and then after that, it looks like a phone number, 52100. That could be an emergency number in a lot of countries. And then we take a look at this Docs bowling card. It was just a great performance all around. Gaurav Sagwan might have had that one expensive over, but it's in the power play, and that's something one would expect. And then Hitesh Thandani leaning right from the front, 3 of 11. Those are wonderful bowling figures.
Thandani bowled beautifully for me. I just like his whole attitude and approach to the game. He's a bustly little character. I think the captain bowled really well as well. They really just all bowled beautifully well, and they had a plan. They stuck to Avanesh Rani as well. I think his bowling was really good. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Docs, but Everest, well, they are up against it, and well, maybe they've got a mountain to climb here themselves if they're to get anything out of this. 81 on the board, so they're defending 81, and Docs have got a great opportunity to make a great start here in this European Cricket Series in match number 9. Join me, Rico Full and Nishbat, when we return for the conclusion of match number 9. Volvemos in 10 minutos.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Eeps and Us as we bring you the second innings of our third match of the day. It was once again a rather paltry sum posted by Everest on the scoreboard, but they have plenty of encouragement. Of course, we saw Everest put on a sensational bowling performance where they really made Nicosia Tigers work for a target of 70, and this time around they're defending a target of 82, so let's see how they fare against this MDOC side. Of course, MDOC's a very experienced team here in the ECS, but of course, if there's one note of positivity for any of you Everest fans out there who really not had much positive these last couple of days, would be the fact that many of the strike rates of MDOC's batsmen throughout their ECS career is below 130. The only man who does have one above 150 is unfortunately not playing today, and that's Chete Shah, who is also their leading run getter in the domestic Cypriot T10 league. Of course, we can see Arjun Shahi right from the get-go bowling this first over. Couldn't quite get it to go with the bat today, but now he's got a chance to do something with ball in hand. That's very well left by Pritish Deol, the wicketkeeper for MDOCs, who is facing this first delivery. Nice shape on that ball by Shahi first up. And of course, we saw that little opening tandem of Shahi and Mohammad Hussain bowl extremely well together against the Nicosia Tigers. The two of them made a brilliant 1-2 punch. Fuller delivery, prodded away by Dale. No single here. Oh my goodness, that's a misfield. I mean, they rejected the single, but in the end they get a boundary. That's the captain Bimal on a button, and I know he's had a very mixed day today, and oh, that's just taken a nasty bounce. And it's just broken to the other side of him. So that's very tough for him, as Pritish Dale will happily take that boundary and add to his run tally in his ECS career, which now moves on to 249 runs for his ECS career. So a fairly accomplished batsman. He's made a few runs. He's of course batted with a strike rate of 115 throughout his ECS career. That's probably not something as large as he'd like, but again, they only need to go at 8 and over, so it might do enough this game. Ducks side, of course, hungry for wins. Well, it's just played off his pad beautifully by Pritish Dale. That's good technique, and that's a nice throw over there, and a good backing up this time by the captain, Bimal Ranavad, as MDOCs get a single, so 5 runs off these first 3 deliveries. Solid start for MDOCs. That was close, a direct hit, and he might have been gone. As once again, I've got Rico Full joining me here in the commentary box.
It's good to be back, and need things to happen quickly, and one thing they don't need is to see the ball going to the boundary. We saw one earlier where the captain Ronabath wasn't able to stop it, and this one gets through the gap. That's nicely played, nice soft hands, and a good boundary. And Arun Shahi trying to make things happen here. Both batters have got off the mark well here.
Yeah, both these sides have very different philosophies in terms of their bowling. Of course, Everest, a very quick, heavy attack compared to MDOC's, a more spin-heavy one. This one's played away. It's going to be a bit of a chase here. Who's going to win this chase between the ball and the fielder? The fielder wins this time, and Nepal feels that one very well. Of course, this is his first match. Rajesh Nepal hasn't played any game for today in the ECS.
Just a bit of frustration you can see there from Shahi when he gets the ball back. You can see he's a little bit disappointed the way the over's gone so far. And this is guided away nicely as well. Goes into an area where there's a cluster of players. It's a Jeevan Osman that gets thrown in, but again, this ricochets of the keeper. Could have gone anywhere. Well, look, this is where we are at the moment in terms of matches. Since the golden ball, that number keeps on growing. We've gone past the 100 mark now. 104 matches since that golden ball. And well, the way the MDOCs have started here, it looks unlikely, but the only way it can happen is Everest turn on the star like they did in that contest against the Nicosia Tigers, where they almost pulled off a dramatic run defense. It is possible and I think one man that can make it happen is their little quickie, and I think it's this guy here. I think he's bowled so well, as Mohammed was saying. In fact, I'd question the fact why you're not opening the bowling with him.
No, you certainly should.
He's certainly a guy that can really get you wickets straight away and put all the pressure on. And really, and in fact, they're not even going with him, and they're going with Khatri here. That is even a bigger surprise. Looked like the captain was toying with the idea of going with Hussain, but Khatri gets it. Look, he bowled very well the last match. I think he picked up a 3-for in that really tough match against the Nicosia Tigers, Khatri. So I can understand why they're using him here earlier on. He was bowled beautifully well. He picked 3 for 8 he got.
Yeah, great bowling figures for Khatri, and of course he kind of did silence us a bit in that previous match. We were wondering why his captain didn't come in to insert himself into the attack, but Khatri, he silenced his critics so far today. Let's see if he continues that. It's a fuller delivery, attempted Yorker, which goes badly wrong for him. In the end, it's a low to full toss, which Sagwan strokes away towards long on. So just solid cricket here by M-Dogs, capitalizing on mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, he did silence. That's what he chose the captain. That, of course, Bimmel chose this man to bowl Khatri before himself, and Khatri proved us wrong. But there, that time he's let himself down, bowls a full toss, he gets hammered away. Still do think though, when you got somebody who's got the pace of Mohammed Hussain in your side, yeah, and you've not got too many runs on the board, you've got to use him early. Khatri goes for another full toss, and this one's hit down the ground. It's going to be 4 more runs, so this is a bit of Gandhi bowling here. And just keep an eye on this. I think it is dipping, and yeah, I think he's okay with it because he's on the way down, but that's not good bowling.
Yeah, that's almost a baseball shot by Gaurav Sagwan, and it's right in the slot for him, and you can't be bowling there. It's always going to be easy to hit something like that with a big cricket bat. So Khatri, well, it looks like this time he has actually proved his critics right.
This time it's a swing and a miss. Just looking at this field now, it's 2 men straight have gone back because of those last 2 shots. They've got a real sort of traffic jam of players out on the offside, sort of between point and the wicket keeper. It's 4 players in that little cluster. Got to cover in close. And lofts it over the top. Delightful hit. Lovely batting. This goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Bombastic shakalagya. Beautiful batting. Beautiful hitting from Gaurav Sagwan, and you can see, look, there's the field there. You can see all the players in that little hustle. But when the bowler's not getting his line right in the power play, it's so difficult for the captain to set a field. Because of the over-pitch deliveries, he puts the 2 men straight because the ball has been hit straight, and then the batter just says, well, okay, now I'll go this way and use the wind to send this one to the boundary. You can't win. Khatri then holds this one back. It's high in the air. The wind does get hold of it. The fielder chases hard, gets there, take a single. So yeah, he's just all over the place, isn't he? That over. It comes to the end. The gamble doesn't pay off. 15 come off it. The score moves to 27 without loss. And now really he'll probably find he will give the ball, or if he doesn't, I'll be surprised. He's got to give the ball now to Mohammed Hussain and say, okay, should have given it to you earlier. Let's see what you can do with it.
Yeah, we take a quick look at the standings again. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers sitting at the top pretty, joined by the Napa Royal Kings, currently in second with that very, very healthy run rate thanks to their 75-run win. And Everest, for the miserable time for them, yet to register a win this tournament. But looks like he's not going to Mohammed Hussain. He's going to stick with Arjun Shahi. He's going to give him a second over. So the captain, he's quite adamant with his tactics right now, and really, yeah, they look like a deflated side here, really. It just looks like a side that was beaten down far too many times.
Yeah, I cannot believe this. And the only thing that would make sense, and if it is, fine, I get it, is if Hussain has got an injury. This one gets fired in and needed backing up, and it was backed up well. If he's got an injury and he's not bowling, I get it, fine, take everything back. If he's not injured, well, you've got a guy, Mohammed Hussain, who's bowled beautifully. He can make things happen. He's got pace, he's got power. He bowled beautifully last time, and you're not using him at all. So Yeah, not good skippering at all. Shahi, once again, this one gets played out. Just held this back a little bit. There's a good bit of fielding, good throw. I think if you hit here, you're getting a wicket. It's being well backed up as well. It's a nice bit of cricket. It's Sahil who makes the stop. Yeah, that definitely, I think, would have been out.
Yeah, of course, and this is a completely different side to the one earlier against the Nicosia Tigers. It's a wild swing by...
oh, trouble, and
be a chance for a run out. If they nail that one, they could have had a run out there. And this looks so different to what we saw against the Tigers, where everything seemed to be going for them initially with the ball in hand, but it's all falling apart here. He was gone. He wasn't even in the frame.
Wasn't in the frame, and sometimes that's just the way it goes. Those couple of chances on both ends go your way, you're back in the match. Full toss again on the leg side, the chase is on, and he should get there, and he, oh my goodness me. I've never seen anything like it. He does get there, then he has to flick the ball back because of that step, and instead of flicking it back, he carries the ball over the line. It's 4 runs, and well, they're giving the ball away. Watch this, it should be an easy stop. He misses it, and then, well, down it goes. 4 more.
Yeah, Everest really looked like a side hurt. Yeah, this ball was just cut away. It's going to take 1 bounce and go over the boundary rope as Everest continue to get pounded inside this power play. They really look like a side playing their 6th game in 2 days, who've just been beaten down in match after match.
Yeah, they're just nothing's going their way. And yeah, they're going to feel. And the thing, of course, is when you get close to winning like they did the last match and you end up on the losing side, you just start to think, well, okay, what are we going to have to do to get a victory? And I said then at the time, would they get a better chance to a victory than what they did last time? Well, maybe not, because at the moment it's almost like they're just feeling that it ain't going to happen, and they're sort of resigning themselves to another defeat. There's the over. Comes to an end at 39 on the board and no wickets down. Something has to give.
Yeah, certainly, and of course we talked about some of MDOC's concerns in terms of their batsman's strike rate, how they don't often have batsmen who can really even have a strike rate above 120 or 130, but so far both these batsmen striking at well over 200. So extremely positive signs for this MDOC's team, and it looks like we're seeing a much improved MDOC side from the one we've seen in previous ECSs. So has the side now had that long period, all these months, to really go into training camp and train, get some net sessions in and develop some more power hitting? Maybe, and if so, I think MDOC's can be a side to watch in these remaining games.
Qatari to bowl, he's second as well. He's first, went for 15. See, that's the thing, when you've got other bowlers in your side. I mean, forget Mohamed Hussain, but there's more bowlers than Mohamed Hussain in your side. I mean, the captain himself, Runabout, can give himself an over. But when you need things to happen and you're up against it, you know, with your opposition needing more or less a run a ball for victory, that's when you try things. You don't go back to a guy that's already gone for 15 and didn't pick up a wicket in the over. So it seems like Everest, they've got a lot to learn here, and Runabout needs to really be thinking about some of the choices he's making with the way he's giving the bowling. This is a delightful shot. The fielder does well, and he's really worked hard out there, you got to say. He's one man that hasn't had any luck go his way. That's Jeevan there, making a good stop.
Of course, we got Myra Patel here chiming in with his views on this. He's been very critical of some of the decisions that Everest have made, and he also believes that this decision not to bowl Hussain could be doubly costly, because when he does come in, he won't have to play any risky shots.
Yeah, this one's high up in the air, and it's just going to be, well, 6 runs is what's been signalled by the fielder, not the fielder that throws it in. Look, I just don't think he doesn't make up his mind, the fielder here, whether he wants to catch this or make the save. Well, we're not going to see anything there because of those olive bushes. Remember tomorrow to come in with me cutters. But anyway, I don't think his feet gets off the ground, so when he makes contact with the ball, he doesn't take the catch. 6 runs signalled, and this partnership now moves to 46. hit hard along the ground, chases on for the fielder, and, gets down, gets the throw in, and you get the feeling that, I mean, when you think the first time we saw Everest, and though again it was a loss, just how brisk they were, they really were backing each other, they were full of energy, they were pretty dynamic. They were like that in the second game as well. Both those games they did lose out though on. By the time they played the third game yesterday, they were well beaten. But you can see, because losing's becoming a habit, they're starting to lose that positiveness. They're starting to lose that energy. And we've seen that even in the field. They don't look like the same side, that man there. And Sahi, you know how good he was yesterday, Arun. He's not looking the same. So it's starting to rub off. And they need things to go their way to get better again. And I just don't know where that's coming from. But certainly, if the likes of Mohammed Hussein is fit and he's not been used yet already, and he's going to come on to bowl maybe the next one, by now the damage has already been done as this one goes big. Balle, brrrr, shaka, lagya, and just like that, the 50 is up on the board, and 54 without loss at this, the end of the fourth over. And you can see there that the Amdocs, they're making a racing start to the campaign this time round, and they're looking easy on favourites to go on and win the match from here.
Yeah, Amdocs are just motoring along here, but exactly going back to that point about their lack of energy now. I mean, this is very tough coming out here, playing game after game in a short space of time. Not only that, having some very psychologically difficult losses to take, of course. I mean, this is really harsh on this Everest side, and they're probably going to need a little bit of time here tonight just to rest and recuperate and review how they're going to go about with things here, because I think Amdocs have also been done a favor by the schedulers getting to face Everest in their opening match. This is just a nice way for them to ease themselves into this tournament, and I don't think we're going to see Mohammed Hussein here either. So,
no, I mean, it's going to see Ram Jaiswal. Has he bowled before, Ram? I mean, looks like he's become the popular figure for the captain. Maybe he's the captain's favourite. He gets to open the batting, and now he gets to have a bowl as well. I don't seem to remember him having a bowl. So, Ram Jaiswal going to come on and have a bowl. So maybe try perhaps a bit of spin here. Starts, well, it gets a fair bit of movement, but it's moving off the bat as well. On the Iba. Oh! Well, that is a sight for you. And, well, don't get too excited. I thought you were going to have to pierce him off the fence. Goes after this, tries to get the foot on it, misses. It's 4 runs, but look where he ends up. He ends up doing a bit of pole dancing. Oh, dear, Nish.
yeah, goodness me, I think I don't think anything can sum up how it has been for Everest lately. And that picture right there is this one, low full toss is stroked down to long on. And it's really just been that kind of day for Everest.
Oh, it certainly has. I mean, one thing is they always give us a highlight or two. And well, that moment there certainly had me cracked up. But yeah, they haven't helped themselves here. But look, I'm taking nothing away from Amdocs. What has started is from them. You know, I think it was very good in the field. I think you touched on the fact I like that they've got a number of bowlers, slow bowlers in their side. I think that's going to be key. I've said this right from the word go. The team with the better slow bowlers will do very well in this series, and they show that they've got a good duo there. The captain bowled really well. I also like what Avanesh Rane did with the ball. And then with the bat, well, these two have made a great start. Of course, you can't judge a team by their first appearance. Well, that's the man we're all talking about. It doesn't seem to be anything wrong with his arm as he throws that one in. But yeah, I mean, you can't judge them by the first appearance. And also, we're only seeing just 2 men with the bat. Questions will be, well, if the likes of Dole and Sagwan, they don't perform, who else can come out and do the job? But at the moment, these two are doing the job. Where's this?
Oh.
Well, it's just right on top of us, and it was coming our way somewhere. And a big hit on top of our tent. Thank you, tent, for saving us. And that, well, there we go. We're in the firing line. We knew we were. And there we go, taking cover. And big hit. And this match looks like it's going to be finished pretty quickly.
Yeah, we certainly took that one on with a lot of courage as Jaiswal runs in for the final ball of his over. This one stroked away by Dale, and has this gone the distance? We're just looking for the umpire signal. No, it hasn't. It's going to take just 1 bounce before the rope, and end up as a 4-4. So this is a very good stuff for IM Ducks, of course, who are looking to not just notch their first victory, but notch one in style, of course. M Ducks, this is a side who've not enjoyed too many ECS victories, and now they have a chance to put an absolutely commanding performance in. This would do a world of good for their net run rate.
Yeah, superb. I was thinking the same thing. 71 without loss, 5 overs down, a victory within sight. To 11 required of 30 deliveries. But yeah, you're right, net run rate. This is really going to boost it big time. And now it looks like they're going to use Sahilakta to have a bowl. Gets played out. Good delivery, defensively played.
Yeah, it's good to just see the way Gaurav Sagwan and Pritesh Dayal have played. I mean, Sagwan's always been a very key player for this M-Doc side. He's made plenty of runs throughout his ECS career. And 247 now.
Well, I like the comment there from Binge Watcher saying that Joshua knows something about the captain, so the captain's having to use him well. Well, you would think that, especially if he gets another over after this one, because that one wasn't a good one. It went for 17. But Akhtar makes a good start. A couple of dots from him.
I think one way of knowing who's the captain's friend in Cyprus is based on who's fielding on the offside.
That's another, yeah, good point as well. Okay, Akhtar. I think it's a case of how deep you can take this match now. This is hit nicely along the ground, and it will be fielded. Yeah, they let themselves down a bit in the field as well in this one. I saw Everest, but I think it's just all to do with the way the match, the innings finished when they were batting. They weren't able to get any sort of real pace in the accelerations, to say, with the batting. I mean, you mentioned the last 4 overs how bleak they were in terms of runs. This is a nice looking shot. The fielder has to get down, does it, ricochets away from him, but he's still able to keep it just to 1. Things, I mean, that man there just does the fielding there. Jeevan Lasmal not had any luck that's gone his way at all. He was taken with that one hand to the left, to the right, to the left catch. And yeah, things just not happening.
Yeah, it's almost at the stage now where we can start possibly looking ahead at the next game against the Qalandars. I mean, this must be quite a statement for them. The Qalandars haven't looked super impressive themselves either. This one will just trickle past the keeper, and it really is symptomatic of what Everest have been like today. They really look like a very damaged side emotionally right now.
Yeah, this is just, again, a bad moment, isn't it? It's a good delivery from Akhtar in terms of he takes the pace off it, but still it finds its way to the boundary as the wicketkeeper can't take it cleanly, and it just races away for 4 byes. So we're almost there. One big hit would finish it. So you can see even there, look just how deflated they are. The ball came back to the bowlers, just along the depth. The bowler making those suggestions, say, hey, come on guys, what you're playing at. So okay, will we go into the next over or not? He tries to finish it with a biggie. He doesn't. It's going to be a dot. And end of the over. Well, this is a match that we got coming up next. And I think you're right. I think the Limassol Qalandars will probably be watching this and be a little bit concerned, because Amdocs certainly have blown away Everest here. Everest no longer exists. But Amdocs, I'm liking the way they've come into this game. I'm liking the way that they worked in the field, loving the way that they're knocking these runs off. Limassol Qalandars will know they've got a tough match ahead of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge challenge for the Limassol Qalandars. Their only win coming against this was looking like a very depleted Everest side. Of course, I think this is a good moment here. I think we might just see the young man who picked up an injury yesterday coming out to bowl for the first time in ECS. So here's a little moment of positivity here, as we're going to see Bhimsane Busnet bowling. So what a story for him to come back from that injury, as this one is just going to take a bounce before it goes over the boundary rope. So it might have been nice of him to come back to the tournament, but doesn't get too much to cheer, as of course all that applause is for Gaurav Sagwan, who becomes the second man in this tournament to reach that half-century milestone.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Sagwan. I've just loved the way that he's batted, and just takes him 19 deliveries to get to the 50, and that's a cracking shot as well. Well, you said what a good moment this could be for Basnet. It's good that he's there, it's good that he's playing. It wasn't a good moment that the first ball he bowls was smacked before, and then this one is just played out for a single, and that is a very comprehensive victory, and done with, well, 22 balls to go by 10 wickets. It's an outstanding match for, well, certainly if you're an Amdocs supporter and an Amdocs player. They really did turn on the style, but it's more pain, it's more misery for Everest, and I just have to say, I just find it it's going to be very, very difficult for them to try and find positives to take away from today. I mean, they got so close to our match. I mean, that match against the Nicosia Tigers, the way that they performed in the field all the way down to the very last over, and all the bowlers, I mean, they'll take a lot of positiveness in that, in how they worked the target so hard to get that victory. But of course, to lose a match that you had in your grasp would really hurt you. And maybe they just weren't able to pick themselves up from that, because they were very flat in this one.
Yeah, it's a very flat performance, and really the tone was set when they only managed to post 81 runs in the first innings. The captain kept reiterating to us that he wants to see a better batting performance, and unfortunately that simply wasn't the case for Everest, as of course this is the most commanding win for Amdocs in their ECS history. Of course, we talked about how they're an underdog side. They might not have had too many wins in the past, but now are we seeing a brand new, much stronger Amdocs team? Well, we'll find out in these coming games as we take a look at this highlight reel, which is going to be such a joy to watch for Amdocs fans, because guess what? There isn't a negative moment in it.
No, there certainly isn't. I think from the word go, from when they were in the field, the bowlers, their fielding, their catching, to when they were batting. And I think right at the early stages there, when you saw a runabout, the captain of Everest, seeing a ball going through him to the boundary for 4, and then you see something like that, that tells you a story of the day that Everest have had and exactly where they are. It's been a tough introduction for them, really, isn't it? They've had to work hard, and it's been a hard schedule, but 5 matches, 5 defeats, and 1 almost nearly a victory, which is going to hurt them as well. And that one got away from them. Well, that one would have hurt the fielder as he ended up into the fence. But there were some really good shots being played here, and once again, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's great to see another player, Gurab Sagwan, who gets to a half century. Batted very well, played some lovely shots. Well, that was the one that pulled up that 50, and then the very next ball, an easy single, which brings victory to the Amdocs. So well played to the Amdocs, and Everest, they will go back to the drawing board.
And what I found most impressive on this Amdocs side was just how clinical and ruthless they were throughout this game. They hardly put a foot wrong. We saw the Nicosia Tigers when they faced Everest. They made a lot of errors, a lot of mistakes. Not the case with Amdocs. They were absolutely impressive in the field. They took their catches, they bowled tight lines and lengths, and then when they batted, it was absolutely perfect. An 82-run opening partnership that has sealed the victory for Amdocs. Pritish Dale, 28 runs of 18 deliveries, struck 5 boundaries. Gaurav Sagwan, of course, the second man to reach a half century, striking at 265, 5 fours, 4 sixes. We often praised Everest for how few extras they gave. Just 1 run off a bye, but that really doesn't matter over here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, they've worked hard, they do, and then this is what they have to do. They have to focus on the positives. There are positives there. There were a lot of positives against the Nicosia Tigers, though it won't feel like for them because they ended up losing the game, which they at one point had in the bag. They've got to just go back to the drawing board. I mean, they came to the ground today very upbeat. They were energized. They showed that energy in that earlier match that they played, but ended up on the losing side. And I think in this one, they just never got going. Nothing went their way. I like the way the captain went about things with the bat. I think a runabout, like you said he had to do. The batting had to click. Somebody had to take control. He took initiative, took control, gave him a good start. But once again, the other batters just weren't able to contribute. But Amdocs, they're the team at the moment to beat. I think already they're taking on the Limassol Calanders in around about, just over 40 minutes time. And I think the Calanders know they're going to have a very tough match here.
No, it's going to be a huge challenge for them. And of course, we've come to the end of this match as, of course, Amdocs managed to seal this win by 10 wickets and leave Everest both emotionally and physically damaged. That was a tough loss for them. But we'll be back in just under 42 minutes with the final match of the day as M-Dogs come back to face the Limassol Colunders. Make sure to join us then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers, well let's get ready for the final match number 10 here at the Ipsona Cricket Ground in Cyprus. Let's take an opportunity to speak to the player of the match in the last one, and it was Gaurav who made a fine half century in the win against Everest. Well Gaurav, it's a great start for your team, MDOC's first match and a victory, and doing it in style. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I was very impressed, first of all, with the way that you guys were in the field. I think Everest, they're a side that were looking to bounce back from 4 defeats on the spin. They got so close to beating the Nicosia Tigers, so they were on a high, they were up, but I think the way that you guys fielded, and particularly the way that you kept the pace of the ball, worked really well. Was that always the plan, to really keep the pace of the ball and keep things nice and tight?
Yeah, initially when we came to bat, we thought that though there is high wind, but if we time the ball, then the ball will definitely cross the boundaries. So initially we looked a bit into how the ball was moving, and then when we got the loose balls, we decided to jump on that and make some boundaries to increase the run rate so that we get better momentum.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way that your batting happened, and I know I was talking with Nish in the commentary box, and Nish has commented before that in the past that batting for MDOCs has also been a bit of an issue, that you haven't been able to score big runs and there have been those batting collapses. But this time round, you certainly looked like you got the batting sorted. It was a very good partnership. So is that a conscious effort now to be better and stronger with the bat?
Yeah, definitely. Basically, we are practicing we have been playing tournaments here in Cyprus, and we have kind of got the right combination to go. And even after the opening, we have good batters who are firm in their positions. So I think this time we have a strong batting lineup, and overall it will be a much improved side as compared to the previous ECS.
Well, it very much was a very good polished performance. Now you've got another match coming up today, the final match of the day, 2 in the spin for yourselves up against the Limassol Calendars. What is your thoughts going into that match?
I think we'll be starting fresh, so there's no though we'll be having confidence that we have done a good batting performance, but we need to start fresh, and I think the Limassol Calendar is also a better side, so I think it will be a good competition.
Yeah, I think it will be a good one. Well, I know that has been a great start from you guys. I really liked what you did out there in the middle with the bat and with the ball. But let's go and join.
Calendars to call. Heads is called. It's tails. Okay, good luck guys. All the best, have a good game. So MDOCs have won the toss, they're having a bat. Back over to you, Rico and Nish.
Thank you very much, Stefan, as we're here for our last match of the day. What an exciting day of cricket it has been. We started off with that thrilling match in which the Tigers took on Everest, and now we're going to end with here MDOCs against the Limassol Calendars. What a stunning victory that was for MDOCs. A real stamp of authority as they took that one by 10 wickets, chasing down the total in just 6.2 overs. As we have a look at this fantasy dashboard here, and no surprise, up there with 101 points, Hitesh Sadani. He was wonderful, wasn't he? The former MDOC captain. Bat bowling beautifully. He was so accurate, and he's just got everything right. Meanwhile, for the Limassol Calendar, where no surprise, it's their skipper Mohamed Farouk with 105 points. So much for their side goes through him with bat, ball in hand. He's really going to have to make a major impact. So how will these two sides fare? Of course, the Calendar's only victory so far comes up against Everest, who are so far winless in this tournament. And we're going to see the same. We're going to see. Wonder why it's going to be the same opening partnership here for MDOCs. It surely has to be. Of course, we're just waiting for confirmation on that. And it looks like that is exactly what it will be, so no surprise. They have decided to go with the same two batsmen. Of course, these two men made 82 runs for their opening partnership. And we're undefeated. It's been a very windy day here in Limassol. We've, of course, brought that one up several times, so it's been a huge challenge for fielding sides, figuring out how to cope with it. It's tough to try to catch stuff out here as well with all the swirling winds. As we just see, Pritesh Deol taking guard. Looks like it will be motion bowling this first over for the Limassol Calendars. So this is a huge matchup for Calendars as well. Of course, they want to make sure that they don't get into a 1-3 hole themselves. Outside of that win against Everest, they've been dominated by their opponents. And of course, with a power play, they've got a field setting here. They've got a deep backward point, a man at third man. So motion here, the left arm, we'd expect him the ball back of a length and just look to angle it away from Pritesh Deol, who once again showed us his sound technique in that first game. Here we go. First ball of the final match of the day. And this is just dug in by motion. It goes straight to the fielder at square leg. A nice intensity first up, of course. Throws it straight to the non-striker's end to make his presence felt. So good intense bit of cricket to start off on this first delivery. That's a good line and length, and it goes straight to the fielder. That's exactly what his captain would have wanted to him. So bowling to his plan here early, Mohamed Mohsin. And of course, once again, I'm joined by Rico Full in the commentary box. Great to have you here.
It's great to be here for the final match, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this opening partnership of Pritesh Deol and Gaurav Sagwan goes. Sagwan, of course, was lovely chatting to him. You can see that he was talking all about the focus, about the batting, and what his role is, and what the new approach from the Docs. I mean, you said yourself that they're a team that historically have had issues with the bat, and they're keen to iron those out, and certainly that partnership in the last match was very fruitful. It's an unbroken partnership so far, and can the Limassol Calendars make inroads into it? Positive start, good bit of fielding there in the deep, saving the boundary.
That's going to take a bit of an edge, but it goes straight to third man. So there was a half a chance there for the wicket keeper. Of course, Varun Malhotra with the gloves over there for the Limassol Calendars. And of course, the thing I found most interesting about that interview with Gaurav Sagwan was he did mention how all this accumulated experience from playing in all these ECS, a lot of domestic tournaments, time in the nets has really changed this team. So this is an occasion where experience has counted.
Mohsin trying to use all of his experience to break this partnership. That's nicely played, just angled away, and you can see a good understanding between this pair, Deol and Sagwan. Sagwan maybe got a bit lucky there, that edge, it went quickly past the keeper, but no runs, as it was well stopped by the fielder and third man. So they seem to get the third man in the right areas here. He doesn't seem to be a player that's in between the circle and where the first slip is. He's sort of got playing his role and playing it well. So we're going to miss this time from Sagwan.
Yeah, sort of off balance in that shot. That's not something we saw as much of in the first match, where everything seemed so controlled. You look at it, his back foot was off the mat, and this was something we saw much of in the first game. But these two were so good, really, really good. And if they can replicate even half of that, I think it would spell trouble for the Calendars. This one's beautiful ball by Mohamed Mohsin, which is really bamboozled Sagwan. It's a nice competition here between bat and ball as this over comes to an end. M-Docs are 3 for no loss at the end of this first over, and we'll now just have a look at the comparison between these two teams. Of course, over here we've got the Calendars as 9-run favorites despite that M-Docs dominant victory.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise, but I suppose that the bat versus ball wall is looking into the history of these two teams and what we've seen so far. But yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. And of course, don't forget, I mean, it hasn't registered that victory there from the M-Docs in the last match. So M-Docs, of course, are 1-0. So M-Docs, yeah, they'll be a little bit surprised to see that. I'm pretty sure that they'll be keen to set the computer right. Nice looking shot, but no run there. I'm liking this in the field from the Limassol Calendars, and that's a man to see in the side. Didn't play the first match, let's put him in the thing. Ever vocal, a lovely guy as well. And I'm also liking the new kit of the Calendars. I like the detail of the lime green and the black.
And if you notice, they seem to have like a street map almost painted onto their jerseys. That's Beautiful bit of work. Of course, it'd be interesting to potentially talk to them and ask them which city's map they've decided to print onto their jersey.
Malhotra behind the stumps. Just seems to be a slight delay here. Not sure what this is about. It seems to be some conversation between the batter and the umpire. And looks like we're ready to go here now again. Barty to bowl over number 2.
This one's played away, and once again it's that man Parminder Singh. Just about slips past him, but it won't matter. Good backing up, so the Kalundars starting this game off very strongly. Some good fielding, and they're bowling very close to their plan, which is something I really like to see.
Yeah, Gary Wheeler has a question on the chat. I don't know if anybody's been able to answer it, but Gary, CSK will not play any further part in the series due to unforeseen circumstances. I don't know if he touches this, and he does, and well, isn't this an interesting fact? I mean, it's not the first time we've seen this where an opening pair were indestructible, and then it needs something like this, a moment of good fortune to get the wicket. So the shot has been played back from Diol, and the bowler manages to get a touch onto it, and just a finger, and it goes onto the stumps, the non-striker, and Gaurav knows it. He's holding his head in disbelief. Look there, there's the little touch onto the stumps, and he's going to be out, and that is so unfortunate. So this partnership that was so good, 82 they put on together last time. This time he's going to be gone, and that partnership is only worth 3. That is so disappointing. Gaurav Sagwan. Of course, there's nothing you can do about that. He's naturally batting up. The ball gets hit back. The bowler gets fingertips to it onto the stump, and he's got to go.
He's got to go, and how the tables turn, of course. Almost doing the office joke over there with how the turntables. But of course, you got to say, this has been a complete turnaround here for Russell Kalundars. Goes much fuller this time. Junaid Bhatti. This is played to that man, Parminder Singh, and it just slips past his grasp. If he'd managed to get that one, I think there would have been some trouble at the non-striker's end, because I don't think Pritesh Deola just about made it on time. So it's now this Vimal Kanduri, who is back on strike, of course. He is skippering this MDOC side. And of course, very similar field setting for him as well. There's a deep backwards point and a deep third man. Fuller delivery, nice stroke. He presents the full face of the bat. And once again, a little bit of a mishap in the field. They've not been punished for any of these mishaps so far, but they will be on this occasion. A couple of runs for MDOCs, but it really should have been a dot ball.
Yeah, this one gets through the fielder, and the batters decide they'll come back and make it 2. It was a good looking shot, but should have been a single and no more.
This one's stroked away by Vimal Kanduri, and it will beat the fielder at mid-on. So it's the first boundary for MDOCs this innings, and Kanduri, who is the highest run getter in ECSs for MDOCs, will open his account with a really nice shot. That one was always going to go past the fielder, and it was a much needed boundary for MDOCs, who will close out the second over at 10 for 1. As we have a look at the standings over here, of course, Nicosia Tigers sitting pretty at the top with 4 wins and 4, and of course Napa Royal Kings picking up that one massive 75-run win, which we haven't seen them since. And then MDOCs opened their account with a solid win against Everest.
Yeah, solid win indeed. So first boundary there takes us go to 10. No, I mean, I know it's an unfortunate run out, but in a way, I think for MDOCs, especially the way they won the last match, is not a bad thing for me, for us, and also for them to get another batter out there to get an opportunity to have a bat, because I think the captain, you've said it before, that Vimal Kanduri, he's somebody that is a very valuable player for them. I think it's a good opportunity for him to get out there and maybe make a bit of a partnership with Diol. And I think he probably, in the back of his mind, is probably keen for 1 or 2 other batters to get out there and have a knock as well. Because going forward, you can't be relying on just 1 or 2. So it could be something that works in their favour. And what's in? He fires another one down the leg side. So just been a little bit wayward. His first over was a good one. He only conceded just the 3 runs. But here already, first 2 balls of the second over, down the leg side and wides.
Yeah, he's a very accomplished batsman, Kanduri. 562 runs for him in his ECS career, and now mostly in the left-hander, just struggling to find his radar. This time he starts it a little more towards the leg stump. Of course, if Pritesh Dayal had just left that one, maybe he'd have had it wide.
Yeah, he could have walked, tucked into the side, but he's another batter that likes to get right behind the ball when he plays it, and I think because of that, he's not probably the strongest player on his pads. If we pick up on this again, just watch, see how he likes to get behind the ball. So if anything, that's on the legs. Well, they're asking the question here. I wonder if they'll go upstairs and have a look. Well, is he giving him out? Is he giving him out? I think he's giving him out here.
Yeah, it seems the umpire, Sajitha Thuranga, has decided to raise his finger, so
let's have a look at this. Now, I didn't think it was so close. I mean, just have a look here. Here's the running. Wait for the throw, and yeah, he is out. In fact, it's a fantastic call with the ball hitting the stumps. The batter is way out of his crease. So, yeah, it was a low-key sort of appeal, but it's another one out, and both the batters that were indestructible in the first match for Amdocs have both been run out, and now it's Diol's time to go. He'll go for free.
Yeah, this is shocking stuff for Amdocs after building a healthy opening partnership in the first match. They've now lost both of their openers for a very cheap total, and Parminder Singh, he came in, played for the first time this tournament, and makes an instant impact. We saw he had a few issues just clutching the ball earlier, but this time he grasps it and he gets the run. Look at him, he's absolutely delighted, as he should be.
Yeah, that was superb. Well done to Parminder Singh. Jakade Fatte, he says, Shaba, Shaba. Well, there's a man, he didn't play the last match because he was too busy eating his aloo parantas. Well, he's eaten them, he's digested them, and now he's making a count in the middle. That's fantastic work. So brilliantly done. I'm loving the celebration from him as well.
Yeah, so now let's see how they approach this one tactically. Amdocs are going to have 2 new batsmen out there. Then Kanduri will be joined by Shrikant. That's well blocked by Shrikant.
Yeah. Komirpal. How would you say that? I would say Komirpal Palepu.
Komiri Palepu.
Komiri Palepu. Yeah, I like that. Komiri Palepu. It's a bit of a tongue twister, but I like a good challenge now and again. Komiri Palepu or Shrikant comes in the back. I think this is a good thing. Gets the opportunity for other batters, maybe these two, to try and get out there and score runs. And they probably won't see it that way at the moment. They would have loved the 2 openers to once again pile on the runs. And that's a neat one-hand pickup. So 3 and 1 are the Limassol Calendars. They would love to, if they could finish the day with a victory as well. Remember, once again, they were unable to make any inroads against the Nicosia Tigers, only managing to put 89 on the board, and the Tigers knocking them off with 8 balls to go. It's a good delivery, and only losing the 1 wicket in doing so. Zishan Mahmood was again in great form in that match number 8 earlier today. So an opportunity for the Quelanders to try and get a wicket here. That's a really good delivery.
Good delivery. It's at a good height for the as well, which makes it so difficult for the batsman to play. That could easily have taken an edge. A little bit fuller this time, and the batsman opens the face of his bat. Is it going to trickle away to third man for a boundary? It certainly will. And that will just relieve a little bit of pressure on Amdocs that was building up. It's still a good over, but not 100% sure Shrikant had any idea where that was going, but that little bit of off break off the pitch.
Shrikant may not have had too much of an idea, nor did that fielder, because it was going one way and then it spun viciously the other way as it hits the deck. It's 4 runs. And, well, a good way to end the over. So the score 17 for 2, the end of the power play.
Yeah, very good power play for Limassol. They couldn't have asked for much better. Their opponent scoring at just over 5.5 and over. And they've also dismissed both the danger men for their opposition. So it's going to be a huge challenge here for Amdocs. They're going to have to find a way to navigate through these next 7 overs. Is it going to be a brute aggression from every bowler? Are they going to try to get these 2 to build a partnership and then target the last 2 or 3 overs? Let's see how they approach this one. As looks like it's going to be Prashant Patel coming back to bowl. We've seen him bowl so far for the Calendars. He's been an effective bowler. That's struck away by Vimal Kanduri. He is really strong on the cut and pull, so you have to be careful when bowling back of a length to him.
Patel, I like the work that he's done. He's taking some good catches out in the deep, and now seeing if he can get a breakthrough here with the ball. Kumiri Palepu with the bat.
This one's a low full toss. Shrikant not quite able to take advantage of it, or he does in the end. That one just races along for a 4. Didn't quite get the sweetest contact on it, but it's he's fortunate that's a vacant part of the boundary.
Yeah, not a good length delivery though, was it? I think he overcooks it. Ends up being a full toss and an easy hit from Kumiripal Ipu, and a lot of movement around in the field now from Patel. That wants to cover that gap, but really he's setting a field to what was a bad delivery.
Again, it's a lowish full toss, but this time it goes to the fielder at long off. He might have been better off trying to target the same boundary he targeted on the previous occasion, but just the 1 run there for Shrikant. There's plenty of gaps out there on the square boundary on the leg side. This one's just played away to third man. Beautifully played by Vimal Kanduri, and surely there's a couple of runs here for them, but in the end they settle for just 1 because the fielders got around to that pretty quickly.
He got there quickly, but didn't really run the first one hard, did they? If there's anything that other teams can learn from the likes of the unfortunate Everest, and that's how to run your singles and run hard. That's one thing that Everest do really well.
This one's played slightly aerially, and is this going to split the 2 fielders? It certainly will. So it's the second boundary for Shrikant, who's looking to lead this MDOX charge. He's playing positive cricket, and this is some boundaries that MDOX need. They need to start stringing more of these together.
That's a nice shot. So Kumiri Palipu just getting into line of the ball, hitting straight through it this time. So nicely done by the man with 3 on his back. Good shot.
Fuller delivery. This one, the fielder at backward point makes a bit of a mess of it. He's going to get back in time, but again, they just run that first run way too slow. There could have been a chance for a second if they sprinted for that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, these all count. I mean, they're not a team that has scored big runs. So when you're not scoring big runs, one thing you do is, well, whenever there's opportunities to double up, you do it. They're not really taking that opportunity. A couple of runs lost in that over. But they do get a bit of acceleration in. 29 for 2 at the end of 4.
Yeah, it's still a good start for the Limassol Calendars, regardless of that over. Being a little bit more expensive than their previous ones. 12 coming off it. And the captain looks like he will go with Naveed Ahmed. So here's a man who we haven't seen bowl throughout this tournament. And he's a fairly brisk bowler. This one just might be able to beat the fielder at cover, and he'll come straight into the commentary tent. And unfortunately, takes a bit of a rough ricochet off the edge of our table. Otherwise, my commentary partner, Rico Full, was about to show his fielding prowess once again.
That's not fair. You can have obstacles in the way. This hits the microphone case and doubles away. You don't have that. Well, a microphone case and a half-eaten apple, I may add. I don't know who's left that down there. But anyway, nice shot, though. 4 runs.
Yeah, certainly like the way Shrikant's been playing. He's just picking out the gaps. He hasn't gone for power hitting. This is a very smart cricket, fairly risk-averse. This one, he's going to knock it away to the fielder at long on. It's Parminder Singh, and he's again made a bit of a mess of it. And it's trickled away for 4, so he was on the right end of a run out, but not for the first time today. He's just let one slip through his grasp.
Parminder, पहला मैं कह रहा सी कितनी अच्छी फीलिंग कितनी होनी आ रही की कर देता बॉल छाड़ देती चौका लग गया. Yeah, Parminder won't like that, and you said it after we upped him for a great bit of fielding. He goes and lets himself down.
Again, a lowish full toss. This one's going to be played away to cover. So, I mean, Ahmed, he seems to have a bit of pace, but he just hasn't got his length right.
That's got to be off-putting, isn't it? You probably heard that on the sound effects. You got a bowler running through, everything goes all quiet, and just at that tense moment, the cockerel goes, "Coo-coo-coo-coo." It's all happening around. Where are those hens? Where are they? Where are they? Because we can hear them.
Of course, we are just about 7 kilometers west of the city of Limassol itself. That's a much better ball there by Ahmed. That's the sort of line and length we'd like to see from him.
Yeah, good areas to be bowling at the moment. So nice to see that plenty of people on the chat are enjoying the cricket. A lot of people asking the question about CSK, the Cyprus Lions, or the Super Kings, I should say. Probably being eaten by the Lions. That's what. But anyway, look, at the end of the day, I mean, for unforeseen circumstances, I mean, they weren't able to play the match early today, so they're not able to take further part in this series. What that means is that we will make a little bit of tweaking. It looks like that the teams will now play each other on 3 occasions, and this one gets played away. So we'll still have, in fact, what it means is that we'll have more cricket coming for you as Baba comes and does the fielding. But once again, it has been a lovely day here in Limassol. I hope you've enjoyed the cricket. I know myself and Nish, we've certainly enjoyed it. Like bringing you all the action. And I'm getting a feeling we're going to have quite a good match to finish with here.
I think it's going to be a really good match. I mean, the Kalundars started off way stronger than the M-Docs in the power play overs, but since then, largely thanks to Shrikant, M-Docs have pulled themselves right back into this game.
Yeah, but the M-Docs on one thing I'm liking. I mean, the first match, the one that we just saw them win against Everest, they did it without any issues with the bat. So it gives us an opportunity and gives you all an opportunity to see just how much depth they've got in their batting. They will go with Patel to bowl his second. And Bogswell, there's a nice take for the keeper as well, Varun Malhotra.
Yeah, Patel's a fairly aggressive bowler, someone who looks to naturally take wickets, and one of the consequences of that is, of course, he can give up a few runs. Don't mind this aggression by the Kalundars, but of course, it's always a double-edged sword. This one is just turned away to the fielder at mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single here, M-Docs. Let's see, the same field for Vimal Kanduri as well. Charges down the wicket, and he plays this one. It's a hard shot, and it's a bit of tough fielding there for the man at long on. He just about manages to get the hand to it, and some better running here by M-Docs. If they'd run that first one a little harder, it might have been easier, but nonetheless, they get a couple of runs. This is a nice stroke by Vimal Kanduri, and you've seen the man out at long on. They've had a bit of difficulty. This time, Numan Munir's been put over there, and it wasn't easy for him to grasp it either. Granted, it came to him like a rocket.
Yeah, they're not easy. It bobbles away. Thing is, though, he does enough to stop the boundary. Well, tries to get funky. I don't mind that. We haven't seen too much of this, have we? Batter's trying to be a bit creative, and Kanduri does try here, and but he does all the things right apart from make contact.
Yeah, of course, keep in mind, fine leg is inside the ring, so if he managed to execute that, that's a good source of boundaries.
That ball has been signalled. There's an appeal from the wicketkeeper. No real interest from Prashant Patel. Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we said before about a lot of the fields that we've seen set, because of the size of the ground, if you're hitting straight, it's a shorter boundary. It's about 45 metres, maybe less than that. But the field has sort of been set, so it's in the V. So when you're hitting, you've got fielders in front of you, but nobody behind. So yeah, I don't mind that shot tried there by Kanduri. In fact, I'm surprised that more batters haven't gone for it.
Yeah, maybe if Kanduri can execute this, we'll see this as a growing trend in these coming days. Of course, all these players are watching one another, as that's another wide bowled by Prashant Patel. I mean, everyone's keeping a close eye on how the other teams are doing.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the teams that we'll see coming up starting on Sunday with the start of Group B certainly will be paying close attention to the way things are going here at the moment.
This This is a rankful toss, and the umpire immediately signals a no ball at square leg. So Shrikant, the man who's been in form, is going to get a nice free hit to continue his good day.
Not sure what's happened to Prashant Patel, wides, and then this no ball, which is called on the field of play straight away. So that's good umpiring. The match officials have been very good. Sujit is out there with Abdul. There are on-field umpires, men in black. And there we go, free hit. So the license to go the full Monty. You can see the wicket keeper saying, bowl it here, bowl it here. And the bowler takes no note of it, but still bowls a pretty decent delivery, just a single from it.
As M-Docs will end up at 48 for 2 at the end of 6 overs. So currently going wrong with a current run rate that probably isn't good enough. They're going to have to really up the ante in these remaining 4 overs. Of course, it was 2 very unfortunate runouts to start off the innings. We especially saw how Gaurav Sagwan was out. That's about the cruelest way any batsman can get out in cricket.
Yeah, it's really cruel, and I think it's happened to all of us at some point or another. There's nothing you can do about it. But yeah, it's it's one of those. It's like a batter only gets, you make one bad shot, you're out, and when you make a bad shot, you can go away and say, right, this is what I did wrong. This is how I can make sure that doesn't happen again. But when you're out like that, you just got to say, right, it's one of those freaky things that's happened. You can't do anything about it, and just get on with it and try and play your part for the team when it comes to when you're out in the field.
Good ball angling into the leg stump, so I like the fact that they've just improved their discipline a little bit in these last few deliveries of the Musul Kalandars.
Get the single once again backing away, and the ball popping up, so it's not really getting underneath it. So just, you have to say, sort of pooling along here. So once again, and like I said in the last match, as we see this one worked away. That's a nice looking shot, and that was right in the slot, wasn't it? That's where he wants it, as he comes down the wicket, gets it short, gets it around about waist high, and he says thank you very much. And it's a good shot, whipped away. And you need a bit more of that from Vimal Kunduri, the captain. But one of the things I was saying is that you can't judge a team by just one performance. And that last match from M-Docs, it was a really comprehensive, crushing victory that they imposed on Everest. But I said then that really we've got to see more of them. And what I wanted to see is what we're seeing now, how they perform with the openers not there. This is an opportunity. And, well, I think in the end the wicketkeeper decides he can't get there, or he decides that maybe the fielder needs to take it. He puts the brakes on, and the ball just bounces in between him and the fielder. I think that has to go down as a missed opportunity. I think the wicketkeeper's got to back himself there.
Yeah, he certainly does, and of course he's a fairly accomplished wicketkeeper, isn't he, Varun Malhotra? We've seen him have some good takes so far today, so you'd like to see a man with that talent really back his talents, and this one's struck to Mohsin at long off. And of course, one thing M-Docs have done so far this innings, if you have to take some positives out of it, is they've mostly looked at targeting gaps. As we saw Vimal Kunduri do, it's been less brute force. They haven't hit a 6 so far, and you just need to keep doing that. There's plenty of gaps out there in this field. This one's played away as he split the gap. He certainly has on this occasion, Vimal Kunduri, as he gets his 3rd boundary of his inning. So this is good stuff. It's a slightly fuller delivery, turns the bat a little bit, and he finds that little gap between deep mid-wicket and long on.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. I like that, and I think the captain has decided here, with only 2 wickets down, this is the time to really open up, and he can afford to take the risk here now, and I think he's probably asking his other partner to do the same. This is going to be another wide, so Kumiri Palupu will also, I think, have to really open up his shoulders and start swinging. They're getting a few extras coming their way as well, and you can see just now with that slight acceleration already, they're sort of creeping up to that 10 and over mark, and getting up to around about the 100 score. Well, he really looks to thrash this straight and hard, misses out on it. So they will finish at the dot, 7 overs down, the score 60 for 2, and gives us a chance to have a look at the matches that we've got coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, you get to see the Napa Royal Kings again after their dominant victory. They're going to be facing the very same Limassol Kalandars, who they thrashed by 75 runs. Of course, take no notice to match 12 and 13. Those will be rescheduled, but Napa Royal Kings will also have a chance to take on M-Docs. That should be an exciting match. Of course, Napa Royal Kings have really placed themselves at the top of the hill. So far, they've had a crowning win against the Limassol Columbus, 75 runs win. And looks like we're going to see Akhtar come into ball for the first time today. That's a wider delivery, kind of a. That's going to be a tight call over there. Comrade Palepo just looking at the umpire, a little bit disappointed. I think the umpire's got this one right. It's very tight, but it seems to be just inside the guideline. But granted, they have been very tight with those calls so far this tournament. This one's struck away. Not the cleanest of swings. Seems to have hit a bit more of the inside edge of the bat. And M-Dogs currently looking at a projected score of about 83, which simply isn't enough. So they're going to have to really power through these next 3 overs. Of course, they still have some quality hitters like Hitesh Sadani to come. Kanduri, once again, he's trying to find that gap between a fine leg and square leg. Smart cricket, but he just on this occasion picks out the fielder. Bounces down the wicket. This is beautifully struck. Has this gone the distance? No, it hasn't. It's going to take a couple of bounces and go over the boundary rope. So nice work there. He recognized the necessity for a boundary, comes forward, delivers. That is good stuff there by Vimal Kanduri. And they're going to need a lot more of those, at least 3 of those every over from here on out to try to get to a healthy total. Of course, as you can see from that projected score, 13 and over will only get them to 94. They have to try to hit at least 100. And this one's going to be a wide, so Vimal Kanduri just can leave that one alone. So again, Akhtar feeling the pressure after being struck for a boundary. This is often the case with bowlers, and of course, just need to keep a look at that timer. Of course, there still seems to be enough time there, but if they overdo it with the extras, that could be a concern. Oh, what a brilliant catch there. And of course, we were talking about the proficiency of this wicketkeeper, Varun Malhotra, and the fact that he should go for those catches on this occasion. That is a brilliant, instinctive reflex catch to his left, and that dismisses M-Docs' captain.
Yeah, well, Vimal Kanduri, for me, he was doing the right things with allowing those wide balls just to go, but this time he decides to get back onto it, and he hits it straight into the glove of the keeper. What a good take this is. This is all about prediction. This is all about anticipation. He anticipates the shot, makes the movement, takes the catch, no doubt in my mind. And, well, that is a great bit of work from the wicketkeeper. Well done to Varun Malhotra.
Well done indeed to Varun Malhotra. And there is Hitesh Sadani, a man with 248 ECS runs to his name. Of course, we remember his memorable performance against the Sri Lankan Lions when M-Docs needed a run rate of 18 in the last 3 overs to win, and he single-handedly guided his side over the finishing line. And they're going to need some more power hitting from him. He's one man capable of clearing the boundary. But he will see out the first one for a dot ball. So in the end, a very, very solid over for Akhtar, who will probably see bowling the final over as well. Gets the wicket and gives up just 6 runs. So it's 2 overs left here for M-Docs, and they need to try to get at least 30 runs off these. As we take a look at that M-Docs graph, it's taken a little bit of a dip towards the wrong side.
Yeah, they just started, I mean, not by a lot, as you can see from that graphic. They started to increase the runs they were going at. I really like the batting of Kanduri, I must say. I think he was a little bit unfortunate the way he got out, but he was starting to get the acceleration in at the right time. But I think now we're going to see that somebody like Kompiri Palipu is really going to have to get going. And Thandani, well, I like what he did with the ball in the last match. I liked his energy. I liked the way that he really was passionate about what he was doing. Let's see if he can turn that into a dynamical batting performance as well. Oh, it's straight up in the air, and well, He wants it and takes it himself. It'll be corner ball. Not a good shot and not really what you needed. I just said there that Kumperi Milipupu really needed to go big, but he doesn't. He just hits it up in the air. It's a ball on the leg side as well. He should be looking to clobber this away, but his head goes up. He loses sight of it, and it's a good catch taken by Ahmed Walid. A good start from him.
Yeah, very good start for Walid, and we were wondering why the captain decided to introduce a new bowler in the 9th over, but that's clearly been a great decision as Walid makes an instant impact, and this is a really tough break for M-Docs. 2 new batsmen with 11 balls to spare in the game. You know, any batsman probably needs at least a ball to settle into the match. They won't have any time for that, as of course sun up.
I'm expecting to see a lot of this. It's not easy. You're just going out there. None of these batters have got going. Only 66 on the board. Dot ball again. So what we're left with 10 deliveries in the over to try and get you to that sort of 100 score.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a challenge here for M-Docs there. You see now, Deshaun surveying the field, looking for where those gaps are. I think he might target Cal corner because there's a big gap there. And doesn't quite get it to work. There is an inside edge. They have to push for the second
hard,
here.
I think. Well, and he's going to be out. I think it's another good bit of work from the field. He takes the stumps off. So we're going to have a good look at this. But I get the feeling, and I think the batter knows it as well. He's just going to keep on walking, and he will get one, won't he? So Sagar Sanup will get one. He'll open his account in an ECN, but he's not going to get any more than that. And looks like the umpire gives him out on the field of play as well. So you've got to go for it, but he was always running into trouble. You can see there. That's why he just keeps on going, and making himself all the way back into the dugout as a new batter comes out. Somebody surely has got a bit of oomph to try and get some important runs. But really, what we're seeing in this is what we sort of, or what I sort of anticipated, is that other than that, it's a very strong opening pair. And though we've seen a little bit of a cameo here from the captain, other than that, they're a little bit short on the batting front.
Yeah, this has been a concern for a number of teams we've seen in this tournament. They tend to be very top-heavy. They lack that batting depth. So we often say that, oh, early wickets is a cliche, but it certainly applies in this tournament.
Oh, well, it could have been gone first ball, which he takes a big swing at this. So on.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation for Vinod Saman to come into. You know, he doesn't have any chance to settle in. I think he's got to try to get Hitesh Sidani to face as many balls as possible. He's the most accomplished hitter in this side. And that's a beautiful Yorker, near perfect Yorker, hits the base of the stumps, and Vinod Saman has to depart. That is extremely tough on any new batsman, and this decision to introduce a new bowler in the penultimate over is certainly paying dividends.
Well, he's worked a treat. There's going to be a duck for Sawant, and I mean, okay, it's not. I mean, I would say it's a good delivery, but when you're rooted to your crease and not wanting to move, you see he's not, and he's played down the complete wrong line. So Derek the duck is going to have to send him off. Derek, not that man, the other one. No, Derek, no. Not him, Derek. Go the other way, Derek. Go left. Go left. Oh, dear. Derek, you're cooking. You're cooking this here. You're going to end up being a turkey. Okay, well, Derek doesn't want to play ball.
Well, this has been... Derek obviously looks keen to sit tight over here. As... So it's Abbas Kazi coming in here to face one delivery in the 9th over. Let's see how it fares here for Abbas. Of course, he's facing his first ever ECS ball. This one just goes past the leg stump, of course. Very, very good bowling here by Walid. His accuracy has been absolutely perfect. This is a good leg stump Yorker here, and he's really bowling full and straight. This is some really good stuff. It's really a philosophy of either hit out or get out, and that's exactly where he keeps catching these M-Docs batsmen. Let's see how we close out this over. Once again, it's a fuller delivery. It wasn't the sweetest sound, but it's got the result he needed. So Abu Qazi, because that straight boundary is so short, he manages to split long off and long on, and he gets his first ever ECS runs. Nice work for him, and more importantly, Hitesh Sadani, the danger man, is going to be on strike in that final over.
Yeah, don't mind that. That's a really good shot, a good cricket shot to play under pressure when the rest of the batting hasn't clicked at all. He plays it nice and straight. But look, when you're the captain and you're looking at those bowling figures, they've done a good job, haven't they? They've kept it nice, they've kept it tight, nobody's been too expensive. And even though the wickets haven't been flowing, they've managed to they've managed to keep it nice and tight and congested. The economy has been good. Well, this has been updated now. That looks a little bit more like it. The match is coming up tomorrow. Nicosia Tigers up against the Napa Royal Kings. The Royal Kings, we've seen them bat really well. The Limassol Qalandars, they've got a difficult match tomorrow as well. So, and we'll have a look at that again. So, yeah, just get your eyes set on this. It is going to be a good day of cricket tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's, of course, unsurprising that Akhtar is bowling this final over. A little bit of width on offer there. And Hitesh Sadani is looking for that wide, but he's not going to get that from the umpire. Again, we've seen a couple of tight calls here near the end go in favor of the Limassol Qalandars. This was a wider delivery again, and Hitesh Sadani does attempt to play it, but of course he might as well leave that one alone. This time it's not going to be a too difficult decision for the umpire. Let's see how Naveed Akhtar will close out these last four deliveries. It's not quite been the finish M-Docs wanted. That is a good shot. Is that going to find a fielder? Is it going to go over the boundary rope? It finds the fielder. That is a very good catch. It's a bit of a low catch. He has to take it just above his shoes, but Sohail does a brilliant job. And Hitesh Sadani, well, we don't quite see the fireworks showing on this occasion. And this is a very strong way for the Qalandars to close out this innings. Professional stuff.
It is professional. I mean, they've looked at different. I've got to say that they've looked at different team. Well, here's the duck. Well, Thandani is going to depart without getting any runs on the board. A 4-ball duck for him. There's a new batter. Comes out. There's a big unit. He's got 3 deliveries to face. So no joy for Thandani as he departs. But a really good catch, I have to say. Sohail Ahmed making no mistakes at all and helping Akhtar pick up another wicket. He's now taken 2 for 7.
Yeah, this has been a splendid little death over specialist that Akhtar is planning into, and maybe as we start to see the construction of this Limassol Qalandars team, will they have a man like Motion opening the attack and then use Akhtar as a death over specialist? This is a role that I think he could fill in very well and target teams with. Again, full and straight, and it works, so he's on a hat-trick. Brilliant stuff there by Akhtar, and this is the 3rd time today we've seen a bowler be on a hat-trick. This was spectacular stuff. It's the classic death over bowling. You hit out or you get out. I'm going to aim every single thing at the stumps. Top stuff by Naveed Akhtar.
Yeah, and you know what? We've been close a few times on a hat-trick. I think maybe this time we may get one, because I just think this is that's the perfect ball. If he bowls that same ball in that area, I think he'll get another one. So unfortunately, well, he's got number 13 on his back and he is unlucky. And Avinash Rane will go. Derek has gone on strike. He's probably tucked up somewhere saying it's too cold for a duck in this weather. And I'm staying inside, tucked up nice and warm, but here we go. This is what we could have. Another name on that board. Shafirul Islam was the last man to do it. And just remember how it started in the season. Amir Tariq, who took a hat-trick, 2 hat-tricks in one innings. That was quite remarkable. Then we saw Regina there playing in that women's ECI. She did fantastically well, the Italian player. And then we saw a few at the European Cricket League. So here we go. Naveed is on a hat-trick. Akhtar, can he do it? Shakula is the man that's got to try and avoid being that horrible statistic.
Yeah, Raul Shukla, better hope he's not at the wrong end of what would be a horrible tag. The third batsman to get out in a hat trick. I mean, one good thing that is going for Akhtar is that this is the final over, so they'll have no choice but to hit. And this is a wide delivery, so extremely anticlimactic there from Navid Akhtar, and we were hoping it would be third time lucky for these hat tricks today, but once again, it's just fallen short. The closest one so far has been Toma Laminul, who was just inches away from a hat trick.
Yeah, that was a close so far. He lets himself down. You know, if he bowls a straight ball, he probably will get a wicket here now, but he had the opportunity before. That's a better area, and it's just a little gentle swaft at it, but no runs. So the final delivery of this innings, and once again, we've seen a team batting first, really struggling to try and get big runs on the board. It's been the story of the day.
This was just played off his pads. They'll have to push for a second one here. Their fielders are quickly converging onto that, and they should come back for two. However, this might be a little tighter than I initially thought, but the umpire does believe that Raul Shukla is in safely. Of course, Julian Dawson echoing your sentiments. This is no weather for ducks, so indeed, he might have gone on the strike.
Yeah, it might have gone on strike with Derek. Is refusing to come out. Let's have a look at this. Does he manage to get there? Well, we will never know, because I think Babu is in our way. So, well, Babu spoils the action for us. No, I think they probably will go down as not out. So they'll probably get a couple there, and expect to see the score maybe move to 76, but it's way below par. And when you think that the two openers in the last match were easily, and that's Diol and Sagwan, managed to get to a score of 82 without losing any wickets. Well, this is how the first wicket went, and it was a terrible, terrible bit of bad luck for Sagwan to be run out in that way. Well, he wasn't the only one to be run out. There was this one here as well, and this was just absolutely fantastic. Brilliantly done by Parminder Singh. Shaba, Shaba, look at that. He was on top of the world right there, but he was soon brought back down to earth when we saw him with a misfield. But the thing is, though there were some errors here, well, they did manage to always contain the batters. So Adok just not really able to get going here at all.
Yeah, Amdocs really only had this 54-run partnership with Vimal Kanduri and Shrikant, where they started to get control of the game again. Of course, that's a very unfortunate moment for Parminder Singh, where he was indeed brought back down to earth. Of course, most startling statistic from this Amdocs inning is that nobody hit a six. You know, they were quite good finding gaps. Vimal Kanduri and Shrikant, they would hit a few boundaries here and there. In T10 cricket, you have to hit the big blows. That was a fantastic catch by Varun Malhotra. Instinctive, reflexive catch to dismiss Vimal Kanduri, and then his partner Shrikant followed soon afterwards as he was dismissed too. Some great bit of glove work there again by Varun Malhotra. That was the end. Sagar Sanup just kept running on to the dugout.
Yeah, I mean, some key moments. I think the first one, of course, was that run out really of Sagwan, but that catch behind the stumps to get rid of the captain, Kanduri, was absolutely superb. And one thing I will say is that certainly Limassol Galanders have looked a completely different side when they've been out there. I think the work that they've done in the field has been fantastic. They've held some really good catches. They put themselves in a good position to put another win under their belt.
No, they certainly haven't. I think they're in the driving seat heading into the second innings. They're a renewed side, a rejuvenated side, and I think we all really like the way they played. As we'll take a look at this MDOC scorecard. Well, not a lot to cheer for them outside of Vimal Kanduri and Shrikant, who, as we just mentioned, had a 56-run partnership. Pritesh Dayal and Gaurav Sagwan, both at the wrong ends of unfortunate runouts, of course. At least in the case of Pritesh Dayal, that was some terrific fielding by Parminder Singh, but you don't want to see two of your best batsmen get out that way. And then it looks a bit like an emergency number when you look down there, 010401. That's not very good viewing for any MDOX fan when looking at the card. And then we'll take a look at how the Limassol Qalandars fared with the ball in hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you would thought that the weather was going to play a part with the fielding, but it's been the batters that have struggled. If you look at the scores that we're seeing today, 69, 89 and 81, and then this one is a low one as well, 75. The bowling fingers there, I think the bowlers, all once again, we said this before, all did their job, but Naveed Akhtar, a 3 for him, 3 for 9, and Ahmed Waleed, what a time for him to come on. We were a bit questionable about it, but it worked a treat. He picked up 2 wickets in that over.
Yeah, that was indeed sensational stuff. And of course, now MDOX only managed to post 75 runs on the board, but again, we've seen some fragilities and we've seen some frailties from this Limassol Qalandar side, so stick around. We might see a thriller similar to that Nicosia Tigers Everest game very shortly.
Yeah, we may do, and just remember the Amdocs when they were in the field against Everest. I think they were really good to watch, and they've got those slow bowlers, and I just get the feeling that these conditions, the slow bowlers could really be causing all sorts of trouble. They were very good in the field as well. I don't think this is going to be as straightforward as we think, so keep a track on it. And this is the mid-match summary. Amdocs, they've got runs on the board, but we feel not enough. But they're going to have to be at their best with the ball. Join me, Rika Full and Nishbat, when we come back for the conclusion of the final match of the day. Match number 10. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back for the final time on day 2 of this European Cricket Series here in Cyprus. We're of course in Limassol, and this is the Ipsona cricket ground, and we've got another low scoring defence on our hands. It's been a day of low scores. What can we say? And well, you can see that the target is 76 required, and the Limassol Quirlandas are looking to get a victory under their belt. And, let's see how this goes. It'll be Varun Malhotra, who had a very good time behind the stumps, I have to say. A good performance from him, and he's got Ahmed out there with him as well to give him support. And, here's the first ball coming up, and Nandani starts with a full toss, a gentle one on the leg side, which gets worked away. It's going to be 4 runs, and not the best of starts from Thadani. He's a little bit too full and a little bit too much on the leg side, and this just gets helped along the way. 4 of the first, and he makes it look simple. And nice to see that he's not trying to hit that too hard, that he just plays it away. Rico full here, and alongside me is also Nish Butt. Nish, perfect start for the Quirlandas.
Perfect start for the Quirlandas. Very unlike Hitesh Sadani. Of course, we saw him in the last match. He had figures of 3 for 11 in his 2 overs, and the current fantasy leader for MDocs as well. This is a much better delivery, and that's the Thadani we saw in the first game. Look at how he just shapes that one away. He's a forceful Martha forward into that defense, and Jen just beating his edge. So this is good cricket and what we want to see more of from MDocs.
Yeah, good comeback from Thanani after over pitching and playing down the leg side. He gets this one in the right areas, gets the movement away.
This time you see a little bit of swing on offer, but he's given a full toss, so that one's just going to be slogged away. So it's been 1 good ball and 2 bad balls, and unfortunately T10 cricket, that's going to mean he gets hit for 2 boundaries.
Yeah, he's okay with the height, but yeah, not a good delivery. So I think he's just trying to go a little bit too full. Wants to get the Yorker going, gets it wrong, and now immediately as a result of that, we see a field change. The man coming in from the offside boundary, and another man being pushed back. So the 2 men straight.
And this time he just goes a little too wide with his line. That's Hitesh Sadani just struggling to find his radar here early. We've seen the potential he has, but just needs to get that game plan spot on. Of course, MDocs put in a great bowling performance against Everest. They managed to restrict them to just 81 runs. They're going to have to better that by 5 here. Change of angle for Thadani. And he manages to get a legal delivery in this time, but it's a dot ball is struck straight to Vimal Kunduri. I think he's still offering just a bit too much width, because you can see he has the ability to swing the ball.
Yeah, you're right, and it's not going to swing if you're over pitching. And, this one is high up in the air, but nobody's going to get there. Will they be thinking we're coming back for 2? They do, and in comes the throw. And cleverly enough, they're all lining up to take the stumps. The throw comes in, but the batters get there, so it's not the start that they wanted. It's 11 on the board with the ball to go. It's exactly what the Quirlandas wanted. Keep talking about the golden ball. It's gone into the hundreds now. That's a good finish to the over. The wicketkeeper sort of framed this away, and if the batter's not really alert to this, he should have really taken a single as the ball gets thrown away. Let's see where we are now on the golden ball front as that over comes to an end. It stays at 11 without loss, and you see there 105 matches since a golden ball. When is that golden ball coming? Could it be this match? Well, there's nothing to say it can't be. We've seen some really close encounters already, but today it's been an interesting day, hasn't it? And we look at the scores that we've seen today. Remember, I told you that we had over 1,000 runs scored yesterday. Well, today's been low par with the first match, the highest, the opening score with the first innings. Everest put 69 on the board. Then we saw Limassol Quirlandas, the team that we see out there now, batting, chasing. They scored 89. Everest 81. So it's been a low scoring one. We haven't really seen the 100 come up on the board at all. That was defensively played as Kakita comes on to bowl.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Kakita on the European Cricket Network, but because of that low scoring, a lot of our ECN chat is extremely positive about M-Docs' chances to pull this off. Of course, we got Abu Ijaz who's saying that he believes M-Docs can win this. That's a good full delivery. Of course, the left-hander with that slingy action around the wicket can always be a bit deceptive to most batsmen.
Yeah, M-Docs, well, like I say, look, I can understand what people are thinking that. They've already demonstrated, didn't they, in that the match against Everest, just how tidy they can be in the field. They can certainly bowl well, they field well, they take the catches. And I think, don't forget, we've got the slower bowlers to come as well. I think the captain bowled beautifully well, Kanduri. That one's a full toss. Gets played outside the off. It has a shy. It's worth it. And he'll get the single. I just wonder how high this is. It didn't look that it was overly high, but it's always worth having a look. Yeah, just below the waist. He'll get the single.
Yeah, so it's been a very interesting introduction for Kakita. You can see why M-Docs see him as a weapon, of course, because of his unique bowling style. And let's see if that can just bamboozle one of these two batsmen. And he gets one onto the stumps, and this one's been popped up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? Oh, the fielder's done beautifully to get to that, but unfortunately it trickles and goes over the boundary rope. You have to applaud Thadani's effort. He's one of the most athletic men in that M-Doc side. He managed to get to it, but because of that, he just about pushes it over the boundary rope, but unfortunately, it's gone for 4.
Well, it could have been a great catch. It would have been a dream catch, but it ends up being a nightmare end because it hits his body and goes to the boundary. What a great catch that could have been from Hitesh Thandani. And in the end, all he succeeds in doing is gifting Malhotra with a chance and also a boundary. 4 come off it. He moves to 14.
This one is struck down the ground towards long on. So Kakita quietly having a pretty good over. I mean, keep in mind how that one boundary came for him. He's almost managed to get a wicket too. So a good M-Docs' arsenal. And someone will surely see them use in future matches. Let's see how he closes out the over. Little bit shorter this time, and it's onto the pad, so all the batsman has to do is work it away. And how often do we see this in cricket? A bowler has a brilliant over and then just spoils it on the last ball.
Yeah, short down the leg side. It's an easy hit, isn't it? And Sohail Ahmed will say thank you very much. So him and Malhotra have got off to a good start. 21 without loss. This is how the tables are looking. The Tigers sitting pretty at the top. Naparol Kings, we're going to see them in action tomorrow. M-Docs, can they double their tally and end up finishing the day on second? Or will it be the Kalandars? So 2 teams here fighting to get points on the board and fighting to take it second spot.
Yeah, this is a very important battle, but then we also have a question coming in from Wayne for the two of us. Random question. Have you lads been to the Phoenix village that the Templars built by the sea? It has an amazing history.
Well, I haven't because I've only just arrived, but I bet you have.
I've actually never even heard of it.
Never?
Interestingly enough.
Well, there you go. And you're a person that's born and bred out here, so okay. Well, tell us more, or maybe we can look it up. We'll have to look that up and see more about it. We haven't. Thank you for bringing it up. We'll certainly look into it, and well, we will have. I certainly will have at one point some couple of days off, so that's certainly. Well, I'll see how far it is from where we are here. Certainly worth having a visit.
The Knights Templar do have a very interesting history actually in this city of Limassol. Just did a quick search of Phoenix. It's actually all the way out in Paphos, which is an hour's drive away from here, but we'll certainly continue that conversation and the history the Knights Templar have here in Limassol after this delivery.
High up in the air, this one should be taken, and it will be taken, so they do get the first breakthrough. Malhotra, well, I think Malhotra decided after he's had the odd chance or two that he was going to go wild and try and just take everything on, goes for it. But this one, look, on that side of the field, you're going to do well to get a boundary because of the way this wind is playing. So he hits it in the air, the wind catches hold of it, and the fielder takes a very comfortable catch. So well done, they get the breakthrough, they get a wicket. Vinod Sawant holds on to the catch, and the breakthrough comes, and it's Kazi that does it.
Yeah, we've seen some quality bowling here by M-Docs. They've been tight ever since that first over. Hitesh Thandani showed a bit of potential, but he couldn't quite get his radar right. But since then, M-Docs have been pretty much on the money, and they've drawn this mistake from the Kalandars. So good stuff by them. And they needed this wicket. They needed to get a few early wickets, and now they can get a couple more here. I think it's game on.
Yeah, well, well done to the fielder as Satwan takes the catch. And Abbas Kazi is another. I don't think we remember him from the last match, so he's coming into this one and doing a bit of a bowling and getting a wicket. As the batter just needs to have an adjustment made to his helmet. And look, I think Wayne started a good thing here. Well, why don't we have any more random catches? Wayne is saying, yeah, Rico, you'll love it. Okay, I'm definitely on for that. Yeah, it's the final match of the day, so any random catches, any random questions, and also we can talk food chat as well. And I know we've got the local expert here, so I'm going to go straight over to Nish and say, Nish, come on, I want to eat some authentic Cypriot food tonight. What are you going to recommend for me?
Well, it's going to be a similar recommendation to what I gave yesterday, souvlaki, and for a close second, I'm going to go for gyros. Pretty much every lover of Greek food would predict that.
Okay, well, you're going to have to, after this ball, gets played out, let's take a single. So what are we talking about? Souvlaki, I know, is like you say, it's like the kebab. Yeah, kebab meat style. And I think it's, if I'm right, it's the kebab, it's the salad, it's the pita bread, all comes in a platter, right?
Yep.
Okay, and what's the other one you told me?
So a gyros would probably, the closest equivalent to it would be a doner kebab.
Right, okay.
And it's very rich, and it's of course full of fries as well, often, as this one is quite wide by Kazi.
But I can get a kebab anywhere. I can get a kebab in Spain. I can get a kebab in England. Tell me something else. Come on.
But a gyros is better than any of those.
Okay. Why?
Well, it's just got a much better filling, in my opinion. I think that the meat's probably cooked nicer. It's probably the only one where you'll put French fries and of course a whole salad inside it. This one is played down to third man. It's going to be a bit of a chase here for the fielder, and he's just about going to get it on time, as a good bit of fielding there.
Well, he gets clonked on the knee, and I thought for a moment probably going to see another one that goes all the way to the boundary. It doesn't happen. So here we go. So let's just see. No other questions coming through there. So yeah, any random questions? And of course, if you are a lurker as well, if you're somebody that doesn't normally get on the chat, you're always listening to all the other chatters typing away and having conversation with us amongst each other, why don't you get involved? Just send us a little message, just say hi and tell us where you're tuning in from, and we'll say hi back to you. Yeah, look, I'm going to go back to I got some notes and food, and I can ask you about some of these things. So I probably can't say them correctly. So let's see this one first, up in the air, and it drops in between three fielders. Now, one thing I do know is that dining in Cyprus is an art itself, and basically because it's a bit like Spain, I think. When you are dining out here, it's not a quick thing. There's nothing like a quick meal. Everybody gets together. It's very much a social and family thing, but there's a lot of traditional dishes that you might expect to find, I'm told. So like halloumi is one. Halloumi cheese, now I do like halloumi cheese.
Yeah, halloumi cheese is really popular, and of course a lot of our viewers tuning in from the UK probably know about halloumi fries, which have become a big thing over in the United Kingdom, but certainly aren't over here. That almost be considered a bastardization of the dish
now, what I'm
in this
looking
island.
forward to trying something that's called, I think it's called, is it kupipia, which is
Kupepia.
stuffed? Yeah, stuffed vine leaves, and I know it's come stuffed with a number of grilled meats. Now that sounds more like it.
Yeah, that's certainly a very local dish, and something that is more Cypriot than necessarily just from the wider Greek diaspora.
Okay. All right. How do you say it, about? So not kupia?
Kupepia.
Kupepia. Okay, kupepia. Right. I think that's on the menu tonight. It doesn't sound too heavy. Kupepia.
And on comes Vimal Kanduri. Of course, skipper bowled quite well in the first match. We saw how his leg spin was a real weapon. This one goes down to third man, and it's well fielded. Just the one run there for the Kalundars. Of course, our medieval history enthusiast Wayne agrees with that one. Of course, certainly, I mean, if you are interested in a lot of Knights Templar history, Limassol itself has some great castles. There is a Limassol castle, Colossi castle. So where we are right now is a great place for medieval history enthusiasts, as this one goes straight to Rahul Shukla.
Well, I'm glad to see we've got some lurkers. Vinny Sandu is lurking from Prague. Hello, Vinny. I hope you're well. Vinny Sandu, of course, making the start of his holidays. We will see him in Cyprus. He'll be here towards the end of this series. I think he'll be here for the last 3 days. So enjoy your break, Vinny. Everybody will say good day to Vinny. Well, Vinny, he's done it again. You managed to go away and from events where the weather can turn pretty nasty. It's been a little bit windy here, Vinny, to say the least. Very windy, very blowy. And I'm told the forecast for tomorrow is very much the same with a little less sunshine. So I think we're going to have to wrap up warm tomorrow.
Yeah, the batsman getting down on his knee over there, so that was definitely nowhere near a no ball. This could be a catching opportunity, but I think the wind is actually just thrown off the fielder a little bit as well, due to the trajectory of the ball, and that one just goes past Hitesh Thadani. He's quite fleet with his feet, but doesn't quite get to that on time. I think it's just gone under his hand.
Yeah, he's chased hard, Thadani, but he can't get there. It's the end of the over, so runs are flowing pretty nicely here. So 4 overs complete, 32 for 1. I think the key thing is what they're doing here. They're just keeping those wickets intact as well. That's been a problem for the Thailanders. When they lose one, they could lose a number pretty quickly. That rate staying at just under sort of 7.5 an over, so they're right where they want to be at the moment.
Certainly are, but I still feel a couple of wickets here could really make the difference. I think all these sides seem to have similar flaws in the sense that they're very top heavy, and we often see they have very fragile middle overs. It's something that Everest captain Rana Bhatt was criticizing about his own team very honestly in the interview we had with him. That's a good block by Valid, as we see Avinash Rane, who has been a very successful bowler for M-Docs over the years.
He bowled very well in the last game, Rane. It's going to be difficult to get away. Hello to Tim Redman, who's lurking. He says hello to everybody that's in the chat. High in the air, big moment, and catch taken. No mistakes at all there for El Capitan. Holds on to the catch, and Avinash Rane does it again. I said I like the way that he bowls. He keeps the pace of it, and you look, they're all coming around from everywhere to give their congratulations. This game is not done yet.
No, this game isn't done yet. That is a crucial wicket, and it's gone to the right fielder as well. He's managed to pick out Vimal Kanduri, who's one of the safest pairs of hands, and that's just how cricket works sometimes. And good captaincy as well, keeping one of your best catchers at long on where you know a lot of balls will go. So this is an important wicket here for M-Docs, and they're keeping themselves in this game. I think we could be in for a very interesting second half of this innings.
Yeah, it certainly can be, and I think maybe Sohail Ahmed, who's still there, could end up being the key in this one, you know. But yeah, we've seen that Malhotra, he departed. He made a fine contribution, 15 or 10, but he was done by good bowling from Kazi. And Walid, well, he's now gone as well. He just was struggling a bit, wasn't he? Got 4 from the 9 deliveries, but a very good catch there from Kanduri, the captain. So new batters come out.
And of course, going back to Wayne, same here, Wayne, although not quite with the medieval period in my case. Definitely, I think the two of us could easily meet and one day geek out in those sort of discussions. As we see Avinash Rane coming in for the third ball. How's he going to follow up that wicket? And that's a great way to follow up, and this is going to be a tight single. But I've just got to say, I'd be a little bit frustrated if I was Avinash Rane. A lot of those fielders, they were flat-footed, and that just allowed Patel, who was active and aware of the moment, to sneak a single.
Yeah, I mean, I often say this, when I'm a bowler, when I was bowling, I mean, I don't really care what the format is. If I'm bowling, if you're going to get a run off me, you got to earn it. And well, that's a good wicket. He gets another one, so maybe he takes the frustration out on the batter. And this is a big wicket. And you know what? If I'm that fielder that gives that single away, I'm now going up to Ahmed and said, look, it was all part of my plan. I know that you were going to get Sohail Ahmed out here. That's the big wicket. And now all of a sudden they are pumped. They're up and about. And Limassol Qalandars are now in a bit of a rut.
Yeah, we did say that even though this run rate wasn't going in M-Docs' favor, they were just 2 wickets away from potentially turning this game, and that grand strategy, that grand master plan seems to have come off, because more importantly, they've put 2 new batsmen out there, and it's that settled partnership that has broken. Both the men have been sent back, and this is going to be very interesting here. You've got Prashant Patel, who's only faced 1 ball, and Mohammad Farooq, the skipper, who's coming out to face his first delivery. So this is just what M-Docs need. I'd like to see some aggressive captaincy here. Let's see them try to get more wickets.
Farooq, we know, is a good batter. We know he's got a bit of an injury, so he's not out there to run. He's out there to try and hit big. So this is going to be a real little competitive. he just beats him outside the off there. This is going to be a real competitive part of the match, I think, for me. I think the captain, Farouk, he wants to go big. Patel, well, the way he went out there, he just wanted to run to the other end, didn't he? Now, let's see how this goes. Avinash Rane looking to finish well, but he fires this one a little bit too wide, lets himself down there a little bit. Look, I wouldn't be afraid to attack Farouk. I mean, they're probably trying to keep the ball away from him. He's only just gone out there. I'd get the ball up there. I'd say, right, if you want it, if you want to go for the straight hit, go for it and see if he gets it right. And it's going to finish with a dot, so that's the end of the over. And a very good over there from Rane, even though he got a couple of wide balls in there towards the end. 2 wickets, just 2 runs. So once again, Avinash Rane proving to me that him and maybe the likes of him and his captain are going to be pretty key on the bowling and perhaps even the batting front for the Dogs.
Yeah, certainly, and of course you did mention that you shouldn't be scared of attacking Farouk. Now, Farouk did make 43 runs in the 3 games he played domestically, but keep in mind, he is carrying an injury. We saw the state of him yesterday, so he's probably lacking in confidence, and that's why he's demoted himself all the way down to number 5, as it's going to be Patel. And once again, these Dogs spinners dominating these middle overs.
Good start, that, isn't it, from the captain, Vimal Kanduri. And yeah, this is what I think a lot of the teams are going to struggle with. And a lot like a lot of good teams have done in the past. It reminds me a little bit of Roma CC. They do the same thing. The spin comes on from once the power play is done, more or less, and they get 4 very good overs in. I think this is just going down the leg side. He's pitching outside leg. It can't be out, but a good delivery. They're up and about. They're making some noise here. And Dogs, they're searching for their second victory. Remember, whoever wins this match will go into second position.
Yeah, it's the old Shane Warne line, isn't it? Go around the wicket and try to pitch it outside the leg stump, but that's not quite a Shane Warne outcome, is it? He's just been clubbed for 6 after bowling a pretty good delivery, and that's how quickly things change in T10 cricket.
Yeah, I like him this, though. It's a good approach, I think, from the batter, Prashant Patel. I think he's far better being aggressive rather than being a little bit complacent. He smashes this big shaba shaba boom shakalaka, and this match is definitely on. Now he's doing a little bit of dancing, and he ends up hitting himself on his foot with the ball. Trying to get funky. I think you just stand still and bat normally if I were you.
Yeah, he tries to take a step, and goodness me, I think he's really fortunate that inside edge hasn't actually hit him on the side of the foot. That would have been really painful. Yeah. And he just about managed to hoik that away. Is he going to pierce the gap? No, he isn't, because Avinash Rane...
He's going to go for 4.
Well, he managed to get to it, but then he pushed it over the boundary rope. For a moment, I thought he'd get to it, but in the end, he just isn't quite able to come down in time. And that's a 4, so productive over here for Prashant Patel. He's finding a way to manufacture runs.
Yeah, he's finding a way, and yeah, disappointment from the fielders there, because Avinash Rane does so well with his over. He doesn't give any runs away, doesn't give a boundary away, and then he gives one away when he's in the field. And Vimal goes for the shorter one. It's a good delivery, good comeback. Good variations, plenty of activity in the chat. Wayne is saying hello as well. John Gray says hi to everyone. Steve McVeigh is there again. And, well, also the likes of Bujindra as well. Hello to everybody. And great to see that you're involved in this one. What a match we got on here. 44 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a day of low-scoring chases, and that's been the great thing. I mean, low-scoring games are ones for the purists. You know, they're all about technique. They're about little moments. Every boundary matters doubly so. So I'm really excited with the way that this evening has progressed so far, as the Muscle Kalandars need to go at 8 and over. Of course, Avinash Rane back into the attack. He just misfielded off his own captain, which is just about the worst thing you can do in cricket. Let's see how he does here. That's a very accurate ball. He tried to aim for that leg stump, and he's not too far off it.
Does this go through his legs? Let's see this again. Let's see where this goes, and yeah, he nutmegs himself. And that's a bit naughty, really, because, look, anything like that, you take the wide, don't you? And now a chance, and taken. It's the 3rd wicket for Avinash Rane. He picks up another. The batter swings hard. And Farouk, well, you can see he is wounded. Well, the walking wounded will have to walk off. And the fight back continues. Now, we've been here before, haven't we? Where a team is defending a low score and putting a big effort in. Take your mind back to the match between the Nicosia Tigers and Everest. Everest put a low score on the board, and they were really right up for it, right on top until all the way down to the wire, when it was then the Nicosia Tigers that stole the match away from Everest. Well, this one looks like it's going the same way, and Limassol Qalandars are under a bit of attack here. 44 now and 4 wickets down, and Amdocs only putting 75 on the board, defending 75. Well, are we going to see a low defense here?
Yeah, it's just fours across the board in the worst manner possible for the Limassol Qalandars. I mean, this is what this day's just been like. We keep seeing these sides showing their ability to defend these low totals. And when we started this tournament, I said that I think 110 is probably a par score on this pitch. But so far, we've seen sides really struggle to even get to 90 and 100 in day 2.
Yeah, day 2 has been a low-scoring one. I still think you're right, as this one's been worked away. I just think it's rolling, goes all the way, goal! Well, not only is it a 4, it's also a goal. Well, we go clunk, 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 as we get some bonus points as well. Well, maybe we should, we can't give bonus runs. Maybe we should get little gifts. We should give ECN caps or things to people that hit these targets. Well, that's one to think about for the future. But for the moment, this just keeps this game nice and interesting. The rate required is not an issue. It's the wickets if they can keep them in hand. Left-hander wants to go big again, hits it hard. And good work from the fielder. No mistakes from him. Good, safe hands. And that's, Shrikant, who's on the boundary there. Kumpir Palupu making no mistakes.
Yeah, I'm surprised Motion hasn't come into bat earlier, because we've been talking about how these windy conditions really favor the left-hander, because that wind's going to help them hit towards the leg side, and maybe Motion could be the man who holds the key for Qalandars in the second half of this innings. Let's see what Rane does here with Patel. He goes a little wider. Smart delivery. Not much footwork from Prashant Patel, so if you keep it away from him, he might not just be able to reach the ball.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it's so windy that you can see that Avanesh Rana has actually got cotton wool in his ears. It's so windy. Well, he said enough of this wind whistling through my ears. Hits down the ground, hits it straight, Balle, Ginna, Sona, Ginna, Bada Shaka. And just like that, this game once again takes a turn. And you got to say now, it's the Qalandars who maybe hold the upper hand. What a match. It's just like a bit of a seesaw. And Rane, he'll go for 13 of his 2 overs and picks up 3 wickets. This is what's coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a really exciting card. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers open up the day facing the Napa Royal Kings, the 2 undefeated sides. I think that is going to be an absolutely important match to open up the morning. We might have a chance to see what is the best team in this group. Then the Qalandars go up against the Nicosia Tigers, facing them for the 3rd time. And then we see the Qalandars, well, they remember that drubbing Napa Royal Kings gave them, a 75-run drubbing. Surely they'll do better this time around. And then, of course, a couple more exciting matches to round out the day. Should be a fun Wednesday, as we're in for a very exciting finish here. 21 runs needed of these last 3 overs. Of course, things seem to be going perfectly for Avinash Rane. He didn't seem like he put a foot wrong, and then a 6 and a 4 off his bowling near the end of his over. And that's really swung the momentum in favor of the Qalandars. And let's see how Thadani does. He's shown a lot of potential. He's shown an ability to swing the ball here, but just struggled with his radar a little bit.
He's got to get it right to the left-hander, hasn't he? And he does. No wishes there. Good stop from the keeper as Diol gets everything onto it. Yeah, it's going to be a big day, though, isn't it, for the Napa Royal Kings. They've got 3 matches tomorrow, but it could be, if results go their way, especially with that opener against the Tigers, they could finish top of the stack. Oh, wow, talk about top of the stack. This normally nearly hits the top of the stump. The wicketkeeper Diol throws it back in, but the batter inside his crease. It's a much better start from Thandani. So far, he's kept his line pretty well.
And that's just missed the stumps by a whisker. I mean, we talk about T10 cricket. It's the old hit out or get out phrase. And boy, how close was that? An inch below, and he was a goner.
Yeah, it was very, very close. And he's missing, swinging from the hip like a rusty gate is Mohsin. Well, he did hit one good boundary, but this one is good bowling from Thandani, keeping it outside the off, and you can see that Prashant Patel just having a chat with him. Dot balls are not going to help their cause. So goes back to the mark. Let's see if he tries to do something different here, whether he just tries to push this out and just gets a single. No chance of that. Is going to be a very soft cordon bowl. He lies down and takes the catch. As Thandani, Thandani, 3 dots, and then the 4th ball, he picks up the wicket. 1 and over. This could be. This match is like a roller coaster. It's up and it's down. It's one way, then it's the other. And that wicket there, once again, with Mohsin going out, is a soft dismissal. Not very smart cricket, but with him going, it probably goes back into the favour of the M-Dogs.
Yeah, a little bit of catching practice there for Hitesh Thandani, who takes the tumble and makes sure that he does grasp that one. He knows how important that catch is. Mohsin, a little bit immature in that over. He knows he's got a settled batsman, Prashant Patel, at the other end. The run rate isn't that high. You could easily get a single and let Prashant Patel try to guide your team to victory, but instead he's seen out 4 dot balls, which is pretty damaging to his side's cause.
Yeah, look, when you think that when the rate at that point was 7 something, you take the singles. You don't have to smash the ball to the boundary. So you're absolutely right. Immature and not sensible, not smart batting from Mohsin. He'll depart for, well, 5 of 6 balls, and bear in mind, he started with the boundary. Hits this well, and this is coming our way somewhere. Get ready. Well, I was ready, and it was coming our way. But it goes just to the left as a big hit, 6 runs, and that one sounded sweet. And sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai as it goes over the boundary for a big 6. Well, the man comes out and is Naveed Akhtar says, what's all the fuss about? Let me finish this off in style.
Yeah, Naveed Akhtar was great with the ball in hand earlier. He was a fantastic death over specialist, and he really nipped that late surge by M-Dogs in the bud and made sure they wouldn't get away from Qalandars. And is he going to be here as well? Is he going to close out this innings in the same manner he closed out the first? That'll be quite a tale. And a better line in length here. Is there a chance for a run out? They've got it one way. Hitesh Thandani went to sleep. He didn't see that one. And it's a bonus run for the Qalandars. You can't afford to give that in such a tight chase.
Yeah, this could be crucial. I'll tell you why it could be crucial. It's a run from nowhere. It just means for me that a batter that's a little bit more aggressive, that probably hit the ball cleaner than anybody did so far, is going to be on strike at the start of the next over. And that's just poor. I mean, the wicketkeeper doesn't need to throw it away. And I'm not going to blame Thandani there. I think Thandani, the ball goes to the keeper, thinks, right, okay, that's it. Dot ball to finish. It wasn't. So a little bit of poor cricket there. So the score moves to 62 for 5 at the end of 8. And that means that 14 runs required of 12 balls. So we talked about the golden ball going past the 100 now. I think it was a 104 the last time we looked. Well, maybe we could have one here. It could be done, you know. So far this year, 3 and 3, 3 wins for the bat, 3 to the ball. And if you're wondering what we're talking about, a golden ball, as it says on there, if the scores are tied, we go to a golden ball. Kazi gets worked away. They're going to have to run hard. On the Iba. Well, I think this is going to be 4, you know, because I don't know if he's let go of the ball before his legs touch the rope.
Yeah, I think I've got the same feeling as well. I think he's brushed the rope trying to get that one, but
they're congratulating him. Let's see, does he release? Does he release the ball? And I'm saying, well, I think he does, you know. Let's see. One more time here. Where's the rope? And he's not in. I think he saves it.
I think he's done it. Yeah, that's brilliant stuff.
That is proper matrix style. Well, he's double jointed. Great save. Crucial save. But he gets back on strike. They pitch it up to him. Is it chance? A catching chance. They take it. And it's the captain who does it again. Vimal Kanduri takes a really good catch. What a moment this is. As Akhtar, who was hitting the ball sweet, hits it pretty well, but he hits it long, hard and low. Doesn't get the height in it. Vimal comes running in, Vimal Kanduri, and he takes the catch. Another one bites the dust. It's another twist in this seesaw of a match.
That is another major twist, and we've already seen a few times today. Not only have catches been put down on that boundary, but it's gone through the fielder 4-4. This is an enormous moment here by Vimal Kanduri. That's not an easy catch. He's got to take it down low. He's also run in from the boundary at quite a bit of pace. Fantastic work. And M-Docs, they keep clawing their way back into this game somehow. They refuse to go down, and we've got yet another thrilling low-scoring finish here in this fine evening in Ipsonas.
Abbas Kazi.
This one is tucked away. They're going to push for a second. No, it looks like they won't. They ran the first one pretty slowly, but I like this decision. They need to have Prashant Patel on strike, but looks like it's going to be overthrow. So once again, that's the second bonus run they've just handed to the M-Docs in the last 4 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 ways to look at this. Some people would say, no, don't take it, leave Patel on strike. But I think at this moment in time, with still, what do you got here, 9 deliveries to go, you take that. But it's just sloppiness. There's no need to do it. If Rain runs away here for nothing, and Munir goes back on strike, I think all Munir was trying to do was just get the single to get Patel on strike, and he ends up with 2. Abbas Kazi has bowled well, 2 for 8. Wide ball. Yeah, it goes too wide, and that's going to hurt you as well.
Yeah, Kroom on our chat, he's really excited. Thinks that he could have a golden ball here. Kroom predicting our 7th golden ball finish of the year. Wayne says that there's more swings in this game than a theme park. That's a pretty good simile.
Nicely said, Wayne. I'm liking that. Okay, here we go. Abbas is having a look around, taking his time, looking at his field. And I'm just looking at the time there. No issues with that. So here comes Kazi once more. It did well, and it gets past the fielder. Everybody got a little bit excited, thinking there may have been an opportunity for a catch here. So now we get to an important point here, because just keeping at that. So you're looking at their leading runner ball here. You don't have to do anything crazy. I just wonder how Patel will see this. Will Patel get carried away? Will he feel that he needs to play the big shot, or will he play the smart way? Well, it's a gundy ball. It gets past the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. Oh, well, this is shocking from Kazi. He's been so good. He bowls a gundy one. It gets it right through past the keeper, past the man who's on the short, fine leg duty. 4 runs, and that certainly probably must seal it, surely you would think, in favour of the Limassol Galandas.
Yeah, that's probably settled M-Docs' fate. They've managed to hang on to this game for so long, and again, that's one of the reasons they've been such a popular side over the years in ECS Cyprus. It's the fighting spirit of this team. Well, this one might be a bit too far for them. It's another inside edge. They're going to try to sneak a single here. Preethersdale goes with a throw.
No.
And it's good backing up on this occasion. And it'll just be the 1 run. So it's really Limassol Galandas' game to lose in this final over. They'll need just 3 runs to win it.
Yeah, I just had visions of more overthrows there, but it wasn't. But Patel stays on strike. He's been the key so far, hasn't he? 73 for 6.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Harish Kakita who bowls this final over. This is a lot of pressure for your first ever ECS game, trying to defend a very low total. And I wonder what their fielding is going to see, setting is going to be here. They surely got to bring in as many men as they can in close as possible.
I'm surprised that they left the offside so open. And maybe what they're thinking is, okay, let's allow a single and try and then attack Munir. I can understand that, but you ain't got too many runs to play with. 3 required of the last 6.
This one's angling in, takes an inside edge. Munir's just going to charge. Good bit of sprinting, but I think the throw should have gone to the non-striker's end. Patel might have been in trouble, and now the Galandas managed to knock off another run off the score. Let's take a look at this one. Needs to go to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I mean, he's running, staring at the ball, not running out. Right here, this is where I bring everybody in. Munir is on strike. I'd bring it. They're not doing it. I'd bring everybody in around the bat and say, right, just don't let him get to the other end. But they don't seem to be doing that. And that means, well, he don't even think about that. He hits it straight down the ground. Balle, Shaba, Kinna Sona. That is the way to end the match. Munir goes big and he hits a shaka, and that is it. It is done and dusted, and Limassol Colours get the victory.
Yeah, it's a monumental moment for Munir, who gets to end an ECS game with a 6. He was looking for that spectacular finish, and he managed to get it. So in the end, the Colours just about hold their nerve and settle this chase. It was a low-scoring chase, but MDocs put up a fantastic fight as they have managed to climb this very small hill with a little bit of difficulty, the Colours, but they don't care how it comes. They get their second victory of this tournament, and now their record looks a little bit healthier. MDocs have just been brought back down to earth after that sensational 10-wicket victory against Everest earlier.
Yeah, good victory, but it just makes you wonder, doesn't it, Nish? If they found a way to get those 10 extra runs on the board, it could have been a different game. And then luck. How important is luck? How important is having the rub the green, especially when you think of the way that Gaurav Sagwan got out in that unfortunate way, and then also you saw Kanduri being caught by Malhotra on the leg side. All of those things matter, but you got to hand it to the MDocs. They took it deep, didn't they? They tried hard, they worked hard, but a little things like that went their way. Look, that's nobody's fault. Again, it's just luck. It's rub of the green, and MDocs in this one didn't quite get it, and that allowed the Limassol Colours to get a victory. They moved to second in the table with that victory.
Yeah, we just see a good catch there by Vinod Samant to dismiss Varun Malhotra, and once again, MDocs were just able to control those middle overs as they so often have, thanks to their spin combination. There we see Vimal Kanduri, one of 2 good catches he took in today's game. Of course, Avinash Rane and Vimal Kanduri, the off spinner and the leg spinner, just let them dominate this part of the game, and it's something that's going to be a real weapon for MDocs in these coming games. We see one of 2 wickets that Avinash Rane picked up, and of course, not quite able to grasp that one. That was a costly boundary. And as we saw Prashant Patel, his little innings at the end, that 23 of 12 was just about enough. And the difference between these two sides, look at them. They were ecstatic after picking up that wicket.
Well, that was a big wicket. That was the 3rd, wasn't it? But they needed things to happen. And one thing I like about it is that right there towards the end, that 1 or 2 of the Colours batters, they didn't want to hang around. I mean, that was a very important hit, wasn't it, from Patel. This one, well, this was not smart cricket. This was a wicket that was given away, really. And I think Mohsin will have to really look at himself again, the way he did that. That could have been so costly. This was costly. Remember these? How many times did we see that happen when it should have been just nothing and they gave a run away? It happened a few times. This one was a bit, well, that was a great bit of work. That could have been the match-winning stop when he flicks the ball back in, saving 2 runs for his side. But I think just a little bit of sloppiness. I think Malhotra, he showed when he was behind the stumps earlier. Sometimes you don't want to throw the ball away too many times. I think Dole, he did, and he caused a few problems. That one was a big one. Well, that's causing a few problems at the other side. But what a way to win the match. But when you have close matches like this, you have to look at all those little moments. And I just get the feeling there, for all the good that MDocs did, there was a few too many times that he just threw the ball away and just offered an opportunity for either the Colours to get the right batter, the stronger batter on strike, or them to just take extra runs when they weren't there. And in a close game like that, it makes all the difference as we have a look at the scorecards. But again, I think Varun Malhotra gave them a good start. He had certainly had a good game. For Prashant Patel, he kept his cool, 23 not out, and he stays there long enough to help them win the match.
Yeah, he certainly did. And of course, that little period in between where you see that quick collapse of wickets, 0, 5, and 8. That's when MDocs clawed their way back into this match and made it a really thrilling finish. At one point, we thought MDocs were on top. And then, of course, the man you mentioned, Prashant Patel, he just snatched it away from them.
He does. Naveed Akhtar took 3 wickets as well. He bowled brilliantly, didn't he? 3 for 9. And then I think those 8 runs that he scored, especially the way that he did it, going out there and hitting that boundary straight away, that gets him the player of the match performance. I don't mind that at all. I think that in a low-scoring game like that, those 8 runs and then those wickets he took were very crucial. The bowling figures there, I have to say, Avinash Rane, I think he just bowled brilliantly. He took 3 more wickets there again. I think the captain played a huge part as well. Kanduri bowled very well, took really good catches. And don't forget Abbas Qazi, I think he bowled really well as well. But in the end, it just wasn't quite enough.
It certainly wasn't, as the Limassol Colours ended up beating MDocs by 4 wickets. And of course, they notched their 2nd victory of this tournament as MDocs end up with a record of 1-1. So, as we come to the end of the day, of course, there was 2 points you made at the start of this morning. There were 2 things you wanted to see teams improve with. 1, was the over rate,
Yep.
and the second thing was extras. We saw plenty of teams today in single digits with extras and no penalty runs.
Yeah, and the amazing thing about it is it's on a difficult day. It's on a day that it was going to be difficult for the bowling side, for the fielders. And one thing that we saw, the bowlers, like you said, bowl very well, much better than what they did yesterday, much tidier. And the fielders took some really good catches. So it was quite strange, really. We expected today to be heavily dominated by the batting side, and in fact it was dominated by the bowling side. It just goes to show that you can't really put too much on what you think the conditions are going to be like. And well done to all the teams that play, but look, we have to say it has been, there's no doubt about it, a very difficult day for everyone. The wind has been blowing hard, so big shout out for the umpires. I think they've been absolutely superb. They've been out there all the time weathering these conditions. Big shout out to the scorers as well, and the ECN crew that have been working hard under these conditions as well, and also most importantly to our crew from Spring Production, to Martins, to Valentine's, and also to Richards. They've been, the camera crew have been up in that tower. I tell you what, with this wind, the whale has been howling around. I wouldn't fancy being up in the tower and doing the work. They've done really good work, so well done. And Richards is holding the camera there. Richards, well done, thumbs up from you. Good work from you, Richards, and also everybody around the ground, but most importantly to the players as well. They've been out there, and under these conditions, as you said quite rightly, under these conditions, they put a really good performance in.
No, they certainly didn't. Of course, Richards nodding in acknowledgement. He knew how much of a challenge it was there. And of course, I love the fact that we ended the day just the way we started, a thrilling match. And I hope we have many more of these tomorrow, because tomorrow's slate of games looks mouth-watering.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the matches that we got up tomorrow. I think we can have them on the screen here. So it's going to be, like I said, Napa Royal Kings is going to be a big day for them. They got those 3 matches, but you said it, the match in the morning, the Nicosia Tigers, and they're undefeated at the moment against the other team, Napa Royal Kings. Perhaps haven't played as many matches, but they've looked good as well. I think maybe tomorrow we could start off with a bit of a high scoring thriller, and then of course the Nicosia Tigers staying on. They got two matches on the spin against a team that we've just seen winning here at Limassol Calanda. So the last time those two teams met, we know that it's been the Tigers that have been in good form. So plenty of good cricket coming up together, and the Amdoc, they've just got 2 matches tomorrow as well, where they take on Napa Royal Kings on 2 occasions. So plenty of good cricket matches coming up today. And look, I want to thank all our viewers for watching. They've been absolutely fantastic. We know we're gifted with the best viewers in the world. Thank you all very much, and thank you to everybody that has kept going and keeping the chat really entertaining as well. Been a great day, really enjoyed the cricket. Looking forward to the 5 matches coming up tomorrow as well. It's been absolutely sensational.
No, it's been absolutely sensational. Once again, thank you very much for tuning in today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8:30 local time.
Yeah, and as always, well, we go back to showing you some highlights of the end of the day. Well, those are coming up next, so a good time for us to say goodbye. Thank you for watching. Take care of yourself. God bless. Y hasta mañana. That was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying, and the fielder makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. And our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go, she sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.